you guys?
No, we're good, thank you.
Except we're not. That's not his order.
He just said it was good.
But he's not good. He's just saying it to not inconvenience you.
Okay, it's fine, I'm gonna eat it.
You said you wanted to fish.
I probably did. It sounds like something I would say. Actually, classic Javier.
Why don't you tell him you hated fish your whole life?
Look, no, it says right here. He said he wanted to.
Okay.
You wanted a pizza?
Yeah, cheese, please. I'm sorry.
Why are you apologizing?
Why did you eat his paper?
You're worth it.
Did you swallow it?
Yes.
Nice.
Now, if you excuse me, I gotta make sure he doesn't spit in your order.
Hey, you can't be back here.
Yet somehow here I am.
Your food is gonna be out soon, okay?
I know. I just want to make sure it's made with love and no bodily fluids. You did a good job. Pretty good.
What's your fish sandwich? Anything else I can do for you guys?
No, we're good.
Cuando por fin se duerme la bendición.
You just don't understand.
Wait, you didn't make me go. I didn't go for him.
Welcome to your favorite news network, the News Network. You know where Negro News comes first, and I'm so excited to be
XP, what
your
up?
host today.
Gloria,
Now,
this
y'all
damn
folks
old
live in
robot.
Atlanta, y'all always sending me threats.
Let's
Y'all
go.
get mad talking about when I see you, I'm gonna hit you in the head with some hot wing sauce. But I'm gonna hit you in the head with a Cinnabon. You just always mad, bro. But y'all keep coming down my damn story list. And of course, we're talking about Atlanta and some of y'all booty clapper parties. Now stop the show. It can't be as bad as what Diddy was doing, but it seems like you Negroes a little bit more ghetto with what y'all doing. Y'all have been going viral for renting out expensive houses and out here throwing these booty clapping parties. A YouTuber was doing the same thing, and white people were starting to call the cops on him because his party was getting a little bit too loud. But his wasn't booty clapping parties, his was content parties. But see, you Negroes down there, I think that this is actually booty clapping, okay? And I'm gonna tell you exactly why this is the case.
Atlanta wants to tighten up on ordinances on the books to put so-called party houses in check, to leave no more confusion and no more excuses for not writing citations.
Streamlines the language, lets the police know kind of what they're dealing with when they roll up on such a situation.
Now, part of the proposed revised definition of a party house would be stated as, quote, a large-scale gathering that charges a fee for use of the property or an entry fee. If you haven't been to one, no doubt you've heard about the sometimes raucous events all over the area, particularly in the city.
Wait a minute. Did y'all hear that these Negroes got some people playing the damn? They got drums playing.
If you haven't been to one, no doubt you've heard about the sometimes.
I just want to have a question, Black people in Atlanta. How are y'all throwing these private parties? You know that your ass don't need to be over there with these parties. You know people have moved out
Fire me up, what up?
to get away from some of that noise that some of y'all bring out here in these streets, okay? They move away from that, and then you go and rent out their stuff, and you guys are in there. We all know that y'all not in there praising the Lord. You got noise. There's probably drugs, liquor, and unfortunately strippers in booty club's house. I know that's it, because I know my people. I know that's what y'all doing. Y'all going there to hopefully go ahead, because they're like, y'all crazy. It might be all on the grass, condoms all on the grass, weird fluids on the furniture, and y'all not gonna pay for nothing y'all damage. I just have one question. Why you didn't invite me? I mean, damn, I'm trying to get some cheeks too. Like, why you didn't call me? Nah, I'm not gonna be here all night. I'm old now. But if it's something big, I will go there and holler and leave with something. So I'm just saying, the next time y'all want to mess up white folks stuff that they paid their money for, planitoutshade@gmail.com. Email me, man. Let me know where the party at so I can come through there and everything like that. You know, I might drop through there. I can't tell you when. But and you better have something thick, because I've seen a lot of dudes in there. I know y'all was in there musty as hell. Some of y'all, I could just look. It wasn't enough Old Spice. It wasn't enough time for it. Some of y'all was in there musty and everything. I just knew it was booty clapping going on there. It was a bunch of weeds dropping on the ground, wigs everywhere, brothers breath stinking. I know Mentos. I know it was down bad. Next story. Imagine you've been married for 17 years. And you wake up in the middle of the day and you looking for your wife or your husband, your significant other. But you know they can't be foreign. You looking and you calling and ain't nobody answering. And you calling again and ain't nobody answering. And you like, you know what? I got an idea. Maybe I should go and see what's going on in the van. You walk your tired ass out there, open the van. And when you open the van, you find this.
Baby, I will kill you!
There you go, look! Step and worry, fucking back and side! Step and worry, fucking full worry, show me what you fucking got! Go on! Go on! Go on! Do you remember what I said to me last night, telling you that every time you fucking go to ring her that you're gonna text her, she'll tell me? Go on! Come on! Worry then, step fucking back and fucking van!
Back in the van.
Go on!
With a transmission.
Enjoy it! Go on! Enjoy it, 'cause it's screwing all over fucking Facebook, this! You watch this screen all over fucking Facebook. Step fucking Ricardo, fucking Lauren Trevor in the fucking back of his dad's fucking van. Cheating on me, his fucking wife for 17 years, but last fucking year with some fucking bag.
Damn, called the bitch a bag. Alright.
It's alright, Nick. It's alright, because the only person that's getting fucking hurt is me and the fucking kids. That's the only person that's getting fucking hurt.
Okay, guys, I just have a question. Y'all saw that like I saw that. Why did he have, we had to bleep that out, right? But his Johnson was out, okay? He trying to get his Johnson together, you know, swinging, trying to swing everywhere. But the lady got her clothes on. So why do you have your Johnson out? What are you gonna do, clap her jeans up? Like, what is that? She's not even naked, all right? Wasn't even trying to get naked. And she was bent over, so was you in the process? Because you sure had your thing. You know, we had to bleep it out. It was already bleeped out. We had to double bleep it out. Then your wife come and catch you in the van. Bam. I mean, stop the show. Where are those type of ladies who will let you clap in the van? It's been a long time since I had one of those. Do you understand, like, it's actually hard to find them, for real? Like, it used to be when you was broke, you could find them up. But when you start making money, man, they don't want to do that kind of stuff no more, man. It's hard to find them stragglers like that. He lucky. He unlucky because he got caught. And then the lady which you was with got caught, too.
Couldn't figure it out. I was trying everything, but then I actually had a stomachache again the next day.
What got caught too? Damn. I just want to know, how do you feel that she put your ass all on TV?
Blast.
And it just looks bad, though. It looks bad. At least you could have caught in the act, because you wasn't even in the act. If they gonna catch you, at least be hitting something. You wasn't even close to hitting something. And you might have been getting hit in the second of all week though, because the way your drawers was down, but she wasn't ready to give it up. What was you doing, rubbing her feet or something, rubbing her shoes? You are from England, so I don't know. No, it might be a little weird out there. You know what I'm saying? The warning water, USA, Brooklyn, yo. Next story! Guys, I heard some crazy celibate stories of people who are celibate not having sex, and I've also heard some crazy tactics. I ain't never heard of anything until today. This is why we're the best of news.
Lil Reed, what up?
All of this egregious behavior going on the black internet, and then we package it up. So make sure you sit down while you listen to this shit.
Alright, hey y'all, do I got a fucking story for y'all, bitch? So, it's supposed to be an interesting night. So, bam, my ex-boyfriend, boyfriend, about Facebook because he don't want to add me or whatever. So I was wondering like, why the fuck you don't want to add me, whatever. So y'all, I sent this nigga a friend request. Why this nigga block me? Well, he denied the request. He been having me blocked on Facebook or whatever. I can't see his friends and all. So I was wondering like, what the fuck with this nigga? So anyway, we got to an argument. Ended up breaking up. We've been on and off for like 4 months, whatever. Give or take, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's been a minute. This nigga blocks me on Facebook. I let it go. So I'm like, bitch, his argument was, it's Facebook. Am I dating Facebook or am I dating you? So I'm thinking like, okay, bitch, whatever. Like, I'm not about to keep going through this stupid ass nigga. So we ended up just recently breaking up like 2 or 3 days ago. So I decided to make a fake catfish Facebook page. Yes, I did. Oh, I know. I did. But at the time, we were still together. And I didn't send him a friend request yet. I just sent him a friend request like a day ago. So I sent him a friend request on a fake page. And we was friends for like a day. And then he posted something on his story. And I hearted it or something. I just want to see if this bitch would take the bait. Little behold. Bitch, a duck gonna do what it do. He takes the bait. So I'm like, this why you didn't want me on your Facebook, because you a thirsty bitch. So let me show y'all the beginning messages. Hold on. Okay, y'all, I don't know how to do like the screen share. Fuck you. Anyway, y'all, I'll show all the messages later, like in the second video. I'm just giving y'all a rundown because I'm in a hurry. So listen, he says, do I know you from somewhere or some shit? Like, I'm just making sure it's not a setup. Y'all, so he was already suspicious. He was like, trying to make sure nobody sent you. So I was like, nah. To be honest, I had Facebook like years ago. I deleted it because I was in school and I needed to focus and shit. And I just graduated like last year. I just made this Facebook or whatever. I was like, yeah, I was up 1,000 friends. Bitch, I'm just making up stupid shit. He was like, how you find me? I was like, you popped up in my people you may know. So I honestly was just adding people. I guess he took that. So we just talking, chopping it up. This nigga, mind y'all, he lives at home with his mom. He don't have no bed frame. Like he sleeps on the floor. His car is like a 2007. It's old, raggedy. He was just crying to me about how he was dealing with a bitch and had a baby with her, and the baby wasn't his. He took care of the baby for about 2-3 years before he found out it wasn't his. Talking about he put everything into this baby. He crying and shit. I really didn't give a fuck at this point. At this point, bitch. Yeah, bitch. So I'm sitting there like, oh, okay, because he was telling me all of this when I was over his house or whatever. Now, mind y'all asking why I was with this nigga, he was on the phone, bitch, I was a fucking bitch, I just had feelings for the nigga. He was going through shit, he said he was getting his life together, he got a job and shit, but you feel me, the nigga just ain't had his own place yet and all of this. So, back to the catfish, bitch, they texting or whatever, and I'm still texting him from my page, because this nigga is hitting me up talking about I want some pussy. I was like, boy, you know me, you know I don't do that fucking on niggas, and I'm not in a relationship. I don't do casual sex. I'm not that type of bitch, like, you know that. So this nigga hits me up tonight, like, you can come over from 9 to 12, because as the catfish bitch, I was telling him I gotta drop my daughter off at her daddy's house. I'm gonna be back home at 9:30. Pull up. Y'all, I gave this nigga my address. Do you know his face is about to drop when he see who the fuck it is? He never knew my address, y'all. We've been together for 4 months. He never know my address, nothing.
Wow.
But bitch, he's about to see today.
Wow.
Cause y'all, I gotta, he not gonna be here yet. I just sent him my address like 5-6 minutes ago. It's gonna take him a good 15-20 minutes. So that's why I'm trying to make this a little bit quicker. Cause I'm gonna leave like 3 minutes left for when he pull up, and I'm gonna flip the camera so y'all can see this dumbass bitch face. He's gonna gag. Now y'all wonder, oh my bra, my bad. I'm dressed up a little bit cause I got a date tonight. That's exactly what I'm about to tell that bitch when you pull up. See ya. Bye. You thought you was me to Brianna? Bitch, no, it's me. There is no Brianna. She don't exist. Bitch, I ain't Bree. I'm her. Big pressure. What she say? What pressure? Y'all, like, I'm just mad. That's why I wasted 4 months with this stupid ass bitch. Like, I cannot wait to gag this bitch. And what I'm gonna do is go back in the house. I want to get some good light, but I'm about to go back and stand by the door. So when he say he like almost here, I'm gonna just open the door and flip the camera on his stupid ass. Like, you about to be TikTok famous, y'all. He need the money too. So run this bitch up so we can help this nigga get a house. Damn, hope he said he's apparently the child he said wasn't his. He said My bad, y'all. I asked him was he on the way. I had to send him a text back.
It's crazy you got enough time to do this shit.
Most people are too lazy to do this, but it saves homeowners a fortune. I worked in construction for 20 years now.
Yes. He said, my bad, y'all. I asked him was he on the way. I had to send him a text back. Because I sent him the address. He said, yeah, why? I said, nothing, I'm waiting.
All right, it's taking too long.
This nigga, after I sent the address, his big 4 months, we only had sex about, I'm dead ass, y'all, about 6 or 7 times. Dead, y'all. I'm not lying. Because I got so tired of that little dick. And I haven't fucked with nobody else. I'm off the fucking hoes you cool, man. I'm on that type time. Hold on, y'all.
Boo, I know you want to make him look bad, but you look hella stupid. You did all of that to expose him. You look dusty. Talking about it was little, but he clapped like 7 times, probably like 27 times. You know what? You just put that. Next story. The guys, we had a pretty dusty day. There are the booty clappers in Atlanta having the parties. Then there's the dude who got caught with his meat inside of the van, even though he had stuff out. The girl was fully clothed. Then you have this BBW here who's mad because the BBW is mad because the boyfriend blocked her on Facebook so he can clap him. Celebrity music. Drum roll, please. It's the last girl. I wanted to make it the Atlanta booty clappers, but she's so pathetic. Y'all be trying to embarrass somebody. Y'all be looking hella stupid, hella homeless yourself. Talking about the dude is broke, he on the bathroom, but he clapped. His stuff is little, it was slipping out. But you over there still tripping off him, about to catfish him, and you putting all this energy. He clapped her cheeks pretty good, okay? And this is why y'all what is gonna ask you to email me so I get next, but no, I'm cool. Tell them all my business. Throw that dust on her. It's over for her. So guys, that's my time. Unfortunately, I gotta get.
So sad.
I just told you I was trying to, you know, focus. I'm like, damn, fine.
Come on, man, stop playing these type of games, man. Like, what's up? What you want?
You.
Like, why now, though? Build. We can build. So you meet guys, you know what I'm saying, and say you want to build with a guy, that's you meet. You like you. It's not. I'm just saying. Like, I'm looking for friends. That's it. I just moved out here. Now you want to build now, though. But when I was walking, you ain't had the energy though.
I told you I'm trying to. I'm old. It just is too much of living like fine. Okay.
So you got a man or what?
I don't have a man. I'm fine.
So how come?
I just told you about it.
No, I'm saying, like, how come you don't got a man?
Because I'm trying to. I got a.
Oh yeah? How long was it? A year? So you've been single for a year?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you said real bad relationship, right? What happened? Regular what? What's regular stuff? I don't know anything.
Like arguments and stuff.
I mean, that's what happened. That's what happened. Relationship. Oh, okay, so that grew apart. So why? Like, because of arguments?
How do I? You gotta add me. I can't add you.
Oh, okay. So you got different goals, basically. Okay, I understand now. So you've been single for a year. Oh, and you've been used to.
Greatest of all time, Johnson.
Also, y'all broke up, you didn't move to Houston. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, so what's your name? Son. Oh, okay, son. So where you was headed to?
I was going to
Oh, yeah. And then what? Oh, you stay where? How old are you? 23. You said early? I like the fit though.
Thank you.
With it. Okay. Let me take out this before. Oh, okay. You got a lot going on back there. That's homegrown or what?
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, okay. I love the energy. I love that. Homegrown. You cooking this shit? Oh, and cleaning. Okay, I like that. I like that. So, like, what's your intention with me though? Like, what you?
I want to get to know you. I think I'm the right.
Do you like feel like that, or are you just putting up a whole front right now because you see the type of crime it?
I did everything. I see you, but I was trying to focus on myself. I'm like, I put a lot of mine in something I got to focus. But then the car added to that.
So the car really really draw your attention. Okay, the car like make break your focus, basically. So you got a car, right?
Looking for homegrown with a lot going on. Who knows how to throw down in the kitchen and won't get caught slipping. Knows how to talk to a nigga and won't get caught bitching.
Okay, yeah. But you want that nigga run or something? No, I'm saying like you want to get a guy that don't got a car. Why not? What should we put? Yeah. I mean, us men, we do that a lot. It's not how is it? How? Oh, so if a man don't got a car, you look at him trying to use you. But if a female got a car, we gotta just deal with that. That's what you're saying. Like, okay, so you feel like men should not deal with that either.
At a certain age, like you know, we have like you got your boyfriend and your birthday, yeah.
Oh, so that's what you think. Oh, okay, so you're not gonna do that. Oh, okay. So you think both? So both parties should not deal with that. Okay. Okay. Homicide, let's homicide. That was funny. I just want to hear what she got to say though. She's still giving me good vibes. So what's up though? What's up? What you do for work? Okay. I like the dance.
And I'm trust what I don't like years.
No.
You can't always plan when you'll need a gun. Rational gun owners carry not because it's a weapon, but because it's a shield. They do this even when most options to carry a gun can be inconvenient, uncomfortable, or difficult to conceal. At Urban Carry, We know you just want to easily carry a gun at all times with immediate access. That's why we've armed countless responsible gun owners with the Urban Carry G1, the Urban Carry G2, and now the G3.
Like 3 years.
No. So you drive for buses. You've been, okay, 2 jobs. That's the rest of it. How long you be doing school bus?
Like 6 months.
Now, see me driving? That's bus.
I'm driving.
I is driving. You know how to drive? You know how to drive though? Like real good. I mean, you gotta be driving bus. And so you be looking. Damn, so you didn't like curve check. Like, one time. What you think they think y'all been playing out? They have a full book. Now, okay, so you said 3 months? 6 months. So like a big bus or like a small?
It's like,
They got like big buses, like yellow big buses, so biggest. Yeah. So like which one you pick up? Oh, okay. I'm still like a decent size to drive though, like, and you can send them high too. What made you like want to do that? Like that's what I want to do, or you just like? But I think okay.
And that's why I can't have them without a car. Because I'm driving buses to the one day and you wouldn't be driving no car.
Driving you and I wouldn't have to man get a car. Or what if you buy to get a car? Okay, what if he like working his way up to get a car? What's your type?
Like, I just need somebody to say already.
So God has already said it, like what you mean by that?
Already said,
like what job, car, crib, like?
Definitely a crib, like.
Okay. So how you feel about like that whole living except for home, or you rather like that?
I'd rather, for personal issues, I'd rather live in separate homes.
Oh, okay. Why would you mean personal like?
Because living together is just not right.
Would you need a space?
Like, not like that.
Or like I'm saying like you want to get kind of like missing. So
yeah, like,
okay. Nah, facts. Okay. So how you feel about like you want like I mean like you live in your own crib, you can pay your own bills, and you pay your own bills. Cause I live in separate homes, so like how they go about like the bills get paid.
Like I used to think like that, but now.
What?
Like you gotta like eat.
So you want him like help you pay your bills, like you pay his own bills? So what if the man said, nah, that's too much for me, just move in with me then? Because he got to pay his bills and your bills. The way the economy is right now, a lot of 9-to-5 jobs ain't usually that. Like, you feel me? So you want him to work triple hard, as you know what I'm saying? To pay your bills, a lot. Yeah. What you mean, yeah?
Yeah.
So you want him to basically work night and day just to take care of both y'all bills. So what you gonna be doing?
Run the streets.
And gifts and stuff for him and.
Oh, you getting gifts?
Yeah, and adding to stuff inside the house, but you could pay for the house.
So what if you say, look, how about you? What if you say, how about like scratch the gifts? I don't want gifts. You just take care of the bill after that. Would you do that? Why not?
Because they got people that's going to say, well, they got people out there that's going to play for it.
But did you find the people yet? Maybe it's a yes or no question. Did you find the people yet? What you mean, you? I'm not doing that though. No, I'm not doing that.
You're not doing that.
First of all, you
crazy.
No, listen, okay.
So you listen.
I don't believe that. So for you to ask me, it's down like that.
That shit's crazy. Bros lost their mind.
You see the potential? No, I'm not.
Matter of fact, you're not the one to do that.
Everybody wants to sponsor these.
You gotta earn that. No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, you gotta earn that. Like, you gotta earn it.
No.
I don't really think I don't think you'll carry the person that I want to deal with.
You don't want to deal with that.
No, I'm saying like that's what you just said. It now like you don't even want to take her to own shit.
You don't even take care of your own shit.
Okay.
Hey.
Yeah. So what? What about it? You know what? I'm not doing it. I just want you to know that if you came back to eat rock against my
Put this on your shoulder for 15 minutes and watch rotator cuff pain disappear.
Oh, shit.
Imagine a drug-free and
came back to eat rock against a lot of me.
That's not.
But that's just like that you give off right now. So if you came back to about the pay, so
I'm out in Wisconsin. I'm in Maine.
It's much I think to do it. Let's start there first.
We can be friends though. No, I'm not gonna be friends. What the fuck you mean do 100? Be friends? What you mean do 100? What you doing for me though? What
support? Nothing.
Come on now.
You ain't doing nothing.
I can get a dog. Like, come on, for real. Emotional support? Let's be for real.
Yes. Emotional support. Physical support.
You know how many girls in the world like to do that? I'll be paying those type of stuff.
Wait. All type of stuff. I know it was something. I can see there.
You know, like I say, you know how many girls in the world that's gonna listen without me paying no bills?
No.
What you mean, no?
I know.
But it's a lot. So like you gotta bring, yeah. I've met a couple. But I'm saying though, like it's important that though. Like I don't want you to be else. I want you to be able to take her your own.
I can, but if you there.
Somebody going faster than me. I wish this shit went faster.
But you see, like, you see that information, but.
When it goes fast enough, this shit heavy as hell.
Oh shit.
Got me on the stop.
I don't think you see this like a space show.
You want to come outside real quick? Real quick. I just want to take you out.
Yeah. Speed and lead, baby. Speed and lead.
No, yes, I just wanted to see the house. Cause like a little spin. Oh, slow down. Go slowly. Slowly. Does it move though? I said, does it move?
Let's see.
Oh, okay. Oh, you did it? Oh, okay. Why don't I do it this one more time? Yeah, like that. Have a nice day.
I love it.
I can't believe this girl got in the car thinking I'm about to go ahead and pay her bills. Come on now, let me not going for that. Man, I'm not no rookie. I'm not no. Yeah, these females gotta chill. Like, you know what's crazy? Like, they really be out there trying to really finesse you. Like, for real, for real. She just sat here and said she would not date a man that don't got a car. But I know for a fact, if she ain't no car, she want a man that date her, but she ain't got no car. These females is like, it be one side of here, y'all. We gotta stop letting shit happen, man, for real. Like this video right now, man, subscribe, come.
Cars lie to us. Motorcycles tell us the truth.
Yep, the prettiest Mercedes ever made, and also the best car ever made, if you want to believe Mercedes themselves when it comes to the S-Class. This is the top of the line, upper echelon S-Class that you can buy. It is the S65 AMG, and I have been fortunate enough to own this car now for exactly 1 year when I'm filming this video. So in today's upload, we're going to do an owner's review and see what it's been like for the first year of ownership of this S65 AMG. What are the pros, what are the cons of owning a twin turbo V12 Mercedes?
Now, if you follow my channel, you already know how much I love this car. You already know quite a lot of watching a video on this channel. Today's upload is going to be what it's been like to have an S65 AMG for exactly 1 year. A car that Mercedes
does not make anymore. They don't make cars with V12s unless you're buying the extremely rare S680 Maybach. And I've said it before, you're not even supposed to be driving that car. That's something you get driven in. This is ultra luxury from Mercedes with a twin turbo V12 under the hood. But you know, first thing is first, in regards to what it's been like for a year to have this car, every time I walk out and see it in the garage or sitting outside or whatever, it is just so damn good looking. Is this not one of the best looking coupes ever made? It is definitely the best looking coupe that Mercedes ever made, and mainly because of this here. It has no B-pillar. I mean, how sexy is this? It just looks so damn good. Originally, the car was in a silver color. The red color that you're seeing now is not paint. It is a wrap done by my friends at Blackout Tinting. The wrap is from Tech. It is called Metallic Vampire Red, if I remember correctly, and it just makes the whole car pop. Damn, it looks good. So under the hood, we have a 6-liter twin turbo V12. This thing in stock format produces 621 horsepower and 738 pound-feet of torque. That's 1,000 Newton meters for Canadians and Europeans out there. Now, we have tuned it. So crank-wise, it's putting out around 700 horsepower because it does have a full straight pipe exhaust from FI as well, which we will listen to here shortly. Now, the cool thing about this car and this engine is that you might have heard of a Pagani Huayra. A Pagani Huayra has a very similar engine to this. They're pretty much almost the same. The Huayra also has a 6-liter twin turbo V12, and it is an AMG engine. It is called the M158. It produces more power and torque, so they are pretty much the same engine. Now, what makes this car so special, at least to me, is that we all know that the automotive industry is changing drastically. Everything is going hybrid or EV, and like I said earlier, they don't make cars like this anymore, which is why I feel like I want to hold on to this car as long as I can, because it is kind of part of automotive history, unless something, you know, miraculously changes in the future, which, you know, I don't see happening. Any unicorn now, and I love it. And when we wrapped the car, we also upgraded the grille. This grille was introduced for the S-Class in 2018. Mine is a 2016, but it is an easy aftermarket upgrade, if you will. Originally, when I bought the car, it had the standard grille. It had also looked very bad in the front because forward drill to the bumper for the front plate. So the wrap actually cleaned up the front end of the car along with the Panamericana grille. And just look at this car from the rear. I mean, it's just so good looking from every angle. You might notice this, the S and the S65 badging here fell off. I was actually fiddling with this here earlier when I was filming, so I just ended up ripping it off before I get a million comments about, oh, the S is not there. Now, while it is an S-Class, and obviously the S-Class is the flagship of Mercedes, it's like their biggest... sedan that you can get if you get it in sedan format. This is the coupe format, as we all can see. One thing that I did not like about this car is that the trunk space sucks. And again, I know it's a coupe, but it's an S-Class coupe, and you can hardly fit a golf bag in here. So it's not all peaches and rainbow in an S65 world. But you know, who cares about the trunk? That's really minuscule stuff when we're talking about an S65 AMG. One thing that is absolutely amazing about this car is that it sounds like no other V12 on the planet, except for maybe a Pagani Huayra. It has a very distinctive V12 sound, and as I mentioned earlier, we have a full exhaust from FI with valves, so you can have it on and off, which we will demonstrate now.
Infiniti QX60. Comfort redefined, luxury rediscovered. Sit back and immerse yourself in the Infiniti QX60. Discover true luxury at InfinityUSA.com.
At Mint Mobile, we're always looking for innovative ways to save you money, so you can keep paying $15 a month for premium wireless. That's why instead of hiring this car sounds so good, it looks so good outside and inside. This is the reason why I bought this specific S65 AMG. I wanted one with the Bengal red leather freaking planes, man. I also wanted the carbon fiber in the door and all through the dash. So we got carbon fiber on the passenger side there. We upgraded the steering wheel from my buddy CKM Car Design, so it matches with the red stitching to the interior. This interior is my favorite Mercedes interior out of all that I grain instead of the carbon, because then the car, in my opinion, just looks like an old man S-Class, and I don't like that styling at all. And it's pretty hard to find an S65 with this interior. I think I've seen maybe 2 or 3 on the internet, and I was lucky enough to find one. At the time, it was the lowest mileage one I could find as well. It was 35,900 when I bought it exactly a year ago. So we put almost 12,000 miles on the car, 47,080 currently. So when I bought the car, it was obviously just recently serviced. They put new rotors and pads up front. They did the oil change and everything that you needed to do before I took delivery. Since then, I've done one service, and that cost me $1,700. Granted, an extra key was included in that price, and that was $600 alone. So around $1,100 for a service, which included alignment, oil change, and a couple other things that I can't even remember. But yeah, it is pretty pricey to own a car like this out of warranty. You don't have a service plan, and you got to pay out of pocket. With that being said, though, I've had 0 problems while owning this for 1 year. And what you do there, the ignition sound, is one of my favorite parts of this car. I gotta turn it off again. We gotta turn off the dog pound as well. This thing sounds like an Aventador when it starts up, and it's so awesome. If you guys saw my previous video on this car, where I did basically 6 things that I love about it, and that was one of them, and it just sounds so good. Now, one thing that I don't like, and hopefully this comes out on camera, otherwise I'll have to insert another clip, is that because I guess the windows are so tinted, they were when I bought the car, and that is the way that I prefer it. You see the reflection of this vent in the side view mirror, which is very distracting. You also see that over there on the passenger side. So that is one of the things that I don't like. But again, it's pretty minuscule when you sum it up to the whole experience of owning this car, which is absolutely amazing. And being an S-Class, even though it has a few years on it now, it's 8 years old, my specific car, it has every feature that you can think of. Obviously a 360 camera, we have an amazing head-up display, we have night vision if you need that at night. It has massaging seats, even though they kind of suck. That's another thing that I complain about. It has heated, cooled seats, obviously. The cooled seats suck as well. I feel like that's across the board for German cars. Their ventilated seats are awful. It's the same with my R7, they suck. In the F-150s that I've had, the Raptors and so on, they're great. So I don't understand why they don't make the ventilated seats better, especially on a day like this where it's hot outside. Use this little button right here. Pushes out the seat belt. With all that being said, though, it's still an S-Class, so it's extremely comfortable in here. And it has magic sky view that I always keep on. Make me click this button right here, and the window is not blue anymore. Click it again. But the main thing about this car is obviously driving it. It is a V12. And one more thing that I'm going to mention that I don't like about this car is the transmission that is obviously mated to the V12. Because of all the torque that this car has, they had to use an older transmission, which is, it's a 7-speed, and it is just kind of clunky. It really is. It's definitely not a dual clutch, although we have, you know, paddle shifters right here. What are you going to do, I guess? We're going to take it out on the road here. We have 3 different drive modes. So it's currently in comfort. You see that green little C right there? I usually drive the car in sport. You also have manual mode, but we're going to keep it in sport. And then it has different suspension settings as well. It has something called Magic Ride Control. I think, I forget, I'll put something up here if I'm saying this wrong, which is absolutely amazing. So it sits a bunch of like radars and stuff that scans the road. So this thing will, if you're taking them at the correct speed, of course, float over speed bumps. It is absolutely amazing because the car in its suspension reads the road, and if it sees the speed bump, it adjusts the suspension, so you basically float right over it. I don't know how they do it. I'm not some engineer or anything, but it is badass. Let's take it out of the road.
With Verizon, when you bundle mobile and home internet, you save $15 a month and can get the entertainment you love included on us, like Netflix and Max. That's up to $300 a year in savings for your bundle and entertainment included on us, only on Verizon.
When your hotel room is your bedroom, and your living room, and your dining room, maybe you need more than a hotel room. Get an Airbnb, get more space.
So originally this car was stickered at $250,000 in 2016. I bought it for $81,000 last year in 2023. So, you know, thanks to the law of depreciation, I saved a lot.
It's now $77,000 on auto tax.
Let me ask you a question, Cuffy. At any time during the initial stages of your indictment involving this whole Tammy Commons thing, did you talk to Big Meech or did you send a message to Big Meech in any way to tell him or to alert him of what was going on?
We sent Big Meech certified mail. Big Meech sent me up, and Tammy sent me up with this thing in 2013.
Big Meech just got put on full blast, and the receipts? Straight up insane. After 50 Cent pulled out some paperwork hinting that Meech might have played the snitching game, the whole internet lost its mind. But here's the thing. Where did 50 even get all this so-called proof? Turns out, he's got some old BMF associates in his corner, and they're running their mouths like they got something to prove. Now check this. People out here whispering, talking, you ain't heard what's up with her. But the real story? Big Meech ain't having none of it.
Well, did Blue Da Vinci cooperate or no?
Yeah, he cooperated. I mean, I didn't see it. It was in Miss Mara Saluka's book.
Well, his own lawyer said, yeah, there was anything else that we could do, Your Honor, to help you along with this case.
Word is flying through the streets that Meech is about to give 50 a front row lesson on how a real kingpin handles disrespect. And trust, this ain't just some petty back and forth. This is street legend status on the line. Here's what makes it extra messy. 50 Cent got a rep for spending top dollar to expose people. And when he gets his teeth into someone, he don't let go. But this time, he might want to fall back just a bit, because Big Meech is not some regular dude from the block. This is Demetrius Big Meech Flannery, the mastermind behind the Black Mafia family, and his name rings bells coast to coast. Let me break it down real quick. Back in the 1980s.
One night, and then my homeboy that was with me, he was like, Tone Bird, he from BMF too. Tone was like, ask Big Homie what's up with the movie with 50, like what's going on with him from New York. I had to use my New York accent. Yo, what's going on with the 50 Cent movie? So I'm like, oh yo, Meech, what's up with the movie, with the TV show?
Meech and his little brother, Terry Southwest T. Flannery, jumped in the game heavy, pushing work in the form of $50 bags. By the time the early 2000s hit, these two turned their hustle into a national empire, moving weight through Michigan, Georgia, Florida, Cali, Louisiana, and way beyond. That kind of flow made the feds sit up and pay attention, so Meech and Terry came up with a slick cover, BMF Entertainment. On the surface, it looked like a regular promotion company, but behind the scenes, that's where the money washing happened.
It's believed that Terry White grew up in an Atlanta housing project. FBI and GBI agents arrested him last night. He was living here, a sprawling $200,000 mansion in Jonesboro.
Had a media room where there were 24 TV sets on one wall hooked to a satellite dish, and you could hit a button and all 24 TVs would come on.
Now, here's the twist. BMF Entertainment wasn't all smoke and mirrors. It actually had one artist, Blue Da Vinci. In 2005, he even dropped a whole album called The World is BMF's. But by October 2003, the feds ran down on Meech, snatching him up and trading his luxury lifestyle for a prison jumpsuit. And back then, most folks pointed the finger at Blue, calling him the snitch, because out of everybody, he looked the softest.
My client would be more than willing to cooperate with you all to help you in this investigation. But now the thing of it is by you admitting what was done, you know what I'm saying, which you didn't take the single plea, you went in and
all right, what the fuck's going on?
He had a reputation. Official records show Gatling was convicted for ordering the hit on a man named Theus Howard back in 2010, all because Howard dared to snitch on Gatling's brother and his trafficking business. And if that wasn't enough, Gatling's name was tied to another hit in 2013, this time on a man named Terrence Morgan. Why? Because Gatling found out Morgan was about to start talking to the feds about his drug empire. So Gatling made sure Morgan didn't live long enough to say a word. With all that on his hands, if Gatling found out Tammy was the one feeding info to the feds, it would have been lights out for her. No question. Terrified, Tammy ran to the feds for protection, but they straight up ignored her. So, with nowhere else to turn, Tammy made one.
Oh my God, it's boring. Who cares?
question is for my real man out there. I need you to post your answers in the comment section, and then I'll do a video of what somebody has told me they answer. But if I'm your woman and I come to you and I say, babe, there's a spider, I need you to kill me. What you doing? Let me know in the comment section.
Yo guys, this is easy, man. Any real man would just get up and squash a spider. Now, that's saying if you have arachnophobia such as myself, things can get a little bit interesting, alright? If it's anything bigger than, I would say, a quarter, we just have to use a gun at this point, bro. I'm not playing around with those things. Anything bigger than a quarter, I got arachnophobia, man. I can't, dude. I just can't deal with spiders, man. They really do freak me out. We would have to just, you know, go to extreme measures to take this spider out. Anything smaller than a quarter, I'm good, man. You know, but anything else, the jumping ones too, man, I freak out, man. Y'all, I know y'all afraid of something. There's got to be something that you just got a phobia of. Leave it in the comments.
Okay. What do I? Are you ready?
Go.
What in the world? Just imagine, bro.
That was the things I couldn't do it, though. Y'all don't do this, bro. They don't know how to handle that sort of the jet stream, bro. The pressure behind it, man. That's built-in equipment. They don't know how to handle that.
I already told you I prefer to pick the bear, and I said I'm a firm believer if you can't make it out alive by yourself, then you don't deserve to make it out alive.
All right, great. Can you tell me how you make a fire in the woods?
I'm good.
Hold on, you're triggered over the making fire conversation?
I do not feel like having this conversation right now.
It's kind of funny to me that, I mean, you were so into the conversation 5 seconds ago, and then suddenly I don't want to answer any questions. Very strange.
I don't feel like answering this question.
Yeah, she don't want to face the fact that she just got, put on blast. Pretty much. She can't make a fire in the woods. Alright, she doesn't. Man, she wants to go and pick a bear. She don't want a man and claim that she's this and that she would not survive if she didn't have a man with her.
There are certain hotels, and that's one of them.
Give me 3 jobs that you don't trust because they might be.
Personal trainer.
Okay.
Male therapy. Security. And any type of firefighter, policeman, EMT, anything like that.
Firefighters, they be having to be at work for like 4 days straight.
And then they gotta die.
Ooh, the army.
The military. Yeah, military. Sorry, I'm gonna take military at my one.
And when they just got out of prison.
There are certain whole jobs, and that's one of them.
Give me 3 jobs that you don't trust because they might be.
Personal trainer.
Okay.
Male therapy.
Security. And any type of firefighter, policeman, EMT, anything like that.
Firefighters, they be having to be at work for like 4 days straight.
And then they gotta die.
Ooh, the army.
The military. Yeah, military. Sorry, I'm gonna take military at my one.
And when they just got out of prison.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all. Like, real talk. I mean, she probably ain't lying, dog. I got some partners that do all those things, bro. And they always bagging people. Police officers, for some reason, they just get it. For some reason, they just get it. Just, I guess you can say it's the uniform, you can say whatever. Alright? Personal trainers, they got course side tickets to the box. If you know what I mean, bro. They the one who training it. Goddamn, like they see it, they touch it, they feel it, bro. You hit. If your girl got a personal trainer that she sees, you know what I'm saying, that's the opposite sex, you're gonna be in trouble. You know, left off the lifts, man, my truck drivers, bro, I feel like my truck drivers be, you know, they be bagging them too, bro. I ain't gonna sleep on my truck guys. Shit, but that I know y'all be out in the streets, dog. And we're not just talking about delivering loads. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
If the devil can, he'll send you a girl shorter than 5'7". She has anxiety, stomach issues, overthinks her entire life, and she has at least one A or an E in her name. And if she has both,
Bro, it ain't nothing worse, man, when you really just got your life together and you just meet someone and you just like for that first week think that this is it, and then y'all get committed and it's a thing, and then just like he said, a whole list of blunders just come up, man. Issues. She got a felony arrest record. She can't leave the state. She on probation. She got a gambling issue, so now her credit's bad. All kind of things, man. And don't let it be emotional, like clingy emotional. You can't go 10 minutes without texting back, but she just tripping and crying and all that stuff. I feel for you, man. This is a real clip for a lot of you guys.
If your man shares location with you 24/7, but he won't wear a body cam to provide reassurance, I think you should start a fight.
Look, man, I know a bunch of married people that don't even share locations, bro. Like that's just intense. So it's not like you can't even be your own person at this point, man. You're getting tracked by apps and all this kind of stuff, dude. Like that's intense, bro. I don't even know how DoorDash people can do it too. They get tracked every location. You know, I get it. You know, y'all food got to be on the way, but still, that's a lot for me. I can't do it, bro. I can't have my movement tracked like that, man. I feel like that's just all against my privacy, bro. You get what I'm saying? So, man, that's intense, bro. Would y'all share your location with your partner? If so, and if you're already doing it, let me know how that works out for you in the comments.
Yeah, how do y'all decide who get it wrong? Like, there's been some parents based off of, like, you just think, like, how are y'all picking who gets it?
Guys, this is a very valid question. I'm gonna have to make a post about this. How does a man choose who gets it? RAW. Damn, dude, I guess, bro, you gotta feel absolutely positively safe. And either that or you just drunk at this point, bro. Like at the moment you have no else to give. You're at this point where it is what it is. You ain't no pulling back. You get what I'm saying? Like, we've all made mistakes. I don't think men really truly think it out. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't really think we really truly think it out. That could be the downfall of man right there, right? We really don't truly think it out who we strap up with and who we don't. You know what I'm saying? Like that's one for the ages, guys. All right, if you have anything, I'm gonna just go ahead and take some blame as a man. I really don't think that out. But guys, if you have a really definitive answer for this one, leave that one in the comments, because I really want to chat about this one.
Why'd you end up popping your balloon? I'm so sorry. Where are you again?
Oh, I'm in LA. Yeah.
So you're not open to long distance?
I'm open. It's just Oklahoma. I'm sorry if I would have to go there.
Oklahoma? I'm sorry.
So Oklahoma. Sorry.
She's someone that's your type?
Oh, for sure. I would definitely approach her.
So we do have our last unpopped balloon over here. Now she's someone that's your type.
Yes, I would say so.
Alright, so any final questions from the two of you? Actually, let me bring you up here. We'll ask them up here. Let me do my famous question up here. Any final questions from the two of you before we determine if we have a match? Do you have any children?
I don't have any children.
Now the thing about this is, man, like sometimes geography matters. Let's just be honest, man. Where you're from and who you date. It's really hard. You're not going to match pretty well. You're not going to gel pretty well when you're we ain't going to say all of Oklahoma is country, but we have
yo, the ticket might be a discount. Quiet as it's kept, parking tickets usually ain't up with $20, $25. He might save $5. But I really doubt that. I doubt it. And besides, the 2-hour parking, they would have to do it from the time that they see the car. Because if that was the case, they could just roll up and give everybody tickets and just say you've been there for 2 hours.
Those backgrounds right there where it is, you know, the culture is just different in Oklahoma than it is in LA. All right, it's bougie, it's fancy, it's foodie, it's fashion, it's all this over there. It's beauty, it's music, it's, you know, the likes and the photos and all these sort of things, man. In LA, you want to get to this calm, peaceful life where you just chill. It's routine. All right, you value your silence, your peace, right? You value hard work and ethics and honesty and stuff like that, and beauty isn't really at the forefront, man. That's just two different things, and sometimes they don't work well together. Obviously, I think he did good not really matching with this person.
So is she someone that's your type?
Not really, to be honest.
And why not?
The face is a bit wrinkly for me.
Hi, my name's Audrey. I'm 25 years old.
And why did you end up popping your balloon?
I know that we're honest on this show, but I do feel like there's a little bit of grace, or maybe just like some way where you can say things without being maybe incredibly specific about physical features.
I do want to add though, I feel like it's probably good that you did pop, because I feel like for me, I'm very forward, direct.
Yeah.
Sometimes I can be a bit too sincere, you know, sometimes too honest, but...
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a super honest person too, and I think there's a big difference between honesty and comments like that. I think you could be honest without pinpointing maybe physical features about people, especially women, but I mean if you're comfortable with that, then that's definitely okay, but I just wouldn't prefer that in a man myself. I always feel like in a society where maybe like things are normal, like this show, like saying things about somebody's physical feature, I think other people might feel comfortable. If you prioritize kindness, then that's always gonna come first, and that's up first for me.
So y'all, man, the crazy thing is that you could have a little grace in conversation, but I love the fact that homie said, you know what, man, something about me is that I'm just direct. Maybe I'm just too sincere. I'm too honest. All right, brutally honest at this point, man. He was not letting this slide. The wrinkles in the face, he said, and she blame this man. So this just tells me she just wants to live in a delusional world where she wants a partner that really just wants to sugarcoat everything for her, water things down for her. And I get it. Sometimes it's just not what you say, it's how you say it, right? I totally get it. But this man was living in his true self, and even she said that the show is based on hard, honest truths. You can't even do that. You can't even get that. You were attracted to this man before you had your balloon. Everybody else was popped. What about him now? Because he was just being honest. All right, he could have chose you and been super honest. You're beautiful. You're one-on-one. There's nothing wrong with you. And then that probably would have been a problem. Like, you can't be honest. All right, you can't lie. You can't word things. What do you want men to do in this situation?
New York, you always on the news for something. Now you got a police officer dancing in music videos. I ain't gonna lie, she look good too, by the way. Now don't scroll. Side note before we continue. The full video of that is on my IG. The TikTok won't allow that because you guys know they're ballers. So watch that and come back and leave it. But basically, she's an 8-year veteran for the NYPD. And she's going viral because nobody knew she could, handle business like that for a music video. You have a lot of people saying that she needs to be fired. Well, she is facing being fired. They're saying that there's an investigation going on her right now. But people saying she should be fired because basically she represents the police department, and her doing that on the side is crazy. But you have others stating that what she does in her free time has nothing to do with the police department. They stated that she should be able to do what she wants without the thought of basically losing her job because she decides that on the side she want to go dancing in music videos. Regardless, y'all gotta go look at that video and come back and let me know if it's OD or not. Let me know.
Man, I'll tell you what, man, when you're in that sort of field, whenever you're in any sort of field where, you represent the people, man, you get what I'm saying? You're supposed to be the face of justice, the face of protecting the people, you know, a level of serious, that's your profession. Bro, you're going to get some sort of remedy for doing something just like this because it puts a slur on what you are literally signing up for and standing up for, right? You're supposed to be a police officer, you're supposed to be protecting, but then you're shaking yams the next day for what? A music video with no progress at all, alright? So how can someone take you serious if they want to cross you in the streets, alright? You're just going to be homegirl from up the block that was just working on someone, man. And now you're trying to arrest me for loitering, for hanging out, for curfew, whatever it is. You see where the contradiction, no, I'm sorry, that's a bad word. You see what a problem lies, right? How can someone really hold you to like, oh, she's serious? You know, for standing ovations. You get me?
Now, Dallas, Texas, 46 actress. Found of 4 boys is a little. What kind of man you looking for, man?
I'm actually just looking for somebody that's down to earth, that's cool. I really don't have I'm not big on, specifics, so.
Okay. What are your deal breakers?
He can't have a small. That's about it. That's pretty much about it.
So he has to be back.
Yes, definitely, yes.
Has to be back. They're telling me to look at your page. What am I going to see if I go to your page?
I'm the long-tongue goddess.
Okay, what is the long-tongue goddess? I'm not scared. Everyone's like, go to her page, go to her page. Okay, so let me go to your page. You have a long tongue.
Yes, definitely. I don't want to scare anyone away. I think the deal breaker, that's why I can't have anybody. Yeah. It won't work, Kendra.
Man, I don't know. You're the long-tongue goddess, but like, why are you single? Like, why are you single? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, why can't you just use that to your advantage? You're supposed to be locked down with that sort of equipment, man. You know what I'm saying? You got extra functions and tissue to help serve mankind, to be a benefit to your man, to take him to places he ain't never been taken to, with a regular person. But yeah, you're single. I just don't get it.
I get it. Makes perfect sense. I'm telling you, is for everybody. Oh, Jesus.
Hope y'all got a damn good show. What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
What's happening, man?
Man, doing good?
Doing good, man.
Doing good, OT?
I'm good.
That's what I like to hear. Y'all doing good. I'm doing good. You seem like a damn boxer, right? Yeah.
Like George Foreman.
Like he get ready, like he's gonna get some road work in.
Yeah. Overtime was calling. He was saying that, like you mess around and get that uts. I was like, what's uts? He said uts.
What about you, a body bag? Get you some body work in for the show. Hey man, but I came across this video. These are Japanese people, right? They're Japanese. They love, the Japanese, they love black culture. They like into black culture, especially breakdance. Yeah. But check out what they doing to their hair out there.
What they got going on?
Check this out. Check it out, man.
Recently, Afro hairstyles have grown in popularity in Japan.
I mean, it looks natural.
Subculture known as style emerged,
Looks good.
where young Japanese individuals
he look
adopted
crazy
elements
right
of black culture, including Afro hairstyles,
That's dope.
to emulate their
Yeah.
favorite American rappers. This trend involved darkening their skin and wearing various black braiding hairstyles, such as
Kind of like me right there back in the day.
interest in Afro hairstyles among Japanese men. Notably, Afro perms have become a
Afro
popular
perms.
trend, with specialized barbers offering this
Wow.
hairstyle. Additionally, platforms like TikTok have seen a significant
That look
number
good,
of
huh?
posts
Yeah,
under
good.
hashtags related to Afro hair in Japan, indicating a growing interest and
Wow, look at
appreciation.
That's crazy.
You look like my son. You look like my son.
Drake. Red
Afro
bones.
hairstyles
look at
are
him.
not mainstream in Japan.
Little
Their
Asian black
presence in
baby.
subcultures and online platforms suggests a niche but notable trend.
No, I'm not black. No.
I'm better than black. Oh, I'm not black. This is just a hairdo.
Well,
I ain't got no problem with it.
Cute, yeah.
It was look good, right?
Yeah, it fit them.
Yeah. I mean, I think the hairstyle fits everybody if you do it right.
Yeah.
It'll fit everybody. Yeah. But it look good on them because they got like a good well, I
They
think
be pale though.
they do.
Some Japanese, you ever see Japanese be having some big old lips, man? You ever notice that? Yo, I've seen a lot of Japanese women and men with some big lips.
Yeah.
Like big old bubble lips.
Yeah. Some of them have them wide noses too. Yeah. CJ standing on business, man.
And I'm standing on it, man.
Yeah,
I don't have a
Afro
problem
perm.
with it only because people be quick to scream appropriation, but the reason I don't have a problem with it is because they continuously support a lot of the things that in our community, black community, we've given up. Like a lot of the true hip hop and rap and the culture of it.
They love it.
Not the industry of it, but the culture of it. They love it. They really, honestly do love the culture of hip hop. So I don't mind them doing that because they're not doing it from a place of
Yeah,
I mean, if celebrating it. Yeah, like if people can do this, I mean, black women they straighten their hair. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't have no problem with that at all.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah.
I'm gonna start getting on these black women. Huh? They straighten their hair. What you doing? Wait, now you try to be Asian or something? Try to be white?
What you doing?
You hate yourself? Yeah, push things in perspective now when you see people, trying to have, that texture of hair. Black folk.
Yeah.
I've always preferred natural you. Everything.
Yeah, I know.
Want you putting, and you can't.
I don't like a lot of makeup.
I don't like extensions. I don't like if you have short hair and you can't grow long hair, just keep it short, taper it, and just make it fit you. Like I like natural stuff. I don't like a whole lot of.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, what if it's a woman and she got hair like Kevin Durant or Forrest Whitaker?
She got to cut that off. Remember that
Forrest Whitaker?
That lady that was in Wicked, that movie, the bald one. Yeah, just cut that off.
Oh man, I don't want to.
I mean, I seen this. We did a video a while back. There was this girl. She had a fade. Her hair was short and she looked good.
Yeah.
She had
Yo.
a tight little fade on her. Yeah, I like women with short hair.
Yeah.
I think it's very attractive. A lot of men say, "Oh, you look like a boy." I said, "Nah." I guess I'm kind of gay. I don't know. I guess some of these dudes that go with short hair or a nice fade, like a black chick, got a nice lower lip, man. I look like a boy from the back.
Nah, I got a homegirl got it.
No, people. I'm just saying, some people actually have, homophobia.
No, I got a homegirl, man. She into fitness. She got a tight. The blend is immaculate. She look good, man. She look good.
I think
he showed me.
He
showed me a picture.
Man, that's a so man. She look good.
Well, the nature of women, they compete amongst each other. I think they compete with each other when they get all these different hairstyles. Yeah. They're just real competitive with each other because men don't really want all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like white women, black women, all women, when they cut their hair short, it's like, I think it's like very attractive. They do it right. I think it's very attractive. The shorter the better. But it's just like the butch women that do it, and they don't look good to begin with. And they do it like they just turn the whole thing off.
Snuffleupagus and all that.
Yeah, those eyelashes.
Yeah, and all that.
Yeah, those eyelashes, man. I'm like, man, them things are huge. Like the WNBA. And the hair stick out the eyelashes.
Yeah.
All that weave up and weave and eyelashes all over the place.
Man, especially that locker would be sweated out.
It's like a guy who tried to overcompensate by get a big truck, you know? It's like they're trying to compensate for something.
Well, you could just like big trucks though, you know. I like, hold on, I'm like, I kind of fall into that category.
When you see a dude get out of a truck with an 8-inch lift and
oh yeah, no.
You're like, oh man, we got Lord Farquaad here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
Oh my
you see a
God.
big bird man get out of a truck, well, yeah, he heard that. But you see a midget get out of that truck, you're like, man, come on.
Man, come on, man.
You gonna bust your knees get out of that truck.
You got the Napoleon complex.
Yeah.
I like that little girl when she was doing her hair. I liked all of them.
Yeah.
All of them was tastefully done. Yeah.
Look at that.
I think, what do y'all think gonna be, y'all think black people gonna get pissed over this?
Starting with Artemis, look at this dude. I have like this.
Walking away from a guy that is not completely obsessed with you and does nothing to improve your life is not a loss.
Because men ain't showing up to a event called single events, single mixers, because we not desperate for a relationship.
With him continuously pursuing you, he's saying you're going to want me one way or another. That is predatory.
I walked into that event last night. Also, everyone was so short. Holding a conversation with this one guy was awkward. It felt like I was on a freaking season of The Bachelor.
What fits does he get from having you as a friend?
Nothing at all.
Welcome back to Motor Life. Before I get into this video, like, comment, subscribe. Also, smash that notification bell just to be sure you get my videos as soon as I release them. Let's get into this.
You don't need a man. You are the woman that a man needs. And walking away from a guy that is not completely obsessed with you and does nothing to improve your life is not a loss.
You see, nonsense like that, things like that, make men say no mas. Same the entitlement on this little girl to think a man's supposed to be obsessed with her. So what are men doing? We'll do the opposite.
Angry black men dogging out so bad, saying how we want y'all to pay for stuff and just the laugh. If I'm inviting you to a brunch, that means me and my girls already got our tickets and our tables. What do you need your stuff for? What's that little money gonna do? Majority of the women making more money anyway. So why would I care for that? All I said was, we want to hang with y'all. Why I can't say we want to hang with the black men? Why can't the black men come enjoy a brunch with us and chill and just eat and have a good time? You be home by 6 and watch the game. Why would y'all rather choose being with all men? I never seen a world where men be so thirsty to just be with men and not women. And complain when women invite y'all to something. We just want to have a good time with y'all. Why y'all so mad at us? That's so weird. We the same skin. We supposed to be hanging together anyway, not against each other. It sounds like y'all
Always.
You better not be using all the Old Spice.
You want high-performance, long-lasting, affordable tools. You want Harbor Freight tools. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Save even more at our parking lot sale going on now.
6 months ago, I finally purchased a C6 Corvette, the first LS car I've ever owned. And I bought it because there's a certain build that I've had in mind for the past few years. And in the background of everything that we have been doing this last 6 months, we've also been building this car. So in this video, sit back and relax, because you're gonna see 6 months of work compiled into one episode of building the C6 of my dreams. So to get this build started, we're gonna back it in the garage and put it on the lift to start disassembling everything. But if if you have a keen eye, you'll notice there's a roll cage in the car. And that's because 2 weeks prior to this, we sent this over to our buddy Marks to fab in our brand new roll cage from Cage Kits. We're going to be adding a roll cage to this car because this car is going to see more track time than street time. So safety is our #1 priority. Cage Kits is awesome. We have been using them on all of our cars as of late. Everything's already cut. All you have to do is weld the cage into the car. A huge shout out to Cage Kits for sending this out because they are a lifesaver. And now that you guys are caught up, let's get this car on the rack and start disassembling everything. I do it. Kyle gets in a car and I'm like, oh, a little left, and I just hear the bypass valve, the steering rack, just pull hands down everything as hard as it can, everything in the car. It doesn't matter to you. I'm like, a little right. And
you ain't going nowhere.
All we're doing is we're taking the entire body off of all of the drivetrain and stuff from this car. So it's going to be like an RC car. Body's going to come off. We're going to take all the electronics, cooling, fueling, all that stuff, and drop all the sub-frames. So watch us do that. Damn, that is so wild. Send her home, Twan. Whoa. Corvettes are so weird. That's pretty cool to see. That is wild. Wow, literally the whole entire drivetrain separates from the actual body of the car. And this is why people say working on Corvettes are the absolute worst cars to work on. So from this point, we'll now be able to access pretty much everything that we're going to be putting on the car. We'll be able to disconnect the engine from the front somehow, while supporting the weight of everything else. But the transmission being in the back is the weirdest thing on this car. That is so strange. Pretty cool. Like look up and under the belly, all that bottom. Like these cars are race cars. Yeah. Corvettes are so cool. Look at the ducting here. I know you have under panel ducting that reroutes to the actual rear brake to keep it cool. That's crazy, dude. So now we'll be able to modify all of the suspension components, install everything, and build our engine and take it apart from here. I never thought we'd have a use for these big mega jack stands, but today I was proven wrong. And now with the drivetrain officially removed from the chassis, we can start taking apart everything. We're gonna start by taking the torque tube off the back of the block and then start taking the engine off the front subframe. Once the engine is safely on the hoist, we can now remove the assembly and put it onto an engine stand. Part about doing a rebuild. It's cleaning off years and years of grime to make something look brand new again. So we're gonna start with the Wire Citrus Power Cleaner Plus, and we're gonna spray the whole entire rear differential with this product. This is gonna allow the grease and oil buildup to kind of loosen up a little bit. So when we take a high pressure washer to it, it will all start coming off. Now this Corvette is about 17 years old, and if I had to guess, I would say that this car has never been cleaned to this detail. So we are the ones saving this car and bringing it back to new. For those who don't know Corvettes, young male in the back. Oh, TJ doesn't know. This is called a transaxle, effectively. You have your transmission, and then I'd call it your axle, which is your axles and your differential. So, ring and pinion, transmission, and it's all at the rear of the car. And then you have your torque tube, which you can think of as just a drive shaft, which is normally from your transmission to your diff, but instead, they're slammed together. Their engine's up here. There's a bushing in that, all this other stuff that you'll find out when we replace it. Right now what we're doing is pulling everything off, it's all new everything. And instead of this singular composite leaf spring, we're going coil over. So right now Calvin did the hard work, removed everything, and we're going to pull the leaf spring out. Now that the diff and trans is all cleaned up, we're going to start by putting it on a lift so we can remove the rear sub. We're going to do this is because we're going to be disassembling all of the rear suspension components because some of it is going to be used later in this video. Some things like the wheel hubs and certain bearings and studs we all want to keep, so everything has to be disassembled. And while we're finishing up this job, we're going to have Calvin start removing everything else left on the Corvette. This is things like fender liners, interior pieces, OEM heat shielding, OEM ducts. If it's on the car, it has to come off.
It's cold. It hurt. Oh, that did no actual damage, but man, my hands are cold. That hurt.
Well, the boys continued to remove the rest of the body panels of the C6 because something that's really cool about the C6 is that the whole entire body actually bolts off. Unlike traditional cars that we're used to seeing, the rear quarter panels, for example, are all part of the roof, skin, and do a rear quarter panel replacement. You have to actually cut up top, drill out spot welds, and remove it. But the C6 is like the C8. I wonder if the C7 is probably the same way. I would imagine it would be. But the C6, you can actually unbolt the rear quarter panel. So they're going to continue to remove everything else. And I'm going to start gathering together some parts that we can work on today that I think we should focus on, which would be interior. While the boys are cleaning up all of the drivetrain, all that stuff, there's a lot of work we can do on the inside. C6s have so much hidden hardware to get these bumpers out, bro.
Why don't you want to come off?
You guys, do the world a favor. Don't tint your taillights.
Oh god.
Oh, unhook the bottom.
It's coming off. It's all the wires now. Oh, there's so many.
Hey Cal, got myself quite the pickle. Look how many wires in the back of this bumper. All of the wires. TJ, tell me right. Can you just get it back in right quarter panel hardware? Yes, I did say that.
Turn this off, man. Why are there so many hidden hardware on these damn American cars? It's not like JDM cars where it's simple, top, side, bottom, left, right, all these hidden things.
You can remove the quarter panel. An NSX. What is this body bag doing?
Give me a gnarly side.
All clear. Whoa, you see that? Craftsman style, 3-bed, 2-bath. Just got pre-approved for a mortgage with Navy Federal Credit Union. Nope.
Fuck, the door's shut. Got it. Yeah, the other side definitely has something to do. Ah, there it is. Those 4. Oh, those 3. You guys are 6 zero. Yeah, 100%. Oh, I was getting scared there. We have the Corvette pretty much stripped of the drivetrain and all the external and interior pieces. This chassis is actually really cool because I've noticed that a lot of it, other than the frame, is all composite, which is lightweight and very strong. I don't know much about this platform, so we're going to learn a lot throughout today's video. But while the engine is out and while everything is out, we're going to focus on a few different areas. Right now, Dylan and I are going to tackle our fueling system. We're going to dive into all the rails, catch cans. If it's fueling related, Radium makes it. So a lot of these things, we have a fuel rail plumbing kit, we have a dual catch can kit, and we also have fuel rails. So we are going to be building an LS engine in this video, so stay tuned for that. But all of these parts are going to get set aside until we get to building the engine. And in the meantime, we have 2 boxes here for a drop-in kit. Now the reason why I really like the drop-ins from Radium is because it acts as a surge tank, which means there's a lifter pump and then your primary pumps. Both the pumps are going to be supplying fuel to the primary pumps to eliminate fuel slosh. And we can also increase our fuel delivery as much as we'd like, and you can add 2 or 3 pumps to the setup. I want to give a massive shout out and thank you to Radium. We literally use them in every single one of our cars at this point. And it's one of those products that just work and they fit and they're turnkey and they have never failed us. So Calvin's going to start putting together the new fuel sending unit while I'm working on the Corvette removing the stock gas tank. I have to remove the whole entire gas tank because the sending unit is by removing the whole entire tank. And I've been warned before that C6s are awesome, but they're a nightmare to work on. And let me confirm with you, they 100% are. Build a C6, they said. Upgrade the fuel pumps, they said. Only way to upgrade fuel pumps in a C6 is to drop the fuel tank. We forgot to drain the fuel before starting this car.
And it's so full. Like, why did you have so much gas in this car?
Bro, I don't know. I mean, never even drive it.
So many guys. Okay, alright. Just get it out.
I gotta figure out.
Just get it out. Put down the hammer and the screwdriver. TJ, put down the hammer and the there it is. Oh my goodness.
It's quite tight.
That's what your mom said.
Well, your mom's a nice lady.
Oh my okay. High ground? Is that where we're going? TJ, high ground. I'm going
You're taking a low ground. See the difference?
Let me try. Take the camera. It's hitting.
I literally just
Why loosened it up?
I don't think. Why is it so tight? So I have to unscrew the And now with the new radium fuel sending unit assembled, Calvin is easily able to slip it back in because it's much slender than the original setup. And just as we were finishing this up, we had a little issue in the shop and someone had to call 911. No warning, the LS doctor is here. And the issue was that we had an LS engine that was stock. And the only person that I knew I could call to help this was the LS doctor. What do we got? What do we got? I don't know, I'm thinking about keeping it stock.
No, you need a second opinion for sure. We need to check this baby and make sure it's gonna be ready for you for next year.
Are you sure? I think it's gonna be okay.
I don't think so, but let's check it. Stock. Are you sure, okay? Are you feeling good?
I think I'm okay, but I'm a little undecided on this.
You stock. No.
I called in my friend Margaritas. He is an amazing engine builder, and I've been waiting to do an engine with him, and we finally have the opportunity. So let's show you guys.
What's up, my boy? Yeah, glad you read your message. What's up, son? You already asked? Yeah, I already accepted it. You can download it. Yeah, you can download it. Go ahead. I already approved it. You're good to go, buddy. Just plug your tablet in before it dies. All right, awesome. How you doing? You good? Did you eat some breakfast? Did you eat some lunch? All right. Okay, that's what's up. Everything's okay? Alright, tell Damien's dad, I said, what's up, man? How you been? And have fun, alright? Alright, I love you. Brave and strong? You become? Focus goes? Alright, I love you. Hit me up later. I'm here. You gonna hang up or you gonna stay on the phone? Yep. Alright, love you, baby. Later. The blinker relay is defect. It's too fast. Yeah, depending on which trailer I have, it sometimes goes in and out of the speed cycle. I guess it depends on the electric rating, the the signal that's coming through from the trailer, if it's less restricted or more restricted. Seems to be less restricted on this one. But it works just fine, as long as that sucker blinks. And it doesn't stay silent.
For engines, it's gonna be the endless doctor heads, and they don't know about that. But I special design for him the heads, and
let's go!
Right now he's looking. So let's see.
Only 9 hours left.
I have another surprise. So baby, this is your heads, the new heads for the car. And I want to show something here. Okay, this is gonna be the side.
Whoa, that is sick. You got me. No, you came on Christmas, married me a little special upgrade. That is sick.
Bro,
These are your heads, right?
Yes, and I felt so proud to be on part of this thing. And, you know, I want to be one to one. So no logo, it's gonna be there.
That is so sweet. You know, I found a lot of similarities in life. Like Dylan being a gorilla and Anthony being a BMW hot boy, and debt is something we all have, and we all have little problems with our car that we all want to fix. And that's why PDS debt exists. You know, every week competition, you show up, we would always see, this is like before we knew him, we would see his E46 and we'd be like, oh dude, pissed. We were never stoked that you were there. And then over the years, I've gotten to know him, he's gotten to know me, he's become a really good friend, and I always love seeing him at the racetrack. And he always has this ambulance. This is what he brings to the pits. Like, he has a trailer on the back of this, and it was always like the weirdest thing. And as I've gotten to know him and know more about his business and what he does, I find it so fascinating, and I'm so stoked. And now you're at MD. You've left all of us small-time drifters. Now you're out in the big league.
Man, stop. You can be there. You choose to don't be there, and we all know that.
You're in the big leagues, dog. It's really fun watching you.
It's very nice because, you know, last year we ended up 26th, and this year we ended up 8th.
Yeah,
I know, dude.
And
if you jump in front of me and drive slow again, I'm gonna hit the wall.
You know, we escalate, and everything's gone very well. So, looking for the top 3 next year. Your boy maybe happen. You know,
right here, that's my momentum.
So for this engine build, after we talked with DJ and his team, we decided to go with something simple but very efficient. These engines, they make around 400 horsepower, and what I want for him is to don't worry about the engine. We're gonna check compression of the engine to make sure everything is okay and the engine is running good and healthy before we do any upgrades. We're gonna remove the heads, we're gonna remove the lifters, we're gonna put new L7 lifters, new camshaft, new gears. We're basically going to leave only the block, piston, rods, and the crank for the engine, and we're gonna change everything else. One of the most important things we need to change with this engine, because he's going to drive in a very high RPM, is this disassembly. The whole gear with a single screw and the tensioners, it's broken. Usually the piston is falling down and they're hitting around. So we're gonna go on the old style with the 3 bolts cam, and we're gonna of course change all of them, all the gears, even if they are still good. I just worry if he's going on 7,500 RPM, this one is gonna broke. So I don't want that to happen. So we're gonna change all of that, and we're gonna go with extra strong and still LS3, but the old style, because we find out through the years that's way more stronger than this. We're gonna put new bearings, new lifters, new gaskets, new LS Doctor heads, 5-state camshaft, so he can get this extra juice and don't worry about the engine. And I'm pretty excited because the Corvettes are very good cars, so he had done a very good choice on that, and we're targeting to go in about 500 horsepower on this engine. So hopefully he's gonna get this 150 horsepower to the wheels more, which I know sounds a lot, but it's not actually a lot of stuff. And he was not cheap at all. He's like, tell me what you want, tell me what you need, buy everything, and let's do it.
If any of you guys are looking to have any sort of an LS engine build, I highly encourage you guys to reach out to Margaritas. His information is on the screen, so you guys know where to find him. But I want to answer some questions you guys might be having as to why I'm going with this type of certain setup. There might be questions as to Why am I not building the engine larger? Why am I not throwing on a supercharger or going twin turbo? And the answer is this. Based on the type of driving this car is going to be seeing, that 500 to 550 horsepower range is what I consider to be the sweet spot. Any less power, it's going to lose its competitiveness, and if we add another 100, 200 horsepower, we're really just going to be blowing the tires off for what tire class this car is going to be competing in. It will see a 265, 300 jumper tire nearly every single race, with the occasional 215 tire class. With that 500 sweet spot, it's going to be able to keep up with anything at 700 horsepower or anything as slow as 300 horsepower. That pretty much eliminates why I didn't want to do any sort of forced induction, but I'm really giving this my effort to try what a high horsepower NA setup is like. You always see guys who swear by this formula that nothing ever breaks, and if it does, any parts you might need are at your local auto parts store.
When we installed the lifters, I dipped them on 0-20, some thin, full synthetic oil. The Volvo line is a very good choice for that. I dipped them and I leave them inside the whole night. So we have done that, and now I know all the lifters, they are full and all the air is out. Thank you Volvo line for that. Yeah, 0-20, it's an oil we're not gonna use on this engine because we're gonna use the race oil. What we're gonna do now, we dip them all night, all the lifters, so now we know there is no air between the lifters. Now we know the first stop, they're gonna get noises.
I've never had a setup like this. I've either been a VQ NA boy or it's been a JZ with a turbo. So this is my real attempt at gathering the best NA setup I could to give it a shot. And to be honest, I think I'm really gonna like it. Wait until we start this car up later in the video and you'll see my reaction. It's 100% worth it. Here she is. In just 2 short days, our new engine is assembled. You killed it. You killed it.
I mean, I have a nice place over here. You guys give me a good corner. I have desperations here. So I need to perform, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know where we are at the point of this video. We still have a lot more work to do, but stay to the end of this video and we're going to be driving it and listening to it and tuning it. So it's trust me, the exhaust setup with the cam setup is going to be it's going to be probably one of the rowdiest engines on this channel, apart from maybe the 23.
Pretty much, it's a simple build with everything new and everything way more aggressive for what we can get from the street.
So I want to give Margaritas a big shout out for coming here and putting this together, but I also want to put him on game. He's an amazing LS engine builder, and he lives in Southern California, but can build engines from anywhere. You can just send him parts, send him your engine, you can send it all back. And he just started his own company. He's been building engines for a very, very long time, but now he's independent, he's on his own. So where can people find you if they want an engine built by the LS Doctor?
Well, LS Doctor is the new Instagram channel. The Greek Doctor is the YouTube channel, which I give some tips for everybody to see the FD inside Formula Drift. If you guys don't know what that Formula Drift prospect, DGT Margaritas is my main account on Instagram.
I want to link it all down below, and it's all on screen.
Oh, this is Western Star.
Actually, like I told you guys, I've been
like
driving
Pete's too, with cat
for
engines.
years, and I'm stoked that we finally got to do something together. I'm very thankful
I used to
that
have a Kenworth,
we got to work with him
an
on this engine and have him do everything in-house, so nothing was missed, so we
But
could
I went
really
with this
document
Western Star
everything, and it would not have been possible
Freightliner parts are
without you.
plentiful, and I like the Western Star trim.
Always inspired, and we know that before I moved to the US, I was
Besides,
watching videos.
they make a mean-ass moose bumper.
Yeah.
It was very nice, like it was a new thing.
Yeah.
And the American boys, you know.
Yeah.
So I was always, hoping one day I'm gonna meet you, in person.
And the ground clearance is really good. You need to hit a tire and never fuck up your fenders. Because they're high as hell off the ground.
I know you.
Not that I'm hitting anything, but shit happens.
Like, I'm always talking to drive with you, and I need to take my drive back because I lose a lot of time.
I always love driving with you. Dude, we get your ask Dylan anytime we're at a comp and we look at the lineup and you're on our bracket or we're lined up with you, we're like,
I'm the same way. I'm the same way. You're talented. You're aggressive, and your car's fast.
Yeah.
So all of it's a combo, dude. Yeah. His position behind me. Without the motor. Also, this is like.
One thing is like, when he's gonna do, he's gonna transition.
I remember I had a Volvo, clutch went out. No, the shifter broke. And all I had was, it was stuck in first gear. So I had to use the clutch and pop the truck anytime I wanted to move it before they came to tow it to repair it.
The chase, I can't have a good chase now.
Yeah, the International,
and same goes.
I broke down and
now with the engine complete,
the drive shaft came out
headers, but stay tuned, I'll talk about that in a little bit.
in Memphis, 2 blocks away from my delivery. And sat at the fucking, sat at the shop for a week and a half. Luckily, they gave me a loaner truck to go and they had a shop day cab, and they let me go do my delivery. And I brought that shit back to them and sat there for a week while they found the drive shaft for me. I never got an International after that. Fuck that. Pair of horns on the bull catcher, that shit'd be dope. I was thinking of that next time I went through where the fuck do I go? Amarillo, Texas. So I can get a set of big ass steer horns and put on the bull catcher. That would be fly as hell. Volvos are good trucks. I just I don't like the layout. I don't like the layout. Like, they try to put the TV stand so the top bunk and the bottom bunk can see the TV, but it really just gets in the way of trying to grab anything. You'd have to move the TV out the way if you want to grab anything from inside the cabinets. The layout's narrow too. Like, if I just have my son with me, it's okay. But if I had like a female in there, not enough space in that whole bunk.
This car is going to be a drift. So having a little bit of grip is extremely important. In my years of drifting, I have been through all different types of brands. The one that I have found that I love the most with reliability and
straighten this shit up, lady. What you doing?
And right now we're on
that little last Supra, you better get that shit in line.
It's going to allow us to get way more side-by-side. Really allow us to use chassis versus tire. Now, because we're changing so much on the car, the setup isn't that easy to put together. So Dylan's going to have to take the original knuckle of the car, chop it in half, modify it to fit our dual caliper setup, as well as fit in the bushings to my staff. Once you put in that work, the results are tenfold. The club is finally put together. Look at that. Dual caliper.
Nah, not a drunk driver, just a lazy one. In the Subaru.
On this bracket, press it in the new bushing, run off.
She wasn't paying attention.
And just look at the result. Nothing does it more for me than seeing a brand new wide staff setup, the bright blue arms. It's a work of art, and I can't wait to see it on the racetrack.
Western Star is good. I never drove a Mack, and I'm from Pennsylvania. Like, I grew up probably like 10 minutes from the Mack truck plant. And I always liked the way the Mack trucks look. Bulldog on the front. And I never got to drive a Mac. I heard they're nice though. They do look tough, right? Should look us.
When it was the right time for my wife and I to launch our single business ventures to create our LLC.
Yeah, not a drunk driver, just a lady. Some ladies can drive, yo, but they're far and few in between.
Now with the whole entire
Are you from Jersey? You know what's up.
All the lights fab on, our power steering rack back on, the modified FDF parts back on, the engine assembled, all the hard work is done. Now we have to do the last hurdle and put the drivetrain back in the car. It's still so weird that we're doing this. So here's our plan. We only have one of these push car dollies, and we really need two of them. The second one doesn't show up for another day, and we're done waiting. So we're gonna line up the rear part of the drivetrain with the torque tube and the diff and the rear subframe assembly up to the car. When
Jersey, I know you deal with that shit every day.
Then
Yeah.
these rolling pallets that we have, we're gonna transfer the whole front subframe onto the rolling pallets. And if our math is correct,
I used to do flatbed and have to drive through Jersey. Man, I used to bully the hell out of people because they didn't. You couldn't get shit done if you did, which is sad to say.
And I don't really know how it's going to work yet, but Dylan and Mark's going to be pretty confident at this point on following their lead. See how it works? Yeah, I thought you were just going to be at the end.
That's good advice. That's very sound advice. You know, don't be out here drinking and driving. Oh man, somebody hit a skunk. Ugh. Oh, that's rough. That's a fresh one too. Pulling out some of this window. There's some air right there. That bladder's been recently popped. Lackawanna County.
What's worst case scenario?
The flips. That's worst case scenario. Shears the studs and it stays on the ground. Yeah! Hard again. How long? It's actually an assembly for 20 minutes.
It's like the Interstellar plant.
The water plant is like 7 years. 1 hour on Earth. Now with the drivetrain in the car and mostly in the bay, all dialed up. We're gonna move on to the interior. And honestly, this car is shaping up cooler than I thought it would be. Not that I wasn't excited on the car, but like we've done this a few times now. We both have done this. And it's looking way too serious of a car than what I intended. Super simple build. Not by simple, but we're gonna move on to the interior now. So with the hydro mounted and the shifter through the actual center, we're going to be able to put in the seat brackets, put in our new seats, and then start test fitting the center console. Because it's a drift car, we're trying to save as much weight as possible, and we're trying to...
Jersey, you got the highest taxes in the United States. Depending on what part of Jersey you in.
Very similar to our Asian build that we guys did.
Residential taxes, I mean.
Try to keep as much, but as minimal as possible, if that makes sense. But we have two new seats. We have we have the circuit, this is the driver's seat with the halos. You have to run the halos in most of the drift competitions in California that are like pro and style or Airlines and state car regulation. So this has the halos that will pass tech and then only this. That it can't go any further. Yes. But even though you're wearing the Hans and I don't know, we need to it's all FD regulations. And our passenger seat is the QRT-R, which is no halo, a little bit more comfortable. It's going to make for a great passenger seat. So we have these really fancy seat rails from FDF. That is the most complicated seat rail I've ever seen, but they keep you really low and are actually quite easy to work on. But instead of complicated, they look complicated, but they're super dope. So this I have to shout out.
This car is not, like, you know, saying it's not. It is not.
Yeah, upstate New York is real beautiful.
If I haven't said it in this video, just C6.
Rochester, Syracuse, Ithaca. It's nice in that area, man. Albany.
You have Selena, and you also have the idaho, which I told you guys a few times before. Trip HQ is building our.
Just make sure you got some snow tires for the winter time.
Or JZ, big car, which is more like the FT level car. But I wanted to have a car that was stock drivetrain, and what I mean by that is.
Oh yeah, got a little bit of winter road salt on the outside here. Let me help you out a little quick.
So reliable.
How's that? That a little better for you?
I'm about to make big.
There you go, fresh and clean. There you go.
Build a void for more grassroots style rather than the big pro-am cons, the big rear live stream. You need like 700, 800 horsepower with a quick change and a dog box. This will make a great practice car because in theory, not a lot to go wrong. Bring a bunch of tires, change them out all day, and that should hopefully be the only thing you should need to do on the car. Considering the chassis, there's not a lot of other people who have proven the C6 car.
I used to pick up at General Mills up in Buffalo. I got stuck up there for like 3 days. Fucking snow drift blocked the whole road. Yo, the snow up there gets crazy. And yeah, that's some depressing places, man. But I don't know about living anywhere where the snow's higher than your car. If you forgot where you parked, you ain't gonna find your shit till spring. Detroit and Cleveland, I ain't. I guess everywhere is alright if you're alright. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you good, no matter where you live, you be alright.
Tony, you want to grab some? Hey, Dylan, while you get there.
Yeah, the camera lens is cleaner than the windshield, so.
Waiting on for this car. Brand new.
What are you saying? It's still dirty? It's not clean enough for you? You need the spit shine?
Collaboration. Sake bomb. This is not a.
That's probably as good as it's going to get.
So it's some of Poland's components with the bodies from Sake bomb. But you can order them from Sake bomb, so be sure to do that one down below. They've been making beautiful coilovers from us that Poland's doesn't make. Kind of like use some of the stuff from Sake bomb and use parts from Poland's to make a certain set. But Poland on Corvette, who would have thought? So these came in super hyped. The cars has kind of been sitting with no suspension. You guys have noticed that. And another big piece that we just got in is a huge order from Chase Bay. Now, huge Chase. Shocker, the owner of Chase Bay is Chase. We have brand new lines for all of our brakes.
That's a stretch.
Everything for the engine.
I think they're all about par in certain
oil
places.
cooler lines, power steering lines, any fluid transportation. Any fluid transportation line is well besides radios. But like, I mean, check this out. We have, I don't even know what all this stuff is quite yet. This is a huge order that we've been waiting on. And we got oil coolers, power steering wheel, reservoirs, inline fill cap for the radiator so we can move it and we don't have to have the super gross reservoir. Brake lines, hydro lines, and you should also know, because the hydro can be ordered lines. It's not a hydro kit. If it doesn't come with lines, that's just a hydro. So mildly frustrating, but Chase Bay's hooked us up. And my favorite, delay valve. A delay valve in the class. Chase Bay sells this for almost every chassis, and it's a touch line with a delay valve. If you have a car that's a manual, you drift it, just get this right here. Oh, and whoa, more fitting! High pressure fitting for the steering rack that nobody sells, but Chase Bay's going to put that in their kit. They're developing C6 right now, so we kind of got first in the game on this. Huge. Once we get these things on,
nobody deserves the Super Bowl.
Enroll under its
unless you earn it.
We're almost.
Or do you mean host the Super Bowl? Be a host city?
Our video. We're almost there. Hang tight.
You can't host the Super Bowl in Buffalo.
Might be like,
should it be snowed in?
No guitar.
The wrong time of year.
It was a piano? No, it's a saxophone.
No, it's a
Even though that would be a good Super Bowl, yo. Super Bowl in the snow.
Oh, it's actually.
The last time there was one of those.
Calvin.
There it is.
No, it's a door card. Why are we using door cards? Well, remember, when we have the roll cage, the inside of the door doesn't fit with the interior anymore. So rather than just having a naked door card or a naked inside of a small speaker, and put in all of the control panels still, so you can still open the door on the window, all that stuff. Is this the right side? I think so. It might be. Sick. So now, this will close with the cage, and you can still put all of the little door functions back on there. And it's one thing I started to add to some of the cars, and you don't think it's really that necessary until you add it, and you're like, well, I'll do this sooner. So we could have powder coated it. They offer that from the website, but due to time, we're like, to send it to us
stop
raw.
in Pennsylvania tonight.
And we'll straight it ourselves. Give it to us raw. Dylan, we're so direct.
That makes you not.
I'm scared.
Anything.
That was the thing to be concerned about.
Oh, there it is. Oh, you're gonna get what? Nothing. It's a deep smile. I like it.
Finally getting
Need a morale lift, huh?
up this car and all the
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Make me feel a certain type of way. I have to say, it's definitely one of my favorite aspects of this car because this setup is absolutely awesome. Speaking of my favorite, it's time for us to move on to another one of my favorite pieces on this car. Time to finish the rest of the headers and exhaust. Concept 841. At this point in the video, you haven't seen why we're so excited on this stuff, but just wait a little bit longer and you'll see this thing start up and it will all make sense. I've never done headers like this where it's like you attach the nut pipes to pipes. You know what I'm saying? Oh, the slip-ons? Yeah, I've never needed a car that does this. Oh, I did that sound. Nobody will see that on the internet. Wow, that was really nice. It's split job. There, oh yeah, there it is. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Looks like a drive shaft.
It does. It does look like a drive shaft. This last pipe. Oh. There it is. So you go from 8 to 4 to 1. Concept 841. We're utilizing Concept 841 headers and mid-pipe, let's call it. I don't know how LS community calls it, but we're using everything up to the cat, which then we had Magnum.
Hey, y'all appreciate it.
Make us something. You can order everything from Concept 841, but we wanted to get Magnum Flow to make us our tips and our mufflers, because we actually are going to run a slight muffler set on these cars, because listen, I'm all about loud cars, okay? But something about a straight pipe LS with no mufflers, no resonators. I've heard so on, so we wanted to put. We're gonna have 2 matching little mufflers, and it's still gonna be plenty loud. It's gonna be awesome. Cool quad tips. Very cool. Okay. Get on? Yeah. The wrists are breaking. Ow! Or like not even one Dylan. Dylan did it by himself. So channel leverage that.
As a member of Navy Federal Credit Union, Rob feels financially at ease, which means he can worry about other things like, what if the fish is really big? Become a member to
leverage that. A body kit from 945 Garage. I will be honest, we did get another body kit before this. I hated it. It looked ridiculous. So I got ourselves a new kit. This is 945. It's actually very nice. It's just flared rear. The front has a little bit more detail on it. It's more like a Grand Sport ZR1, Z06 front fender with pulled out front flares. All we gotta do to get this stuff fitted is drill out some of the holes, which I've already gotten after. But I've already drilled out both the rear fenders, so let's go ahead and test fit these on. I want to give a little shout out to 945 because we needed a body kit ASAP, and I reached out to them and they had a set that was ready to rip. But he did say, hey, these are the old molds, so you might need a little bit of trimming and stuff, which is totally fine. I appreciate him giving me a heads up on, but he was like, you're gonna need to like trim some stuff, but honestly, it looks great. So I'm super stoked on this. I'm gonna link them down below. It's on screen. They're actually really big in the truck world. So super hyped to run this. It's gonna give our car a really good, aggressive look. It still doesn't look like it yet. But little flamey how Dylan loves flames. Did you find the car already? Yeah, roll up the research better than that. So really, that was important. Well, I got to go up.
Turned up the one, mate. Did you find the hardware here? Wait, Bob, Jolly Maine, did you find?
I've already started some of my sanding. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wet sand with 1000 grit, then I'm going to wet sand with 1000 grit, and then all we're going to do is wipe down the headlight with the seal pipe, just overpass it a couple times, and we're going to let it dry, and it's going to look amazing. And I've already done one of them. This is what it'll look like done. Now this is still going to dry over the course of 24 to 72 hours, and I can't stress this part enough. You guys have headlights that are looking disgusting and you want to save them, buy that headlight restoration kit, and I promise you, they'll thank you later. Very easy to do, really hard to mess up, and you get really good looking headlights. Now that we've done this, let me give you guys a current update on what the car currently looks like. Everything drivetrain on the car is now finished. We have everything on the suspension wise also finished. Wise valve up front, custom spring rate, Ohlins, coilovers. We're going to be running the stock bar. Still need to do an alignment, so it looks a little bit crazy right now. We have the whole entire brake line system completed. We did new brake lines on all four corners. We also did an ABS delete. We did a brake bias. We added a lot of new stuff to the brake system itself. We also added the whole entire hydro line system and the new fuel caliper brake in the back, which again added a new line system. Everything is routed, everything is bled, everything is done. One thing I did want to mention to you guys is adding the diff brakes in the back, which you can see right here. Apparently these cars when drifting sometimes like to explode the diff, so this brakes kind of helps minimize the stress on that. So that's a really cool way to look at that. And exhaust system routed and done. Fuel system is also done. That's inside the gas tank, as you guys already saw. Rear bumper. This view is great. Yeah. I mean, this car is, you know, it's really like the A90 Supra we did, but this car was supposed to be, to put this in perspective, if I haven't said this yet, this car is meant to replace my stock 370Z. If you guys remember, I had the stock VQ with nitrous, with angle kit and the hydro. That was our, what we call our practice car. Was a very reliable setup that could just burn tires all day long. And the 370Z, let's call it 10 years ago, it's kind of like the cheat code. Everyone had a 350, 370 kept stock. You could, drive all the time. Now, C6 is getting very, very popular to where you can take that same mentality of the 370 and just put it to the Corvette. That's essentially what we did. We wanted to have a stock drivetrain car, meaning stock transmission, stock engine. We built ours, but same, and stock diff, and upgrade everything else around it because they are so reliable and will make tons of power, which you guys will see later in this video. So this is going to be replacing our 370Z and is going to be a great practice car, and there's a couple different competition series that require like 215 tire classes that we can drive this car on. Calvin right now is finishing up all of the line routing. There is a block of lines. We have a bunch of Chase Bay's products. We have Chase Bay oil coolers left and right. These aren't out yet. These are kind of prototypes, which is super awesome that he sent it to us. So we're actually giving him some information about line measurements and stuff. We also have the new power steering cooler from Chase Bay's as well. And lastly, the engine bay is almost done. As you can see, nearly everything is on the car. All of our lines, all of our fueling components. We're missing our radiator still, but we have it. The last thing that we need to do is connect our new power steering pump to the rack. And when we added this new accessory brace to move the alternator over to fit our new pump, change some of the line dimensions a little bit. So we're going to get a new line made today so we can connect the pump to the actual power steering rack. Once that goes in, the radiator is like a few pieces of hardware, and then it's just connecting our hoses, and it's pretty much done. While we're waiting for the new power steering line to come in, we want to start this car. We're supposed to dyno this car in 48 hours, and it looks very far from now. We're very close. So to do that, we're going to oil this car. We're going to be using Valvoline VR1 2050. Of course, nothing but the best. It's a big moment. Hole at the bottom. We don't see a leak somewhere. It's been such a long build that like no leaks. That is true. Out of all the builds, we've never had anything leak when we built one, other than when we put a whole block. Yeah, then you go leak quite a bit. Oh, it'd be so sad. And while Dylan's filling up the rest of the car, Dylan sourced some OG little taillights. We had some like crappy OLED taillights. Yeah, where are they? I think they're in the trash. It would have hated us so much. It was just bad. And I don't know, some of like 06, 07 bright red halogen taillights. Cool. So we're gonna be throwing these in today. And it's actually super easy. I love how simple America made this. So literally, it's 2 tabs, slip in the bottom bumper, and it slips in like this. Put a screw through it. Wow. It's so simple. It's the best. It's so great. Make sure the car is running and that we get fuel pressure and we get good oil pressure. So to do that, we need some fuel in the car. For this setup, we're actually going to do just E85. Typically, we usually do like a flex fuel content sensor, but we're actually using the stock ECU with this car rather than doing an outside just because it's a little bit easier for this certain application. So we didn't add a function sensor. It's going to be straight E85. So we're going to get some Sunoco E85R, put some fuel in it, key it on, try to listen for our fuel pumps, hope all the wiring we did months ago was correct and everything's spun correctly, and attempt to start it. We're going to supply power to the car with the battery, and I don't know the sequence of Corvette, because I bet you doesn't know it up his head either, but we want to get this car to key onto accessory mode to hopefully hear the fuel pump. That's our first step. Once we hear that, check for any leaks. If we don't see any, we might just try and start. We don't have the radiator on, we have no coolant in the car, all we have is oil. So the idea is just to make sure it turns on and runs. And I was actually talking to Dylan about this, given the fact that it's still on a factory ECU, and it's still all of the factory wiring harness and all factory plugs. With the ethanol in it, and with the injector size, Dylan's going to adjust the fuel pressure regulator to be around 58 PSI. It should be enough to have the car just run. Now, it's not going to run great. It should be able to adjust enough for the car to run. That's all we're checking for right now. Once we know that it runs, we'll put all the cooling components back on the car and get ready for that. Okay, do it again.
It works. It works.
Again. But that just ran the wrong too. That sounds rowdy. Where did you see this from? Oh, I'm in the studio of this. So I'm just gonna like get on the real quick. I can't speak that. You know what? Wait, twice now. This is great. It's only small things like putting out pieces. But not that one. No two sensors and a fresh motor and everything done quite a bit ago.
Is it a bit of smoke out over there yet?
A bunch of this all over the exhaust. Now the next step we're going to take is hot wiring the ABS and traction control through the ABS harness. That is going to allow this car to just have ABS and traction control never turn on ever again, which is exactly what we want. We're going to put some ATF baffling in the car, that's for our power steering. And then we're going to go ahead and install our PWR radiator, attach this for our coolant hoses, and we should be able to actually turn this car, let it run, bleed the power steering. One thing we haven't done yet is an alignment. We still need to do our alignment. And now that the engine is running, we can finally start reassembling the rest of the engine bay, which is really just the radiator system. The radiator, I went with a PWR radiator. And I'm the biggest advocate for PWR because my prior use was in my 350Z drift car. I was constantly fighting overheating issues with that car. It's something I just learned to live with. I thought it was just how the car lived. Then I upgraded to a PWR radiator, and I instantly saw a dramatic drop in all of our temperatures. The car was stout, it never overheated. Now it struggles even to get warm. Since that day, I told myself I would never run anything other than PWR if I had the option. They are my favorite radiators, and I have taken a vow. So with this new PWR radiator installed on the car, we can put our hoses back in and finally button up this engine. And moving on to the alignment, I have my boy Tanner come down. Tanner does mobile alignment. His Instagram is OC Mobile Alignment, and I love working with him because we don't have to trailer our car anywhere. He's a professional at what he does, and he usually does all of our alignments. And for specs, I actually reached out to Matt Field and Tanner Munson, two guys who are really familiar with the C6 chassis, and I got some baseline numbers from them, but it's all subject to change once we actually test this car, but at least we have a really good starting point that we're confident with. Cooling systems in the car, starting to look like a car. And in the middle of this alignment, got the wheels on, setting everything, getting it dialed, but dyno is in less than 24 hours. So before we do that, we're going to run the car and check our temperature levels. One thing we need to be very aware of is what our oil pressure is. So we're going to run it and ideally try to clean the whole system today so we don't need to do it tomorrow. And just overwatch our temperature and make sure nothing gets too hot. See if the fans kick on. And again, keep an eye on our oil pressure. Then when you're ready, start it, then you can check right.
What was the temp again? 45.
What we want to see is oil pressure when the car's warm around 45. It's going to be cold, obviously, we started, so it's going to be around maybe 60,
want to either.
The alignment is done. We're gonna get this thing ready to go in the trailer. So it's the first time the car is ever gonna drive under its own power since rebuilt.
It's a big moment.
It is a big moment.
Let's hope the clutch was installed correctly.
I hope it looks like a ball of bolts.
Oh.
So today's realistic goal is to reach around 5 horsepower. That's what I think we can get out of it. I think there's a possibility we could even get a little bit more out of it. But at the end of the day, if we can leave with this car running and no issues, that is ultimately the goal. But the extra wish, the Santa's list that I have is 500. And a maneuver. Let's get started. After being on the dyno for a few minutes, starting quickly realized that our alternator wasn't charging. And after wasting about 10 minutes or so trying to find the problem, I decided to make the executive call, go down to the nearest parts store and buy a brand new alternator and a battery. That, my friend, is what makes the Corvette cool. Alternator's bad, no worries. Don't need to special orders or an RB26 alternator. Go down to a route and get a brand new one. The new alternator would just give us a little bit of insurance to let us know if our old one was or wasn't working. But just in case that didn't fix our problem, I picked up a brand new battery as well. So if we don't have any alternator working, we can at least finish our dyno session with a brand new battery and fix it later. So with that being said and the new components on the car, we started to run the vet for some dyno tests. At the end of the day, we finished off with 490 horsepower. But we talked about adding a few more things like an intake manifold, a new throttle body, and a new intake, and it should help us gain an easy another 230 horsepower. But this is right where we want it to be. An LS3 NA will pretty much make about 500 horsepower, and that's a lot out of this engine. It's very reliable. So this is right where we wanted our car to be at. So we're leaving the dyno super happy, and the car's running very healthy. And after a successful day at the dyno with a couple band-aids to get the job done, our vet is ready. With a few minor fixes at the shop, we're going to be getting ready to head to the racetrack, but it wouldn't be a proper dyno day if the car didn't do a little bit of squirting. today to help with that. He's really good with wiring. Other than that, it's a bunch of small issues. Some small coolant leaks. We had one of our little vacuum caps burst on our overflow. Our radiator's leaked just a little bit. Got to tighten it up. A bunch of minor stuff. And we're planning to test this car in 4 days at Rancho Motor Speedway. So now we have a time crunch. I already rented out the track, already paid for the track. We need to get this car ready. Beyond a few minor things we have to fix, it's time to make this car look good. To make it look good, we need a bunch of wrap. So I reached out to the boys over at 3M and I sent out a brand new color of their 2080 series. And that color is satin black. Now let me explain to you why it's satin black. Some of you guys might be like, oh, it's so basic. How am I talking crap? Because I'm not doing some wild color because he always looks to give me drama. Because of it. I like it. You like it? I actually like it. You actually always like to take any opportunity to dump on. I like it. Until you like it. Okay, let me explain. I don't know what I'm going to do for a livery of this car. This car is going to be our competition car. It's supposed to be our practice car. It's supposed to be our demo car. It's supposed to be our, low maintenance race car. We have pro cars that are all livery up, and we have a bunch of partners to help pay for those cars to make them go around. But this one, we just kind of built all out of pocket to help some, few of our partners, which is awesome. I don't know what I really want to do for color. And what I do know is that a wide body, big cam V8 Corvette is a very menacing looking car. And what's more menacing than satin black? Not many other colors. So I went with 3M 280 satin black, which I think is gonna look good, but I'll probably add something eventually. We're gonna be doing matte black, satin black as the base, and I'm sure we'll throw on a few sponsors and maybe some sort of a livery at a later date. I don't know what that will be yet, but our base color that we're gonna do is gonna be satin black, and I think it's gonna look super sick. So of course I have CJ Ghost Fest coming down. I'm doing a little install today, and I had to tell him, CJ, remember this isn't a show car, it's a car. It's a race car, which means perfection isn't our goal. Our goal is time. And CJ hates when I say that, but just like when we did the A90 Supra, these cars get thrashed so much and they get destroyed so easily and beat up that spending a bunch of time wrapping all around every edge and tucking all this material is awesome for street cars, but for this purpose, what I'd rather want is just cover all the areas and you can just cut at the seams and fold them down. It doesn't need to be perfect because odds are in a month or two we're going to be replacing fenders with new fenders and rewrapping them, and it just gets inefficient at that point. So if any of you guys are looking for any sort of wrap or PPF or anything of that realm, hit up my boy CJ from those wraps, local San Diego, and he'll come to your house and do a full entire install free of charge on me. That's a joke. He won't do that. But if you need any help with anything, hit him up. He's done every single car in the shop. We'll accept it. Okay, that was way before I knew CJ. But if I did have that car and CJ was here, he would have done it.
I'm excited.
It's gonna be cool.
And I'm gonna throw some pink on it, but we don't know. So. Stay tuned.
So while CJ is getting started with the roof, I'm going to go ahead and jump to the fenders because the fenders are fiberglass and they need just a little bit of work. So I'm going to hit both fenders with a little bit of sandpaper so we can get some even surface when we lay down the wrap so it looks cohesive and smooth through and through. And once I finish with that, I let CJ to finish off the rest of the car.
My experience with TurboTax full service was beyond what I thought it would be.
From start to finish, the process was seamless and constructive.
out, but it looks killer.
Damn. I was literally about to say, like, damn, that's big cow.
Yeah, it's aggressive, huh? Eventually, I'm sure we'll throw some sort of liver. That's what I will probably put something on there. But I'm stoked. It looks really good. Oh man, we have 24 hours now before we're going to be on track at Golden Show Speedway to test it. Thought we were going to build this whole entire car and not test it in this video? Of course not. So, the rest of today, what we have to do is reassemble the front hubs, put our brakes back on, do a quick bleed over everything again, and load the trailer. Burnouts. Burnouts. Should test to see if those burnouts. Gotta make sure it's a smart thing to do is test it. Have to make sure that there's enough horsepower. I don't know if it will, dude. So when we were on the dyno last with Darden, we were having that problem where the car wasn't recharging, the alternator wasn't working. Well, I'm going to save you guys all the explanation because we found what the problem was. And it was the fact that we're running this accessory bracket that's powder coated. Because it's powder coated, the alternator wasn't. Oh god. Oh god. So what we did is we pretty much just like shaved off the powder block, and it worked perfectly. Additionally, when we were dynoing, we also didn't realize that we didn't have the master vacuum hooked up, which is why our brakes were a little bit spongy, but there was a massive vacuum leak, which was this hose right here. So now that we've reconnected that to the back of the block, now it's the vacuum leak, so we're already doing a little house call today, and he's going to fix that for us. It's essentially just adjusting with the idle control, and it should be working. Do you always do house calls, people?
It's actually the first house call. But the main thing is, before I was trying to increase the airflow cables, and then once we got it running, once I scaled the injectors, then I had to lower the airflow cables. So now I gotta go back and get more airflow back in. Because that big cam and cam, these things don't make vacuum anyways. With a big cam, so it's kind of hard to get them out. Now, sticks and shit on the aisle.
Yeah, it started at that.
So I gotta hook up the power line and get the fire.
Thank you, Darden. We appreciate you. And we're supposed to be on the track in 24 hours at this point. So, still a few more things to finish up, but we're making progress. Alright, good news. We were on the dyno. We noticed how restricted the stock intake was. Originally, we didn't have our new intake on. So when we did the dyno, we actually just took the stock filter out of here. So we're running no filter, which we obviously don't want to do. But our new intake is by the name of K&N. They sent me a cool hat. Oh, that looks sick. Yeah, it beats this little restriction box, and will breathe way better. So, hey, those lights. Install this. Look like that. So, yeah, thank you, K&N. Yeah, I got it. temperature, fires up, application, and our work here should be done. This is dark. Alright, this is our 3-inch cowl hood. This is from RK Sport. They actually sent it to us, so that was awesome. Which, right now, we don't really need the 3-inch cowl, but we're going to be putting a new intake manifold on, which is going to need the extra room, so pretty cool that we have. Oh, that's a cool thing. I did that. When did that come in? What you count, Dylan, is your hand have oil on it, though? And with the last bit of body adjustments, panel gapping, and the hood going on, the Corvette is officially complete.
Thank God this is the last week of winter. Doesn't mean it's going to be warm, though. And it doesn't mean we won't get snow. But I had enough of the winter time. I like my winter time. I had enough of that shit. I need sunlight, sunshine, and warmth. With the pH, warmth.
Dylan and I just drove the car up and down the street. Everything seemed to work. Brakes work, hydro work. We're ready to go to taxi. Before we do that, we're going to do one little burnout just to mix in the car. It may seem simple, but a quick little burnout can let us know if anything is apparently wrong. And now with all of our simple checks out of the way and the car passed with flying colors, it's time for the real test. But for that, we need a racetrack. Alright boys, we're here at my favorite track, Orange Show Speedway. This is where 90% of the competitions that I drive are at. What a better place to rent out to test our car. Now enough building, enough waiting. Let's go test this damn Corvette and see what it's all about. We have the whole track to ourselves, and I invited out a few friends that I like to drift with. You guys have watched it for a while. I got Sean at Illingworth here. We literally learned to drift together. We used to have matching Z's, and now he's driving for the drift. So he's here, and I also have a fellow boys, Mason out here. Everyone's a ripper, but before we start driving, everybody, we need to go make sure the car drives and drifts, and I need to get used to the car. So let's go do some solo laps, let's go do some donuts, let's go build this car out, and see how she feels. First couple things I'm really going to try to do in this car is some simple donuts and figure eights, really to get an idea if the car will break up at all, if the car like slips or tread line, because sometimes these can throw some codes and throw check engine lights, and really just try to see how the car feels. I've never drifted a C6 chassis, so everything is new to me. So with Dylan in the one thing I was worried about was how short the tail was, how numb the car was.
You seem like you didn't have an issue with it.
No, I mean, once you're in, you kind of just know. I love this car. This is such a monumental upgrade compared to the 370Z stock car. Because after this was made, I can't believe I was competing against these builds. We saw everything. That's crazy. Yeah, 10 out of 10. There's a couple things we need to fix. We're burning some plug wires, which luckily we're going to borrow some ceramic plugs that were like super extended and aren't melting because our headers are so tight. We're just going to keep frying everything. Apart from that, cars that seem to be it's been great. Is lifted.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
big boy cars and empty cars. I'm really excited to see how this will go. And what we'll probably be filming the drop them under a drive check this car and separate it like a Hot Wheels, but working on them is a nightmare. Everything has to come apart to get to something in this car. I don't know if it's like that for the C6s, but it's tough. Dylan, Calvin, do you have anything that you want to say? On that?
I want to say it's so much fun taking part in the entire car. Like, I always enjoy when they have to strip everything. Like the 911, the green one, when I had to strip that, and then also our BRCs, whenever we had to strip those, I love taking this car apart. It's insane to see that car too, but like it's cool to see that.
When we did the fuel tank like 4 months ago, I was so scared that the water would screw up when we tried to start it. And we had to use the borescope to find out what plug that was left. That was sketchy. That's going from some of those turbos and dizzies, but and it's always so many mixed reviews about LSs with the power band. And even on this last test day, sometimes it like struggles because we have that big canvas being too much low and it's all top end. Sometimes it would struggle on track to like, you know, get above 5,000 RPM and you kind of let the RPMs drop a little bit. And we're used to like the JCs with the turbos. Once they hit that like 34, 35, the turbo schools and it just lights up to the RPM. It's different getting used to the LS. Or even just a little bit of a clutch kick or it's just, hey, driving more RPM and coming drop it. It's really cool. I like it a lot. I feel like when you think about like a turbo car, you drive like a turbo car, you drive that. Because you don't think about the low end or it falling off in the grip like it did, so you just drive it up high. So we sort of like LS's causing it to be a lazy driver, which I can definitely see. Start that way. So if you start turbo, start small engine, start lots of momentum, aggressiveness, and then you go to an LS, you're an aggressive driver, you're driving probably you should be, but if you start with LS, I think you're just going to get lazy. Like starting with an angle, get right behind you. It's an inside joke. If you're learning to drift, don't learn on stalking your car. Just go get an angle. Go get an angle. But yeah, I don't know, I like this car. I do like it. I already started to like it when we first started it. But I don't know. When a car goes right in the first test day, I don't know, you don't see it, you know, on the front seat. Curse. That still is. Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. And then, what were we there? And but hey, you gotta test these sometime. Yeah. Super hyped. Thank you to all my partners who made this video happen. There was so many people involved in making this car come to life. And we're stoked. Hopefully you guys liked it. If you made it this far, give the video a thumbs up. Leave a comment down below so we know you guys enjoyed what we did. And if you guys like it, we'll do more videos like this. We'll try to do it faster than 6 months.
2 hour and a half club.
I think probably like an hour 30. Yeah. Alright boys. Thank you for watching. Lots of videos to come this month. So stay tuned for that. I know it's been a little bit slow this past month, but we've been finishing a bunch of stuff. We got Evo getting finished up. We have 4A getting finished up. We have last minute things with this getting finished up. We have stuff for Anthony's car because you guys got 55,000 likes on a video that we got to finish up. We're doing some stuff on Kevin's car. We'll see you in the next couple days. Thank you guys so much for watching. See you boys in the next one. Peace out. And keep
Southwest Airlines. She gets completely naked. Yeah, that's crazy. Let's go to the finish line. Yeah. that? I don't know what she was doing. I'm gonna get a replay on that. I don't know what that is.
Where is she? Stop.
People are actually trying to record a naked woman on a plane. I mean, she's crazy. She's having a mental break. Yeah. But what does it say for the passengers trying to record her? Don't that make you a little crazy? Why would you take advantage of a person who's having a mental breakdown? Right. I mean, she's crazy, but these passengers should know better. Don't you think? It's kind of hard for a white person not to bring this camera up and say a black thing. Black people get completely naked on the plane. It's just like, it's just low hanging fruit. Yeah. Yeah. I probably did say, I'm over here trying to be righteous and holy. I don't think I would have recorded. Oh, I'd have definitely recorded. I was just trying to, no, you wouldn't. Man, Keith, I'd be like this. Oh my gosh, what's she doing? Oh my gosh, she's naked. What's going on? Man, you don't put out your cell phone. I don't think so. Man, we content creators. Of course we'll put up on our... They'll show us the video.
Is this good? I know.
It was so shocking.
Passengers on this Southwest flight couldn't believe what they were seeing.
This is getting crazy. Like, this is something that you see out of a movie.
A woman on the plane stripping completely naked.
Wait.
Walking up and down the aisle. Was it a packed flight?
It was very packed.
We spoke with one of those passengers who asked to remain anonymous. She said they had just boarded the plane in Houston and were about to leave for Phoenix when the woman, while fully dressed, walked to the front of the plane and started yelling.
I do remember her saying that she wanted to get off the flight.
The passenger also said she heard the woman yell that she was bipolar. Then when the plane started taxiing to the runway,
she started like jumping up and down, screaming at the top of her lungs.
The woman took off all of her clothes and continued to yell.
It was very evident that she was having a mental breakdown.
At one point, another passenger said the woman grabbed a flight attendant. Everyone on the plane trying to remain calm.
I just kind of kept to myself. I didn't want to start any problems, and I was just hoping that the plane wouldn't take off, which it didn't, thank God.
The plane returned back to the gate, where another worker came in and covered the woman with a blanket before she took off.
The lady just runs out of the airplane, and who knows where she went.
Houston police said she was taken to a hospital for medical evaluation. This time, she isn't facing any charges.
I've never experienced anything like that.
We've covered several unruly passenger incidents happening on Phoenix flights. According to the FAA, 2021 had the highest number of incidents in recent years, with nearly 6,000 reported. While that number has dropped significantly since then, it's still higher than what was reported before the COVID-19 pandemic.
Just in complete shock on what happened.
Well, there's no direct flights anymore, especially with Southwest. They used to fly Southwest all the time. Now there's no direct flights.
Well, you think she's snatched up?
Yeah, if you're having all these flights and there's no direct flights and you're just sitting in the airport, you got these layovers, bring out the worst in people. Especially if you got mental issues. Yeah. Like I love flying Southwest, but they don't have any direct flights unless you fly to a major hub, like Phoenix, Dallas, something like that. Yeah, you're not gonna get any direct flights. I mean, I get stressed out when I'm flying. I can only imagine what it does to somebody like that that's bipolar.
Oh, it puts you over the edge, man. You take all your clothes off.
You take all your clothes, you will run up and down the aisle, scan white folks.
Welcome everyone to the second channel where we do fun behind the scenes stuff. This is a different kind of video because next to me is a Porsche 911 and then next to that is another Porsche 911, and these are examples that are mostly stock. You see, if you have one of these Porsches, then most likely you want to keep your car stock, you want to keep your car original, and you want to keep your car with all the pedigree that it had from the factory. But there's one company that has been getting famous on the internet for doing the exact opposite of that, and that is this company right here. and they're called RWB. Now, you guys might have seen these cars featured on Facebook or Instagram, and I mean, realistically, they've been doing this for a very, very long time. And they have been turning classic Porsches into what you see right here, this race car derived crazy outlaw car. And I've always been really, really curious about how these cars are underneath the skin, what they're like to drive, and realistically, how good all the bodywork is underneath. So today, we're gonna do a deep dive into RWB, the most hated Porsche tuner on earth, to see if they deserve it. So the RWB tuning craze started from one man, and his name is Akira Nakai. Back in the day in Japan, he had a drift crew called Rough World, where he would modify small Japanese tuner cars like the Toyota Corolla AE86. But since his day job was at a body shop, he bought a wrecked Porsche 911 Turbo and very extreme style into the German car. And the rest was history. People either loved or hated his work, but they couldn't ignore it. He's completed hundreds of unique Porsche builds to date, flying all over the world to personally install his custom-made wide body kits, which cost upwards of $50,000 to complete, not to mention a 2 to 3 year wait. Now, this car is very, very special, even amongst RWB builds, because this started life not as this crazy race car, but as a 1996 Porsche 911 C2, it's Carrera 2, with an automatic transmission and a sunroof. And this car, everything has been redone. So they took out the sunroof, they put a metal roof in, but all of the bodywork, not the over fenders, we'll get to that later, all the bodywork looks like it's carbon fiber. These are race parts. So you can see the weave of the carbon inside the fender and the hood. And if you open up the door, it doesn't weigh nothing. This is pretty crazy. Now, I have the full list of modifications of this car, and we'll just go through a few of them. So the base car was a 96 Porsche 993 C2, blah, 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 blah. It was a 28,000 mile car, which would probably be worth something like $100,000 just as a base, because a 993 is fairly rare.
Very, very.
It's the last air-cooled Porsche that they ever made. After the 993 generation went to that guy right there, which is the 996 generation, and they water-cooled them, and a lot of people got very, very angry. Now the color is called Bentley Dawn Blue. The sunroof was removed, the car was stripped to the bare chassis, completely cleaned, blasted, primed, painted. The Tiptronic was replaced with a 6-speed manual transmission. Servo steering replaced by mechanical 964 RS steering. So this has a racing steering rack, manual steering rack, which means that these gigantic wheels and tires, you're going to have to manhandle a bit, but I bet you that it's not going to be as bad as you think. Because I don't know if you noticed this, Tommy, if you get like real low, like super, super low, like come from this angle. Like you can see daylight through the, can you see that? Yeah. You can see daylight underneath the car. The car looks like it's floating. You also have an aluminum roll cage, aluminum door hinges, and this is like CNC'd. There's a lot of detail here. Aircraft grade stainless steel custom exhaust without heat exchanger. Underbody completely stripped, all interior removed, and this is important. No AC, no radio, no heating, no vents. All items not absolutely necessary for the functionality of the car have been removed in order to make the car as light as possible. And this car is very light. Even with these really wide wheels in the front and back and this added body kit, this car weighs 2,200 pounds, which is like, it's lighter than Miata, isn't it? I was just gonna say that, lighter than Mazda Miata. Yeah, so this is also making around 330
That's got to be in your
horsepower
personal
at the
space,
rear
them
wheel.
sounds you're hearing.
So it has a 3.6 liter naturally aspirated boxer flat six, and let's see the engine. So we open it up, and you know you have the race car. Yep, that guy right there. That's a drive-through window. It is a drive-through window. You could actually fit like a cheeseburger through here. A drink would probably, drinks are iffy. But if you open this, and I think you pull this, watch this. Ooh, and that flies open, and you have the air-cooled 3.6 liter, and it's very, very clean under here. There's no oil leaks. definitely no coolant leaks, but you see, this is how it's air cooled. This gigantic shroud. It's made of carbon fiber, and then that, I believe, is like either Kevlar. I think that's carbon Kevlar, but that goes to the cylinders, and that's how they're cooled. And then you have the intake manifold here. I believe this has a variable intake manifold, like a Vario runner thing, but no turbochargers, no superchargers, just naturally aspirated, and it revs pretty high. Now, I am going to take it for a drive, but we're not going to go crazy. It's not my car, and this particular car is actually for sale. So I want to make sure that they actually do get to sell this car, because even though it's very cool, I probably can't afford it. The rear wheels are so wide, but I'm really interested in seeing how wide the tires are. 335, 30, 18. A 335 tire is something that you'd use on a Lamborghini Aventador, Dodge Viper, that sort of thing. On a car like this, that's literally the size of a Mazda Miata, it is insane. On cars like this that have wider wheels, usually they use spacers, right? There's no spacers here. This is all wheel. This is all wheel design. These are custom 3-piece wheels. And it says Outlaw right here. This particular car, I believe, was built in Germany. Everything on the interior is carbon fiber. It's well appointed, but race car spec. So RWB is famous for having its founder, Nakai-san, come and do every single build. And what he does is he takes the stock car and he essentially takes a body saw, he saws off the rear fenders, installs these, he takes his finger and he just basically rubs the sealant all over the car, not all over the car, but like all over these gaps here, just to make sure that there are no points of water ingress. Now, this car has been gone through by a body shop after that, because a lot of body shops, a lot of owners want their cars to be nice, sort of garage queens. And this one is actually no different. There's only a handful of miles after the build was done on this car. And if we drive this around, I think we're going to be the people that put the most miles on this after the build, which is kind of crazy. Now, RWB, it means, it's roughly translated, into rough world. So rough world means you take these cars that are supposed to be garage queens and then you make them into these wide body, flame spitting, like crazy street cars. And he actually does drive them. He has like a race series. And the quality of the work, I don't know how much is Nakai, and I don't know how much is the body shop that had this afterwards. So I can't really comment on that. But I do see that, you know, the bolts are all in their place. This all seems to be done. The sealant seems to be done well. The engine bay is very well put together. It's very clean. The interior is super clean. And the stuff around here, like the stuff that nobody gets to see, like the door jambs. Door jambs are totally fine, even though, you know, they took out the carpets and all that stuff. It's still super, super clean. I mean, I don't know why people are, you know, kind of dogging on him, but maybe we put on a lift and we find a bunch of stuff that we shouldn't find. I sort of doubt it. I sort of doubt that we'll find something janky, but I don't doubt that there are, you know, he does, how many builds does he do a year, Tommy?
Told me about 60.
So he does 60 cars a year, which is like almost 1.5, like 1.2, 1.3 per week. And if you're doing that and flying all over the world, some of them are going to have some problems. So I don't doubt that there's issues with some, but this one is probably, it's the cleanest one I've seen, and it's definitely one of the cleaner builds out there. Having said that, it's not for everybody. And this is a build that
Visit oasis.ny.gov, the New York
has a little bit more in the race car realm of things. So your creature comforts, they're gonna matter after a while. We're in Florida, and Florida gets really, really hot in the summertime. So maybe having a car that has no AC, concern. Maybe having a car that has no heating is a concern.
What's up, son? You alright? Ah, those are dope. I like those. How you doing? You alright? Let's see what came up. Alright, okay. Send messages. Crash test. Yeah. Cool car game. Yeah, no problem, buddy. No problem. I know you love the cars. So what kind of car do you want to build next? We built what did we build last time? We built the Lamborghini together. What kind of car you want to build this time? You want to build the Sequoia? I don't know if they make a model for that one. I'll try to find one though. But if I can't find a Sequoia, we'll make a truck, okay? Yeah, we'll make some kind of truck or SUV or something if I can find one. Alright. Well, hit me up if you need something. I got you. Hey, couple weeks. Couple days to your birthday. Couple days. Is it 4 days? Let's see. Is it 4 days? Is it that? Has it happening already? 1, 2, 3, 4 days, my boy. 4 days. Hit the big Ocho. That's your nickname, yo. That's your new nickname, Big Ocho. What's up? All right. Brave Strong. Here we come. Focus goes. All right, handsome man, later. South Portland, Maine.
Or if you're, you know, up north. But also having a car like this, if you're not intending to drive it all the time and you want to take it out on nice days, maybe this is the car for you. And if you want to be a race car driver with a nice Porsche that is that looks like this and has these massive dive planes here, I think that, I mean, you could do worse. You could do worse. So you have fuel tank, you have KW coilovers with remote reservoirs, and realistically, you have a lot of trunk space. But you see all the trunk lining is taken off, and I mean, it's just a regular Porsche underneath. And it also has anti-lock brakes. That's the ABS pump right there. So you can see that this car kind of harkens back to the Volkswagen Beetle. And they are just, you know, pissed off Beetles after all. But I love the blue on gold motif. That is like my favorite thing. I don't know if you can tell with the McLaren up there, but and also the Supra. It's my thing. Also, yellow headlights. A little bit French, but I like it. Now, this has gotten a little bit of controversy because I know that in was it Auto Salon or SEMA or something, where somebody, you know, pulled a car with this and it was basically glued on. So this is not glued on, and you can tell because the car is in neutral right now, and I can I can pull it. So that's a functional piece. And I want to see what else is functional about this car when we get it on the lift.
What does it feel like to step into the Athens tube? Like revolutionary cage technology compresses, then snaps into place. Breathable mesh keeps air flowing, while an impact absorbent bits lets you move more freely. With comfort crafted into every layer, it's the ultimate hands-free experience. Discover the new Athens tube. Step in, feel the difference.
So that's a functional piece, and I want to see what else is functional about this when we get it on the lift. I got that on camera. Yeah, this way. Straight. You're good. You got it. I don't want to buy this car right now and have to fix it. You know, that'd be bad. No, that actually would be perfect. That actually would not be perfect, Tommy. Yeah. No, you know what? I'm gonna buy it with Tommy's money. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Woo! All right. Let's get it up in the air. All right. Now this Porsche should be very, very loud, but it's among friends because every car in the shop is also very loud. Now, what we do in the shop to combat this loudness, so we don't destroy our ears, is we have Raycons here, and they're the sponsor of today's video. And with these earbuds, they have active noise cancellation. This eliminates that loudness and also has a sound quality that is second to none. So Raycon's latest model is better than ever with a 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And with their quick charge function, just 10 minutes of charging yields 90 minutes of battery. And these bad boys start at just half of the price of other premium audio brands with similar features. Now Raycon's everyday earbuds come in a spectrum of vibrant colors. I'm really partial to the blue, and one of my favorite features is the fact that you take them out and you put them in your ear and you can just move around like this and they stay in. Super, super easy, and they sound great. And if for some reason you don't like your Raycons, they offer a 30-day happiness guarantee return policy, no questions asked. So if you guys like to try the Raycons, and you definitely should, go to buyraycon.com/2varishyt to get 20% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/2varishyt. It's in the link in the video description below. Go check it out right now. This car has been modified quite a bit, and we have Jack, modification master, who is a little dusty. It's a little dusty. Look at the dust coming off this. It's precious dust. It is Supra dust. Yeah, but you know, we got something that's even more precious than a Supra, and it's a Porsche, because Porsche people are just precious. They're precious. How do you feel about that? I'm not gonna lie, I like Porsches too. So now this has been, you know, Nikai did put this together, but I believe a body shop went in after him.
Okay.
And
did all the
final touches. So one thing that's cool about this is that, you know, obviously you have no engine or anything up here, but this is like carbon. It's carbon fiber. So you have a tunnel which houses all of the, I was going to say coolant pipes, but there's no coolant in here. I'm guessing electrical and the shifter linkage and all that stuff. This is super clean. Everything's brand new. The hubs look absolutely fantastic. KW coilovers. There is a zip tie here for the ABS sensor, but that's probably just because there's no other place to put it. So you have adjustable sway bar end links with Heim joints. That's super cool. Everything here looks like absolutely spot on, brand new. You can see that they torqued this to spec because they marked everything off. Sort of like how I do on my McLaren. Exactly how I do. So maybe I built this. I did not build this. The actual bodywork, check this out, Jack. So they have, they have locking hardware up there. You can see the fiberglass kit starts over here, but they have like supports that they put in, and I mean it's all bolted in, so it'll stay here. And if you notice, the fender is carbon fiber.
Yeah. So like the whole fender and the door.
So the fender, the door, the hood, quarters, I believe they might be carbon fiber because it's big on this car. I know that in the late 90s and the early 90s, car manufacturers never really put big brakes on things. Yeah. So, I mean, just take a look at that. I mean, those are nice. Those are really nice. Yeah. And you have, it's not stainless steel lines, but they are, they're regular lines, but they have the coiling around them so they don't chafe or anything. There are no guards. There's no, like, mud guards here. Yeah. So, you know, it's a rough world out there. It's going to be noisy. It's going to be a little bit noisy, but
they've removed all the sound editing too, because normally there's sprayable seats around there.
So there is a plug here, left unplugged. That's probably for like windshield wiper or something like that, the windshield washer reservoir. Everything else it seems like it's secured to like more hardware up there. Everything is bolted down. It's not just like glued on. It's not haphazardly put together. I am thoroughly impressed by the quality.
It's a really nice car, dude.
Yeah.
I would love to have something like this. I know. This is actually really cool.
I was 100% prepared to hate this. Yeah. I was 100% be like, oh well, it just doesn't drive right, and you know the camber's all off and whatever, and like it's like good. It's like good.
I get it, but it's kind of like punk rock, you know. Like he's very different. He doesn't care what everybody else thinks.
That's right.
And that's kind of, you know, it's mini trucking lifestyle. Mm-hmm. I should build a mini truck.
You should build a mini truck.
Yeah. I don't know how we got from Porsche to mini trucks, but hey,
it's the same thing.
Same thing.
Punk rock.
Same thing. Punk rock. Just like the Mazda Miata.
A Mazda Miata is not punk rock. No, it's hairdresser. It is lowered, so you have a few scrape marks, but nothing bad. Porsche has really, really good galvanization on their bodies, which means that you don't ever see one of these rusted. If you see a Porsche that's rusty, run, because that is the worst. Like, it's been through some bad crashes. Now you have these exhaust headers. This is cool. So the 993 has a block that is from the 964. Tommy, if you turn around, right here, you can see the casting that says 964. Can you see that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's a 964. And fun fact, the 996, which was the water-cooled version, also has the 964 block, but they just water-cooled the cylinder heads. But you can see how the air cooling works. This is just the air cooling passages, and all that air just goes through and it cools the cylinders, even when you're going real fast. But this is, see, it's a Germany, it's a performance exhaust. It says made in Germany. It's definitely a good quality exhaust. Everything here is welded, and there's flanges, and everything fits really well. And it sounds good. So the engine isn't leaking anything, which is kind of a normal thing for Porsches to do. Like they leak quite a bit. Oh, it does have. So yeah. Oh my goodness. Car. I should buy this.
I agree.
Yeah. I just don't know. I don't know if I can afford their reserves. You can see the carbon Kevlar right here. That's dope. That is super cool. So is that this is a race car that's been turned into an RWB?
No.
Or no race car parts on a regular car?
Regular car is a 993, it's a 96 C2 automatic with a sunroof, and they put all the race car parts on it.
That's cool.
And it's like a complete gut job, like they took everything out. 3.6 liter, naturally aspirated, makes 330 to the wheels.
That's going to be a fun car to drive.
It is. And
have you taken this out yet?
I'm about to. Since it's a rear engine car, the transmission is ahead of this, and you can see that there's a little port right here for everything to get some air, but since we don't have anything else, like, it's pretty open, so everything gets a decent amount of airflow. But 5-speed manual transmission, it looks brand new under here. It's a 28,000 mile car, but even then, it looks like it hasn't driven more than, 2,800 miles. I am thoroughly impressed. I'm thoroughly impressed by this. I thought I was gonna really not like it, and it's exceeded expectations. So I think what we need to do right now is take it for a drive. Not a ton of room here, so I think this slides back. Ooh, now we got a ton of room. And all right, do I go butt first, or like I'm gonna crack my phone, probably crack my hip. Okay. All right. Okay, that is good. Oh, hey, that's nice. Here I am in my Porsche. Okay, so I think we have to slam it. Okay. I'll bring this up like that, and seatbelt or 5-point racing harness. So, honey, I swear you can go on a date. There's some pre-flight checks we have to do. I'm not going to go crazy with this car, but I want to see what the RWB experience is like. Now I know the car is in gear right now. I think it's in reverse. I don't think I have to.
At Mint Mobile, we're always looking for innovative ways to save you money, so you can keep paying $15 a month for premium wireless. That's why instead of hiring an
press the clutch down, but who knows? Okay. Oh yeah. Air cooled. No power steering. Let's check our mirrors here. Also, Tommy, do you know what that says? RWB. RWB, and then what's that? I'm guessing this is Akira Nakai. Oh, okay, cool. The founder. Yeah. I bet you it's your name, Tommy. I bet you are. Arigato gozaimasu. Okay, we have plenty of fuel. We have switches. Not gonna touch those switches. Don't know what they do. Probably lights and stuff. Alright. Press the clutch in. They do say that this has a race clutch, so reverse is all the way that way. Look at that. Actually, the clutch is very easy. You should roll down your window. Okay. I believe that is first gear. And these are very wide tires, so what's really cool is that these pedals, first of all, you can see my feet, so those pedal pushers in the audience, you can get a kick out of that, but they're hinged at the bottom instead of at the top, I believe. Yeah, so it's a very sort of Volkswagen Beetle-ish feeling. Dude, it's a race car in here. This is like an actual race car. What happens when I try to turn around? Gotta make sure I see everything.
it's a very expensive car, but this car is for sale, and I know that they don't want this car to be, you know, flown into a ditch. But I can see why so many people like this thing. And this thing was built right. Let's do that again. Let's go down the street again. I feel like we should do it again. Oh yeah. Dude, this is the hardest bump in. That's fine. That's totally okay. There we go. Wow, that's 330 horsepower. Now, this is not the only thing that my friends at AJR have in their repertoire. They have things in their shop that would make this thing look like a Toyota Tercel. And I think we should go over there and check it out. What do you think, Tommy?
Let's do it right now.
Yeah, right now.
Go one more lap.
All right, so I am in a very, very special place. This is the place where dreams come true if your dreams are Porsche race cars that have a lot of pedigree. And I am in AJR. This is Alex Job Racing, and next to me is one of the owners of AJR. His name is Ken.
Hey guys.
And he has one of the coolest jobs in the world because he is a, you know, you're a custodian of these cars. You also work on these cars. Yep. You buy and sell these cars. Like there's a lot here, and we should take a look around your shop.
Sure.
Yeah.
There's plenty to start.
Yeah.
You know, we tend to take care of the classics of some of these investments, and we tend to call this some of our customers' golf games.
Okay.
So they might not have the best golf game, but they can get in their race car and go enjoy a drive and have fun with it.
Well, I like these a lot more than golf.
Yeah.
I'm not a golf guy, but I am a Porsche guy more and more. Seeing as how I drove the RWB, and that was amazing. That's sort of like low man on the totem pole for what you guys have here.
Sure. That's basically a different realm than what we're into. Although the RWB likes to have the look of being the race car, these are the actual cars that do the battle.
So let's take a look.
So this particular model we just finished. This is a 996 GT3R 2000. It ran Le Mans, the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 2001 with Luke Alfond. The car came to us from Lithuania, through Germany, through Holland, and it was pretty rough.
Yeah.
It got a complete ground up restoration. We stripped the chassis, paint top to bottom, and then it's back in its 2001 livery.
Okay, cool. So is it possible to
Yes, absolutely. Help yourself. It's preparing to ship out tomorrow, so final details of what happens. Oh, don't be scared of it. It's all good.
Yeah, I know. Listen, it's shipping out tomorrow, and you just had it painted. I'm gonna be careful.
It ain't nothing but an old race car.
Okay. Yeah. That's. Yeah, dude, this is so cool. So the 996 generation, for people that don't know, was the first water-cooled generation that they ever had, that Porsche had. And they didn't even water-cool the engine block, they just water-cooled the heads. Now this is a GT3R,
yes,
correct? And I know that with the race engines, they beefed them up quite a bit. What does this thing make power-wise?
This is just over 400 horsepower and 7,400 RPMs.
And this is like a 3.6 liter?
Yes.
Yeah, 3.6 liter making 400 horsepower. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. But what's cool about the race engines is that the race engines are, they will make 400 horsepower for like 24 hours straight. Like they will not stop. And yeah, you have to rebuild them every,
50 hours usually.
Yeah, 50 hours. But like, so every 2 races, basically, but 2 races of 24 hours, these things are made to get beat on. What's this guy?
These are the air restrictors.
Okay.
So in ACO rules and that, they will change the air restrictor diameter to for a balance of performance.
Okay.
So if the BMWs are complaining that we're too fast, the ACO would come and say put a smaller restrictor in to restrict the horsepower down to try to make it. So with this motor,
being that this car is going back to Europe, and possibly for Classic Le Mans, it has to have the original restrictor.
What's interesting is that these made 400 horsepower with a restrictor. If you had no restrictors on here, what do you think they would make?
They creep up to 420, 425, but it's not to say they don't like it, it just takes away from the longevity.
Okay.
So what was, say, a 50-mile motor now turns into a 30-hour motor.
That's fine. 30 hours is plenty, you know. Ask any woman, 30 hours is plenty. But dude, this is really, really cool. But this one is like done and complete. Yes. But over here you have some like unfinished product.
Yes. So this customer ran the car for a few events in this past summer. Basically, we're going to go through, freshen all the suspension, axles, gearbox, engine, and basically prep it for next season.
Okay.
Gets completely gone through, crack checked all the suspension, changed rod ends, changed bearings, you know, wheel bearings, suspension bearings.
Wow.
Basically give it the overall so it's good and reliable to go do. Reliable to go do, you know, 24-hour races.
So this is so much different from a street car. So on a street car, you'd have rubber bushings everywhere because on a street car, you want there to be some give, you know, in the suspension. On a race car, you don't need any of that. It's not made for, you know, stop and go traffic. So all of these are Heim joints, or are they called rose joints in?
We just call them rod ends.
Rod ends, okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So these are basically spherical bushings, and they don't have any give, but they have a lot of adjustability, so you can adjust this however you want, and everything is adjustable. You see everything is turned aluminum, and I mean it looks great. You have this carbon fiber brake duct here, and the brakes need cooling because, you know, it's a race car. When it compresses, the tire goes into the fender liner, much like my cars when I don't set them up right. No, but you can tell that this is because the cars are going so fast, and you know they're going through turns and compressing. Like this is just a part of racing.
Yeah, this car is a start of the aero generation. To where, yes, the faster you go, the more the car gets pushed down, which is ultimately makes it faster.
Yeah, because you can go around corners at 3,000 miles an hour.
And a little rub never hurt anybody.
No. But it's really cool seeing the actual body here. So this is where the engine goes, and in a Porsche 911, you see how much room you have because the engine is very, very wide, and the transmission actually goes in front of the engine. So it's like Porsche had this idea for a drivetrain and they just did it wrong, but then they didn't admit that they did it wrong all those years ago, so they just kept refining it, and turns out they made a really good car.
Yeah, this one you can tell is race worn.
Yeah.
This has not been restored at all. You can even see back here, you know, we've got some extra welding, some extra paint where, you know, I had a little whoopsie daisy somewhere through her career. But this is a current race car.
Yeah.
You know, this is not a show queen. This is a Sculpting.
So really technical, geeky question. So are these like cooling vanes for there's cooling vanes for the axles?
Yes. There's actually ducts in the floor that blow up on the inner axles.
You're not prohibited. If you're prohibited, you wouldn't pass.
The axles take most of the load, especially the lower you get, the more angle you get on the axle.
Now, if it says driver not permitted,
creates heat and then
you're out of luck.
breaks axles. So when any type of cooling you can get to the inner joint, especially on a Porsche, is very vital. And the axles.
And these are CV joints, constant velocity joints.
It is a CV type joint, but these are a Panko axle, which is a motorsport specific axle that, you know,
They're built to last, but they cost.
M6, I'm assuming that you're in Europe?
They are a...
Like some alloy or something?
Yes, yeah, they're a specific alloy that Pankel has come up with. They resist twisting, but they will twist a little bit.
They give a little bit of give, so it's not super brittle and they don't...
Because again, with the Porsche...
judging by your wording.
Axles, especially on bumpy tracks where you get that oscillation, that axle is taking every beating.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow.
So
I can imagine.
Axles in a Porsche are very important.
Okay, cool. Good to know. Good to know. So is this the engine out of this car?
Yes. So this is a 3.8 liter RSR spec. The RSRs had individual throttle bodies. They have carbon fiber intakes.
Oh, this doesn't weigh any.
Hello.
This doesn't weigh anything. This is crazy.
And they're actually designed on purpose to be thin because as the motor pulses, it'll pulse with it.
Oh, okay. So there's a little bit of give there.
Engineering inside every part. But yeah, basic 3.8 RSR spec, individual throttle bodies. It's got a little tiny flywheel on it.
Whoa! Look at that thing. This is the size of my hand. That's crazy.
5.5-inch carbon clutch. These motors will rev to 8,200 RPM.
Okay.
And are pretty close to 500 horsepower.
Oh, wow. Okay, so just for, reference, my...
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, if you didn't pass, you'd be prohibited.
But that runs at 500 horsepower. This is a race engine. And this is also, it has the ITBs, and you can see that they're synced up right here. So this is the actual throttle linkage, and these are, they have to be. Yeah.
There you go.
Can you do that again?
Oh, yeah. So, here again, now you're into this spec of motor. This is a 25 motor.
Okay.
And more cost.
So, question.
Yes.
If I wanted to take a motor like this and put it into a road car, what would I have to do? Just bearings and seals, that sort of thing?
It wouldn't like being in a road car.
No.
These do not like revving low. And it's just designed, it's in the design of the architecture of the engine.
Gotcha.
Low revs, anything under 4,000 RPMs, this engine is not happy. Stoplight to stoplight, you'd be just killing it slowly.
Okay, so basically just drive it like a Honda.
Yes.
Like every Honda owner does. But this is super cool. Also, take a look at this. That is a McLaren alternator. It says McLaren Electronic Systems, which means that it probably won't work if you.
Let's just say we've had some other McLaren issues through years, but no, but that's all good. They figured that out and figured out that they really don't like heat.
Oh, good.
Yes, yeah. So, but once you figure out those things, you stop losing alternators and losing races.
Good.
Ask me how I know that. This particular one is a 2008 997 RSR. This particular model is the only RSR ever built that was paint to sample, signal yellow for yoke and roar.
Yeah. Every Porsche guy in the audience is like,
See how Dutch workers remove rust. This steel rust remover does not corrode metal and is harmless to human body. Sprinkle it on the metal, wait for about 10 minutes, and then the rust will be completely removed. After use,
signal yellow for yoke and roar.
Yeah. Every Porsche guy in the audience is like,
exactly. And now you've taken it to the race car world, where it is strictly forbidden, unless you're yoke and roar, who was basically born into the Porsche family.
Well, you don't have leather air vents. No, you don't have the paint to sample leather air vents. So
this particular car was one of the Falcon Racing RSRs that came to the ALMS series in 2009. This model they used in Japan as their test.
Start driving. Yeah, I had to turn the sound off for a second. I don't want to get a copyright strike. Sound back on.
Mule further race tires. Wow. Through 2008, we brought it to the States, ran half of the ALMS season in 09 and the bit in 010 until they got the 2010 car. So this car is basically just service. This one is getting a fresh engine as well. That's actually in that box right there. Cool, cool. The gearbox is done, suspension is done. This one's almost back together, and then I believe actually hit the market as well.
Okay, so how much is this $40,000 cost?
Probably you better keep going by another at least zero.
Okay.
To get the ball started.
So 40,000 and no change. No, so yeah, these start probably around 400, 500, which is pretty crazy considering where the Porsche market has gone. Like the race cars used to be kind of throwaways for Porsche for a while, and then people realized like, hey, these are actually really good cars, and they're still competitive in like classic car.
And the big problem is that current pro car lasts 3 years. 3 years it's done.
Yeah.
And what do you do with it?
You throw it away.
Exactly.
You give it to somebody like me.
Right. Or you find somebody that's like, hey, I want to go drive that.
Yes.
And hey, here we are. Yes, absolutely. Open hood. So as you see, painted samples everywhere, as it should be.
Yeah.
Now the car is actually wrapped in the Falcon colors because the owner wanted to go back to what the car was known for.
Okay.
Now, not to say it's not being known for the only painted sample RSR race car ever built.
Yeah.
But the Falcon colors are the significance of the actual car.
This is the overflow tank, but not overflow, the surge tank. Nope.
Oil tank. But this is extra supply.
Okay.
So 24-hour race, this particular car will burn a quart of oil an hour. So 24 hours.
You might want to take a look at those rings, man. I feel like, you know.
Well, when your piston's that tall, there's not room for rings.
Hey, man, you know what?
So Porsche is
sounds like an excuse to me.
Porsche always engineers an extra oil tank.
Good.
And the car is smart enough when you're in the pit speed limiter, it measures the oil level and will add a quart of oil by itself.
It measures the oil level after it just
as you're going down pit lane. You hit the pit speed limiter.
That's great.
The computer knows I need to check the oil level. Okay, I need oil. It'll automatically just pump itself a quart of oil.
See, this is why all our jobs are going to be replaced with AI. This exactly.
Just like an oil metering pump.
Yes. Yes. It's like an oil metering pump, except it's not. But you have so air jacks here.
Air jacks there.
Yeah. So basically, you get really high pressure air or nitrogen.
500 psi.
Yeah. And you put it in the back.
Yep. There's a little port on the side.
Cool. And then this just goes.
Yep. It's got 3 jacks, 1 in front, 2 in the rear. Electric power steering.
Oh yeah.
And then one thing you really want to see inside.
Ooh. Hard to believe something this small can kill a person. But not this. That's all the fentanyl it takes to trigger a lethal overdose. Fentanyl is showing up in drugs you can't see, taste, or smell it, but you've got the power to save a life. Order.
Tank.
That's cool.
So there would be your surge tank, and then there's 4 intake pumps in there that feed the tank, and then
are there any rubber bladders in there that you have to change over a course of
this is the actual bladder itself.
Okay.
So that actually has a 5-year expiration.
Okay, how do you remove that? Is it from the bottom?
Yep, that comes out the bottom. The front subframe comes out, and then the whole tank comes out the bottom.
All right, so you got to replace the fuel tank. You got to replace the engine.
Yep.
You know, I feel like a warranty would make a lot of sense on this car.
You would think so,
yeah.
But unfortunately, race cars don't come with warranties because of the fact drivers lie.
They do.
I didn't rev it to 10,000 RPM.
No, we didn't do a 1, 2, 3, 2.
No, absolutely not.
This is really cool. Now, I want to see, because I know you have
another car over there that's really, really special, and you're doing like a body swap conversion thing.
Yeah, well, it's actually a brand new build. What this started life as is a standard 993 Carrera. Somebody turned it into a poorly built race car, drove it into the ground. We had a customer who was looking for a fresh build. We found that, ended up stripping everything out. This car.
number one reason to do Anavar only on your first cycle, and this is going to surprise you, is what is your goal of doing Anavar? Is it to gain lean muscle, get shredded, jacked, or cut? Having those overall muscle gains so when you take your shirt off, you just look so much better. Okay, and what is Anavar known for? Well, it's set in the mid-22nd century when humans are colonizing Pandora. What? I said Anavar, not Avatar. Donkey. Anyway, Anavar is known for its muscle-revealing effects. Just like a skilled sculptor uses his chisel to carefully chip away at a block of marble, Anavar helps reveal the defined and chiseled muscle underneath the body fat. It enhances muscle definition and brings out the detail. However, it's important to remember the foundation of the sculpture. In this case, it represents the proper training and nutrition where you built up muscle in the first place. Some of you out there are like, what is he getting at? This is my point. You've got to have muscle underneath. You look lean, but you're lacking muscle mass. You're going to look scrawny, frail, like a human toothpick. No one wants to look like that. There was a guy that I once knew, and he didn't have abs, and he couldn't walk around the shelf, unfortunately, until he hit the like button. As soon as he hit that like button, boom, lean mass throughout his body. Ask yourself, have you solely been focusing on building muscle for the last couple of years? Have you done any bulking compounds or cycles in the past? If not, you won't have much muscle underneath. You may think you do, but here's the test. When was the last time someone said, you look big, jacked, huge, strong? If none of these comments are coming in, unfortunately, you do not qualify for Anavar because you're going to be revealing the muscle underneath. It can be pretty embarrassing when there's no muscle under there. In any case, what is your goal? Is it to look like this, but you actually look like this? I'm just basically showing you someone who's impressive and someone who's not impressive. And let's say you just think, sod it, I'm going to do it for 12 weeks instead. I'm going to double the dosage that Dr. James says in all his other videos. I'm going to do 60 milligrams a day for 12 weeks. That's a lot for a first time. Even with all that, you just will not be able to get there by using only Anavar. The whole idea of doing an Anavar only cycle for your first cycle is to use it as a short experience, to know what training feels like when you have all guns and all ammo turned on. You're walking around with God mode. pumps, you get the confidence, you get the gains. And the half-life of Anavar is under 12 hours, so it's out your system very quickly. You're not going to get any liver damage by doing it for 4 weeks at 20 to 30 milligrams a day. So really Anavar is a potential stepping stone for someone who wants to go and get some gains. And here we go, going back to the start. Number one reason to do Anavar only as a first cycle is to know not to do Anavar only as a first cycle, because I so often hear this statement coming up from guys who have done Anavar only as their first cycle. They say it worked well, no sides, got ripped, they didn't look overly juiced out of their minds. And then they say they went on to a test cycle and the gains and the physique that they got off that just don't compare. All anabolic steroids decrease appetite and increase bloat because it impairs your bioflow, and this slows down your digestion. Bio is your body's natural laxative. It digests fats and proteins in the small intestine. Now this is an issue because guys need muscle, and muscle comes from food. And already guys out there are scared of getting fat. They're on a carnivore diet, they're fasting, they're on keto, they're on low carbs. They need to eat, and having less of an appetite and an increased bloated feeling makes it a whole lot more difficult. That's why all on their own are not amazing for bulking. What have we got in common? We've got gains, haven't we? We're the Gains brothers. But we can't be brothers if you're not subscribed to the channel, can we? And that's just not going to work. I suggest you subscribe now to impact your gains.
After my health checkup revealed hyperlipidemia and anemia, my doctor advised me to eat more fruit. Archaeologists have discovered a huge ancient city hidden underground in Mexico, which may give a better understanding of the Maya civilization.
The idea of uncovering an ancient tomb sends shivers down my spine, but knowing that a perfectly untouched Mayan tomb has just been opened, that's beyond thrilling. So rare and mysterious that even experts struggle to make sense of it. Hidden artifacts, cryptic symbols, and secrets buried for centuries. This find could rewrite everything we know about the ancient Mayans. Let me take it back a bit to 2022. Archaeologist Francisco
Okay guys, I'm headed out on a date. This top is a little boobish for me. I got it on TikTok shop though, so blame TikTok. But I'm running late. I'm headed out. I just did my nails. I'll give y'all the TLDR on this guy a little bit later, but I'm not expecting much. Which is why I'm surprised I'm dressed so cute, because like, potential good.
6.5 hours later.
Well, I've officially seen it all. My first 0 out of 10 date. This man left me at the restaurant while I was in the bathroom. I think I'm gonna hang it up for a while. Yep, I don't have anything left to give. But if I'm honest, I never should have gone on the date in the first place. Everything was telling me not to. Everything. The signs were there, but I was like, I'll give him a chance. Nope. Follow your guts. Follow your guts. Everything was going fine. This guy and I had been talking for like 3 or 4 days. He asked me out to dinner for this weekend, today. Chose a cute little Cuban spot, made the plans, we figured out the time, all that jazz. He doesn't live here in Charlotte. It was about an hour and a half outside of Charlotte, so we drove in and got a hotel for the night. Where the problem started is, he texted me this. I'm back. And this guy's leaving you.
As if you guys didn't read it, because it was up there pretty quickly. So let's review. And he could have gone. He didn't just up and leave like on another video. I think the dude, the one was complaining because the dude paid half. But they got up and left. And a lot of dudes are getting turned off on dates. But this dude showed up, as she said.
Picture this. A beautiful summer afternoon in an upscale neighborhood in Atlanta.
Michael Carter, a former police officer with 15 years of service, is finally living his dream. After years of saving every penny and working overtime shifts, he managed to buy his dream house, a stunning 2-story home with a crystal clear swimming pool that sparkles under the Georgia sun. But his moment of peace is about to be shattered. As Michael reclines in his lounge chair, eyes closed and enjoying the warm breeze, police sirens pierce the tranquility. 2 patrol cars screech to a halt in front of his house. The officers, hands on their holsters, approach his fence. "Sir, we've received a report of a suspicious individual trespassing in this pool area." Michael sits up, a familiar knot forming in his stomach. He knows exactly who made that call. Through the corner of his eye, he catches a glimpse of his neighbor, Karen Thompson, peeking through her curtains with a smug smile on her face. This isn't the first time she's pulled something like this, and little does she know, it's about to be her last. Let me take you back to where it all began. 2 months earlier. 2 months earlier, Michael was proudly moving into his new home. After a decade and a half of protecting and serving, he'd finally achieved what his parents could only dream of, owning a house in one of Atlanta's most prestigious neighborhoods. The previous owners had maintained the property beautifully, especially the backyard pool that had caught Michael's eye from day one. He was arranging his patio furniture when he first noticed her. Karen Thompson, standing in her second-floor window, phone pressed against her ear, staring intently at him. Michael waved politely, but she quickly disappeared behind her curtains. The next day, while Michael was at the hardware store, his security camera pinged. There she was, walking through his unlocked back gate like she owned the place, wearing a designer swimsuit and carrying a luxury beach towel. She casually laid her things on his pool chair and dipped her feet in his pool. When Michael returned and confronted her, Karen's reaction was unforgettable. "Oh," she said, feigning surprise with a hand to her chest. "I thought you were the new pool maintenance man. The previous owners always let me use their pool." Her condescending smile made his blood boil, but years of police training had taught him to stay calm. "Ma'am, I'm not the maintenance man. I'm the new owner," Michael replied professionally. "And I'd appreciate it if you'd ask permission before entering my property." Karen's face twisted into an expression of disbelief. "You? The owner?" She laughed nervously. "There must be some mistake. I know the realtor handling this property, and she never mentioned... Well, she gestured vaguely at him, leaving the racist implication hanging in the air. "There's no mistake, Mrs. Thompson. This is my home, and you're trespassing. Please leave." Michael's voice remained steady, but inside he was counting to 10. As Karen gathered her things, she muttered under her breath, "We'll see about that." It wasn't a threat. It was a promise. Over the next few weeks, Karen's behavior went from annoying to outrageous. One Saturday morning, Michael woke up to voices and splashing. Looking through his window, he couldn't believe his eyes. Karen had brought 4 of her friends for a pool party in his backyard. "Ladies, you need to leave immediately," Michael announced, stepping onto his patio. "This is private property." "Oh, don't be difficult," Karen waved dismissively. "We're just having a little fun. Besides, this pool barely gets any use." Her friends looked uncomfortable, shifting in their designer swimsuits. "Karen told us she had permission," one woman whispered, quickly gathering her things. Michael maintained his composure, remembering his de-escalation training. "Mrs. Thompson, this is your final warning. The next time you trespass, I'm calling the police." "Go ahead," Karen sneered, being the last to leave. "I know everyone at the precinct. My husband plays golf with Captain Richards." That afternoon, Michael installed security cameras. He'd learned from his years on the force. Document everything. Within days, the cameras caught Karen testing his gate, peering through his windows, and even attempting to use her own key, copy from the previous owners. The final straw came when she hosted her book club. Michael returned from grocery shopping to find 8 women in his backyard, drinking wine and lounging by his pool. This time, he did call the police. Officers Davis and Martinez arrived, his former colleagues. "Mike, long time no see," Officer Davis started, then noticed the situation. "Oh, it's this kind of call." Karen immediately switched to tears. "Officers, I'm so glad you're here. This man is harassing us." We've always had pool privileges with the previous owners, and he's being completely unreasonable. Ma'am, Officer Martinez interrupted. Mr. Carter was one of our best officers. If he says you're trespassing, you're trespassing. Please leave before we have to make this official. As the women hurried out, Karen's face turned red with humiliation. This isn't over, she hissed. You don't belong here, and I'll make sure everyone knows it. Karen's campaign against Michael took a darker turn. Suddenly, mysterious concerned neighbors were posting on the community Facebook page about suspicious activities at his address. His morning newspaper started disappearing. Anonymous complaints about his unkempt yard flooded the HOA, despite his lawn being perfectly maintained. But Michael hadn't spent 15 years in law enforcement without learning a thing or two about gathering evidence. His cameras caught Karen stealing his newspaper at 6 a.m., photographing his house at odd hours, and even sprinkling plant killer on his prized roses under cover of darkness. During the monthly HOA meeting, Karen played her biggest card yet. I'm concerned about property values, she announced to the room, shooting Michael a side glance. Recent changes in the neighborhood have made my potential buyers uncomfortable. Michael calmly stood up, phone in hand. Interesting you should mention property values, Mrs. Thompson. Would you like to explain this footage of you vandalizing my garden last Tuesday at 11:47 p.m.? The room fell silent as he played the crystal clear video. Karen's face turned pale, but she quickly recovered. I was checking for suspicious activity. Someone's been damaging properties in the neighborhood. Yes, Michael replied coolly. And now we all know who that someone is. That evening, Michael discovered his pool water had been tampered with, filled with dish soap that would take days to filter out. As he watched the bubbles float across his once pristine pool, a plan began forming in his mind. If Karen wanted to play games with his pool, maybe it was time to give her exactly what she wanted. With a little twist, he remembered a conversation with his old partner about a case involving a non-toxic temporary dye used in pool maintenance. The kind that only activates when it comes in contact with certain chemicals found in cosmetics and sunscreen. The kind that would take several days to fade from skin. For the first time since this nightmare began, Michael smiled. Sometimes, the best way to handle a bully isn't to fight fire with fire. It's to fight fire with a perfectly legal, completely harmless, but absolutely unforgettable lesson in karma. Michael did his research carefully. The dye he ordered was completely safe, used by professional pool maintenance companies to detect leaks. The best part, it only reacted with specific chemicals found in expensive sunscreens and cosmetics. Exactly the kind Karen and her friends slathered on before their unauthorized swims. He tested it first in a small bucket with some of Karen's favorite brand of sunscreen, which he noticed left behind on his pool chairs. The result was perfect. A bright, unmistakable green that would take at least a week to fade naturally. Not harmful, not permanent, just incredibly embarrassing. The timing couldn't have been better. Through the neighborhood grapevine, Michael learned that Karen was planning another unauthorized pool party that weekend. A small gathering to support local real estate values, she told everyone. Code for, let's make the new neighbor uncomfortable. Michael prepared meticulously. He installed 3 additional hidden cameras at different angles, making sure to capture every possible view of the pool. He added the dye to the pool using the exact concentration recommended by the manufacturer. To anyone looking, the water appeared completely normal, crystal clear and inviting. That evening, he noticed Karen on her phone in her backyard, gesturing animatedly toward his house. Yes, he's usually gone all day on Saturdays, she said loudly enough for him to hear. Trust me, it'll be fine. Bring your best swimsuit. Michael smiled to himself as he packed his car the next morning, making sure Karen saw him leave. But instead of driving away, he parked around the corner and walked back through the side gate to his home office, which had a perfect view of the pool. The security app on his phone pinged. Right on schedule, Karen was testing his back gate. This time, though, Michael didn't feel angry. He just settled into his chair, phone ready to record, and waited for karma to do its work. At precisely 2 p.m., Karen made her grand entrance. She sashayed through Michael's gate like she owned the place, followed by 6 of her friends. all carrying expensive beach bags and wearing designer swimsuits. They set up their little party with practiced efficiency, champagne bottles, fancy snacks, and Bluetooth speakers playing soft jazz. "Ladies, welcome to our Saturday sanctuary," Karen announced, raising her glass. What the new owner doesn't know won't hurt him. The women giggled nervously, but the promise of a private pool party on a hot Atlanta afternoon quickly overcame their hesitation. One by one, they slathered on their expensive sunscreen, the exact brands Michael had tested. Karen was the first to dive in, making an elegant splash. "The water's perfect," she called out. Her friends followed, and soon they were all swimming, completely unaware of the chemical reaction slowly beginning to take effect. It started with Karen's friend, Susan. Karen, is your skin looking different?" The woman was staring at her arm in horror. Under the bright afternoon sun, a distinct green tint was spreading across her skin. Karen looked down at her own hands and let out a shriek that could have woken the dead. "What's happening?" Her normally pale skin was turning a bright, unmistakable shade of green, like a chameleon caught in a St. Patrick's Day parade. Panic erupted. Women scrambled out of the pool, screaming and grabbing their things. Their expensive makeup was now streaking green down their faces, their carefully manicured hands looking like they'd been dipped in food coloring. "My daughter's wedding is next week," one woman wailed, examining her now green legs. "I'm supposed to be in photos." Karen stood there, dripping and green, her face contorted in rage. This was deliberate," she sputtered, looking around wildly. That's when she spotted one of the cameras, its small red light blinking cheerfully. The exodus that followed would have made an Olympic sprinter proud. 6 green-tinted women running through the neighborhood in their designer swimsuits, leaving trails of wet footprints on the sidewalk. The video hit social media like a green tidal wave. Michael had edited it perfectly, starting with clips of Karen's previous trespassing incidents, followed by the pool party disaster, all set to the same jazz music they'd been playing. Within hours, it had millions of views across multiple platforms. Local news stations picked up the story. "Trespassing, Karen gets green with envy" became the trending headline. Security footage showed Karen's repeated intrusions, her vandalism attempts, and finally, her emerald transformation. The comment sections exploded with people sharing their own Karen stories, making the video spread even faster. Karen's real estate agency couldn't ignore the viral disaster. Their Facebook page was flooded with green emoji comments. Potential clients were asking if they could trust an agent who trespassed on private property. By Monday morning, they'd released a statement. "We pride ourselves on respect for property rights. The actions shown in the video do not reflect our company's values." The neighborhood WhatsApp group buzzed with activity. Residents who'd stayed quiet during Karen's campaign against Michael suddenly found their voices. She did the same thing to the Johnsons last year. Remember when she called the police on those kids' lemonade stand? The dam of silence had broken. But the most satisfying moment came when Karen, still sporting a distinct mint hue, attempted damage control. She posted a video explaining her side, but her green-tinged appearance only made it go viral for all the wrong reasons. "I was just trying to maintain community standards," she insisted, her green face glowing under the camera lights, making her look like a frustrated wicked witch of the West. Michael didn't say a word. He didn't have to. He just enjoyed his pool, waving cheerfully whenever he spotted a green-tinted figure peeking through neighboring curtains. Karen's attempts to salvage her reputation only dug her deeper into a green-tinted hole. Her lawyer sent Michael a cease and desist letter, demanding he remove the video. Michael's response was simple: a compilation of her trespassing incidents, complete with timestamps and documented police reports. "You can't prove that pool dye was meant for us specifically," Karen's lawyer argued in a follow-up email. Michael's security footage showing her stealing his newspaper and vandalizing his garden quickly ended that discussion. The neighborhood dynamic shifted dramatically. People who had once avoided eye contact with Michael now stopped to chat. Mrs. Rodriguez from across the street brought over her famous empanadas. "I should have spoken up sooner," she admitted. Karen reported my Christmas decorations to the HOA last year because they were too ethnic. The Johnson family next door finally shared their story about Karen trying to get their children's basketball hoop removed, claiming it decreased property values. Even Karen's closest friends started distancing themselves, especially since some of them were still sporting a faint green tinge. Karen's final attempt at revenge backfired spectacularly. She tried to organize a neighborhood meeting to discuss dangerous chemical usage in pools, but only 3 people showed up, all of them wearing green ribbons in silent support of Michael. The cherry on top came when Karen's husband was overheard at the local golf club. Do you know how hard it is to close a real estate deal when your wife is literally green? He complained to his friends. She can't even show houses right now. People keep asking if she's feeling well, Michael maintained, his professional demeanor throughout it all. When reporters asked for comments, he simply said, "Everyone is welcome to use my pool. They just need to ask permission first." His small smile spoke volumes. 2 weeks later, a "for sale" sign appeared in front of Karen's house. The remaining green tint had finally faded from her skin, but her reputation was permanently stained. She started taking the long way around the block to avoid passing Michael's house, especially during his weekend pool parties. These gatherings had become a neighborhood highlight. Michael hosted them properly, with written invitations, safety rules, and his famous grilled ribs. Children splashed happily while parents chatted, creating the kind of community Karen had claimed.
Here's how I eat low-carb, high-protein meals every day. These are my lunches this week. Eating carnivore or keto isn't cheap or fast, so I tried this with Cook Unit. For as little as $5.55 your first. Shit. So to everybody who keeps on worrying about drink too much Red Bull, drink a lot of water too. Shout out to the CIA, the confident, intelligent, and assertive men out there. One love to the FBI, the feminine, beautiful, inspirational ladies. Now, y'all don't come in here doing that stuff. Fragrance to the evening, harmony, synthesizing fire. This is the shit, by the way. One of the most complimented fragrances I've purchased in a long damn time. Matter of fact, this is probably going to go into the top 20 of complimented fragrances I own. The Harmonist. And Candle of the Evening, you know, incense 9. Here's the thing. Okay, let's get into it. Alright. I asked the question on YouTube's and on Instagram because I really want to know. I want to know
are there enough women for relationships today? Because we keep hearing that, you know, when I was growing up, I kept hearing, we're all the good men and men are enough good men and men are this. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, I can say that according to the numbers, at least in our community, 51% of the men are single and childless, right? 64% in the middle class. So that means over half of the men today, black men in particular, are unmarried and no children. All right, and black women outnumber black men by 2 million. The question I'm asking the men, are there enough women for relationships today? And according to almost 9,000 votes, 65% said there are not enough women. Well, how can there not be enough women for relationships if you outnumber men by 2 million in our community? And this is across the board, okay? Go to Instagram, so let's look at the same numbers. And ladies, like me, dislike me, doesn't matter. You need to listen to what the men are saying. Of the 756 responses, some women tend to think, yes, there are. But the men are saying no. So ladies, few questions. One, how many relationships have you been in where you have not left? Meaning, where the man walked out on you. And if the divorce rates or anything to go by, and that's how we can go track is divorce rates. We can't track relationships. So if women today are more free, more educated, more all this stuff and other, and you say you want to be married, and you say you want families, and the men are wanting relationships and marriage, why do almost 70% of men say there are not enough women? You say they're all knocked up. I don't think, well, let's talk about that. You do realize in our community that roughly 100% of the children, well, no. Roughly 80% of the children in our community are coming from less than 20% of the men. Meaning, half the men are not married, no children. Of the 100% of women in our community that have kids, the number works out to about 80% of the children being made in the community are being made by the same men. Because I don't want to get the number wrong. I'll do it tomorrow. But if you factor in the number of married women, 1 in 4, and you look at the amount of children coming from marriage, it's a small number. So that means that 8 out of 10 kids in our community are being born. They're being born to a small group of men. And this makes sense as to why men are saying there are not enough women for relationships, because one of the major reasons guys do not want to pursue a woman for a serious relationship is you already have a child. Don't get mad at me. And today, men are not accepting being stepfathers like my father's generation, even my generation.
Yo, what's up with the what's up, baby?
Ladies, if you come
back
to the
at it,
table
I like
with
so I
another
like to
man's
hear.
child, chances of your chance for getting into a relationship with a man of value, a man that you value, is significantly reduced. You know that, I know that. So the question, the premise is, marry before you carry. All right. Because the net of it is, no matter how you like it, ladies, you control access to your body. You control when a baby is born, and you control when sex can happen. But men control relationships.
Good job.
So somebody asked the question like, well, if men want relationships, why aren't they asking? Because they're not saying women who are fit for relationships. One of the conditions is children from another man. Okay, but let's talk about the women who don't have children. Not every woman out here has children. Great.
You see, they run away when I say Kevin said
relationship caliber for what the men are asking.
I love it.
What is that? Fit, feminine, friendly. Fit,
if I wouldn't have said that, they would have said, listen.
Fitness. 8 out of 10 women in our community are overweight. 80% of that number is obese.
That's a fact.
So even if you don't have children, do you pass the one test that every woman should be able to pass? Fitness. Well, 8 out of 10 of you don't. But what about the 20% that's remaining? So think about it. We're talking about taking a group of women, and we need to automatically knock off 80% of those women because they're unfit, physically unfit. Then you need to take the remaining women, however you do it, take the childless women first, or take the fitness component first.
That depends.
But either way, I say knock out the
You can't
largest
marry a
number of
woman
women.
that has kids.
8 out of 10 women are automatically knocked out because of fitness. You got 20% of women left. Then you have to look at how many of these women have children.
Depends on the dynamic.
And let's just say that and this number is very low. Let's just do it for simple.
If the father's not involved at all,
and it's closer to
better
70%.
off. If you let you discipline the kids,
let's
you're
just
better
say
off.
have children.
If she works and helps support, you're better off.
You have.
If she appreciates you, you're better off.
100% of the men
But if you don't do
looking
any of
for a
that,
relationship,
then you get a
and
chick
they
with
only
no
have
kids,
roughly 10%
you're
of
better
women
off.
to pick from. Even if those numbers are off in a percentage here or there, that is why so many men are just opting to go out. The men are saying they're not there.
But the
So
shorty's
what do you
down to
expect the
earth.
men to do, ladies?
Kids are young.
What do you expect the men to do? That's the question.
And you the daddy?
What are you expecting the men to do?
Are
I
going to
wanna
be
talk to
perceived
you-
as dad?
So ladies,
100%.
are you part of one? Are you one of the
That can
women
fly.
that thinks that there are plenty of women ready for a relationship?
But if you're dealing with older
Because if
kids
you
that are
look at what the
disrespectful and you
numbers
can't whoop
say,
their ass, I'd advise
it's a
you
rough
not to.
fold. And there's more women than men.
Especially if the mom is going to let them do whatever the fuck they
Let's
want.
get into it, ladies. Now, there's only a couple
challenge
of
you as a
One,
man.
Can't overtalk. 2, it is my platform, so if I have to cut you off or start or stop, that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. Let's get into it. Let's finish.
Listen, when I was 29, I had a chick with kids.
1, 2. Test.
Their dad wasn't involved
You guys still hear me?
at all. At no point in time.
So,
She worked
I find it
and helped.
interesting that, we're talking about
Eventually,
comments are still on.
we got together. It was cool. But then she got around the wrong friends. And she started thinking she was entitled to shit. And had to go. There was a wrap after that. When she was cool, it was cool. When she wasn't cool, it wasn't cool. But it was alright because if the kids act up, I could put them back in line. And she was like, that's what you get. You know what I'm saying? Y'all need to stop acting up and stay in a child's place. I appreciated that about her. She went to work, contributed to the household bills. I appreciate that about her.
This is when you have inflamed or bleeding gums.
Women get confused that since a man's a provider, they're supposed to provide every damn thing. That's not what that means.
People have lost their channels this week. 6 people have lost
That
their
means we
channels.
supposed to make each other's burdens lighter. Not I'm supposed to take on your burden on top of my own burdens, and you don't have nothing to contribute to help ease my burdens.
Now, and they were all
Foolishness.
Don't play. Let's see.
That's exactly right. A lot of these kids need some kind of father figure. And a lot of men, older, just gonna have one kid, no kids. And we were kids. A lot of guys like kids, like, yo, it's cool to have some kids around to show what's up and kick it, teach them some things. But no one wants to do that shit with an unruly woman and some badass kids. Fuck that.
I think that people saying that they can just come to my platform and copy my content and do what they want to. I got 2 people in federal court right now. So I'm letting you know, folks, I'm not playing. I think a lot of folks just think this is a game and they think that these videos are just what they want to. When you sign that that YouTube forum, you got your information out there. I'm not gonna say anything. Keep playing if you want to. Now, if you want to use my content, request permission, and if I grant
That's
it,
right, big word.
you know,
goddammit.
cool with that.
Every situation
I'll
is
keep
different.
taking out
You just
money.
got to make sure that you're handling yours.
I'll leave that there.
Have some boundaries and
We're
have
the
some
only
balls
group
to
of
stick
people
to
that feel
them.
like
You
that.
can have whatever you want.
Because black people,
Like, oh, you're
no
not a
shit.
man,
It's
you
like,
mess
I
with
see it.
women with kids.
Nah, you can't have that.
Listen, it ain't that often that you're going to find a woman without kids. Unless you're coming right out of high school. Once you get older, life goes on, yo. Once you hit your 40s and your 30s, everybody got kids, man. What you think, they gonna stop fucking waiting for you? They don't know you. It's just you gotta weed them out. That's all it is. You gotta weed them out. You can definitely get a lady without kids, man. They're out there, yo. They're out there. I'd advise you to find a woman with no kids. But I'm not frowning upon a woman with kids. Ain't nothing wrong with a woman with kids. She a good woman, she a good woman. Just make sure you get that history report. Like Carfax. Test drive that shit, see what problems it has. Might have to take that shit back to the lot. That's alright though. That's the beauty of life. You can change that shit at your earliest convenience. At the whim of a drop of a hat. You can have it your way. Shit, man. If you're trying to get married, man, find yourself a chick with no kids. No drama. That's a good woman. Good luck, because you're 29, man. This chick is crazy, brother. I'm in my 40s, man. I've been dating doctors and lawyers, and they're like, I want you to come in and take care of every damn thing. I'm like, I'm good. Baby daddy or ex-husband still around and shit. Nah, I'm good. They gonna tell me if I say something to your son or your daughter when they acting up, it's a problem. I'm good. Nah, I ain't signed up for this shit. Listen, if you want to get your ass busted, holla at me. But other than that, I can't fuck with it, yo.
No matter your industry, Granger's here for you with professional grade supplies. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I am well. How old are you?
I'm 24.
24. Okay. Do me a favor. Kind of get stable and let's get into it. Are there?
I did not let nobody be a mediator. How they mediating my shit?
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not Latino.
Are there enough people?
My ex-wife's Latina. She was cool until she got around her American friends.
Based on what?
Based on, well, the younger generation starting to become more available. I would say so. Like, I was born in 1996, so obviously I'm getting close to my mid-20s.
Okay.
There's a lot of women, especially myself, kids, fully career, that have available time to be in a relationship.
Okay. When was the last time you had a boyfriend?
I just ended my relationship for 6 years.
When?
Not too long ago, like 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks. Why didn't you guys get married?
You should ask me that. That's a good question.
No, you said you ended it.
Because you're not married.
Okay. But you ended the relationship.
Yeah, I did because, I mean, there was obviously underlying issues like toxicity and so on.
No, I can't take that because, see, this is where it starts to go off the rails. You can't say you ended a 6-year relationship because you're not married. You can't say during the time you were married was toxic. Did you? If you're saying that you believe women are there are enough women, then what do you think is wrong? Why don't you think the men are saying that?
Because I feel like men in general have like a certain criteria, like you stated, they're looking for something that obviously women are not providing them, which is fine.
So that means because men are the consumers, the purchasers, if they are purchasing women or wives and they're saying there are not enough women or wives, it's not a problem with the men.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of I kind of feel like half and half because men at
No, it can't be half and half because men are the husbands.
Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But in the sense of, at the same time, there are plenty of men who don't have their stuff together.
We're not focusing on those. See, talk to me about why women are single today and don't blame men.
I would say a lot of it has to do with their own selves, like fighting their own demons, meaning like they're dealing with their own personal issues, trying to heal themselves to be better, ready for
Did you go to college?
I am in college right now, yes.
Okay. 1 in 3 black men who marry and have a college degree choose to marry a non-black woman. Black men are marrying. Black men want to marry. Black men are saying there are not enough women for relationships. What are black women going to do about it?
Yeah.
Or are you okay with it going to be with a white woman?
I mean, I'm part white, so it wouldn't bother me either way.
But you see the point. My point is the market decides. The men are saying they want relationships. That's why my show is so popular. My show is not watched by a bunch of Cheeto-eating, neckbeard cellar dwellers. My show is populated by professional men who want relationships. And they're saying they're not enough. So in your situation, you said you're in a relationship for 6 months. 6 years. So you got with him when you were what, 18?
Who keeps moderating my shit?
We did it in 2015, yeah. So I was like about 18, 17.
But you were 18. And how old was he?
He was.
How old was he?
He's like a couple months older, so he was less than me, so he was 17 at the time.
So you had a younger man, and you were with him for 6 years. Man, was that man even ready? Most men aren't ready to be a husband until around 30.
He stated obviously they all say that. He stated that.
We can't say that. No, I can't.
I'm not black. I'm not African American.
Why would you come in and say
I'm
that?
indigenous American.
You see how easy?
I was born right
my
here.
critics, I want you guys to understand how easy women disparage all men. Let's talk about the one you had instead of the ones you don't know.
Right.
Is that fair?
Yes. Yes.
So, did you have your mom and dad, or your mom and dad married?
No.
Okay. Were you raised by your mother?
I'm back and forth.
Okay. So what I'm trying to understand is who advised you in your relationships?
Who invited me?
Advised you.
See, I kind of had to learn myself, which is why I was in the situation that I was in, because I was trying so hard to make a
Who did you have?
I really didn't have anyone to really give me guidance on it. We just kind of
you can't talk to your father about dating?
No, because he's not really the one to judge either. He's not married. He's going through his own drama with his own.
I'm an aboriginal.
Different of women.
You can't ask your mother?
My mother is celibate. She's
White
not
people
really
used to
looking
call
for any type of
Negro back
marriage.
in the day.
Yeah, she's celibate.
We was here before the Indians.
Just me and my little brother.
And nappy heads running
And
around.
she's been celibate for how long?
Since my brother was born. So my brother's 9 now.
So for what reason?
Because of
I think he died
the father
last year
of my
or the year
brother
before.
was also a toxic relationship. She just kind of would focus on.
Your mother is celibate because her baby daddy was toxic.
Well, no, I would say she's celibate because she has the same beliefs. Like, she's Christian, she wants to get married, and she wants.
Do you realize how
Right,
big
we
this is?
Aboriginal. We don't.
Yeah,
You
no,
got 2 kids out of wedlock by 2 different men.
That's why we don't.
Then you want to become
That's why we
celibate.
don't get no
See,
rights.
what you're showing is even your mama is a
They
problem.
don't give rights to people that were already here.
How so?
You may love your mama, but your mama's a problem. You don't get to go and be a reborn Christian and be celibate for 9 years and then start seeing the problem with men.
I don't think she sees the problem. She, and I mean, I can
Say that again. Say that again. Say that again. Say that again.
that I don't believe she was the problem.
No, you don't believe she sees the problem.
I
That's
don't
her.
think she sees the problem as her. Well, not as her, but
What women do? What
Me.
women do see
yeah, her own personal health. So that's what I'm saying. She's trying to decipher herself and work through herself before even trying to get into a marriage or stable relationship. And when she
But
is
here's
ready,
the problem. She already got 2 kids out here, and one of them is without guidance. So your mama, who's a modern woman, who's a Christian, but got baby daddy 1, baby daddy 2. She's still trying to figure out her own shit and got you as a daughter out here wandering through this world by yourself with no guidance. So you're making mistakes because your mama ain't got her head in the game because she's trying to figure her shit out. When it really should have been someone should have helped your mother pick better, become somebody's wife, then marry and have children afterwards.
Yeah, you're
and your
dating
mother
with
and
foreign
father
parents.
help you figure out what to model a relationship. See, this is very basic, but it all starts with the men you ladies pick, and it starts
He
with
said
the
I was
women.
firstborn. Were you born twice?
When your mother chose
You
to have
Christian?
children, she
Born
gave
again?
up her single life.
I'm
But far
just
too
messing
many,
with you.
I can make the case that
Mom from
mothers
France,
today
dad
are
from
putting
England,
their
that's what's up.
personal lives before their kids' lives. Because at 24,
Got that good
you're
English,
saying
huh?
you had a 6-year relationship.
Speaking the
and
King's
no adult,
English.
mother or father, stepped in to give you any guidance. But for that case, you might as well be a foster kid because a parent is supposed to help guide you. True or false?
I don't
No,
think you
I-
had a choice.
but at the same time, my mother had me at
You
a
had
young
no
age.
choice in
She was
that.
also 17 herself when she had me. So
How old is your
at-
mother?
my mother is now, her birthday was not last week, so she's 43, or what is 43? And my dad is also 42.
So your mother was born in roughly 78 or 79 or 80, right?
79. Oh, no, 78. I
Right.
think, yeah, 78.
78. And I got news for you.
That's right, it is what it is.
I'm 10 years
Ain't
older
nothing wrong
and I
with
know
that.
about condoms and contraceptives. So I can't give your mama a pass that she just had an oops baby.
Yeah, no.
Especially too.
Yeah, no, it's not pass at all.
So, if
You gotta play the cards. You gotta play your cards because they're your cards. It's okay.
And that's the man, and then even with you, you're saying you're in a relationship and it was toxic. Well, either you're painting the picture that you were just innocent in all of this for 6 years.
No. I never said I was innocent, no.
Okay, but when toxic, who was the more, what percentage of the toxicity was on you?
I would say about, in the beginning, it was me. In the beginning, it was, but as I got older, I started to understand and realize what my flaws were, and I made adjustments in myself to bring down that toxicity.
My family's Blackfoot
Why
Indian.
were you toxic at 17?
Because I didn't know how a real relationship worked. My parents, neither of them were
When you
innocent.
were toxic, what are some of the things you were talking about that were toxic?
I mean, just the arguments getting out of hand, you know, the crazy.
At 17? You're in high school.
Well, that's like fast forward to like 19, you know,
Yes,
we're
sir.
moving in together, we're living together.
Yeah, but you said in the beginning it was you.
Well, that's like past the first phase, you know, the first year or two, it's like butterflies and rainbows.
And you moved in with somebody at 19?
Yep.
And your mother and father just said, all right.
I mean, again, they didn't like it, but knowing who I am, I'm gonna
Exactly. Thank you. To my critics, women choose. At 19 years old, can't nobody tell you nothing.
Yeah. I wish someone
So
would have.
when the men are saying they run into women who share your reflection and your experiences, why do you understand why most are saying you're not
right,
you're
get
not
it
women
rolling.
relationships? Because arguably you're not ready. You just ended a relationship for 6 years, 1/3 of your life. Well, not 6 years. 25% of your life spent with somebody
You
that
speak
you call
French
toxic.
also?
That guy was a boy. He was too young to be trying to be a husband or anything else like that. But y'all were trying to figure this out on your own, and I'm still not understanding why modern middle-class women who have really none of the struggles other women have had are so toxic. Y'all should be the happiest, easiest to go get along people in the world.
Yeah. 99% of the time I am. I just feel like.
Yeah, but what 99? I want 100. Y'all ain't picking no cotton. Y'all ain't sharecropping. Y'all ain't cleaning people's floors. Y'all sitting in air conditioning and got new textbooks. What are you talking about? This is what the men are saying. They run into women at 24 who sound like they got a lot of miles on.
Do you speak French?
So how long? If you've been with somebody
For your
6
mom's
years,
side.
common thought is it takes about 1/3 of the time to detox from that person to get clear. That means you won't be ready for a relationship till about 26 or 27.
That's disappointing.
Well,
I've been
that's
learning
what's
Spanish by
happening.
getting yelled at by my ex-wife.
Young people are allowed to get into relationships and stay in them for years. And can't nobody tell you nothing. So even if you had the guidance, what you're saying to me is you probably wouldn't have listened anyway. That's why. So, well, and you have any children?
No. I only have a couple.
Yeah, second language is always good.
How tall are you?
Huh?
How tall are you?
I am 5'1.5".
Dress size?
My dress size, I am a large.
How much did you weigh last time you weighed yourself?
I was 180. Already pretty
Now
young.
that is one thing you want to have 100% control over. While you're getting your head together, you need to get in the gym and get fit.
No, I know. I was 130 in high school. That was my stable. I mean,
And you were 5'1", you said 5 what?
5'1.5". I mean, my height, I know by. I'm already pretty
Now
young.
that is one. But even at that, 5'5" and 130 is still a bit heavy for your height.
But you have to understand, I'm like a double D, and
Okay,
like.
I get it. You're busting.
That's
Great. We give you 10 pounds for titties. Cool. That means you got to do more ab work. Right?
Yeah.
You got to keep your core tight. Now, all I'm saying is, if you recognize you have issues, what you can't afford to do right now is to go into the next relationship with you being toxic or whatever.
I don't want shit. I got everything
Because
I need.
you can't afford to waste 4 or 5 more years. And if you got no help from your mother, no help from your father, the culture is not about relationship. The culture is not about family. If you want that, and you didn't see it modeled growing up, that means you need to get to work. Mental work, physical work. So you can get yourself in a position to where, you know, if it's faster, it's faster. But the closer you become to becoming suitable the more likely you'll attract the kind of man that wants a relationship. We are all what we attract. Make sense?
No, it does, yeah.
Do you still live with your mother?
No.
Okay. Are you still in the same city or state with your family?
Yes.
Alright. Well, start hanging around the kind of women that you want to be like, because like I said, our culture doesn't model it. But I'll say this, I'm going to get to the next person. In all relationships, the problem generally starts in the middle.
Where who from? My ex-wife or this girl on the radio?
So just because it didn't go well with this first person, take it as a learning experience, keep on moving. And that guy's arguing too. I mean, I don't think men today really should be looking at serious relationship or marriage for 30, 35. Women haven't changed much, and it's going to be difficult for a man to be able to provide and be stable enough for what many women are saying. But appreciate it, man. Have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right. She says, I'm a double D. Y'all in there thirsting it up. Some of y'all are breast men, huh? I'm a leg man. I like, boobs to me are like an extra. I like a track runner's body, so like a little waist, and I love a woman's legs. So especially that, hamstring with quad and then a nice calf, and then the little sea booties. Pop! I like big hips. I like a woman, when you look this way, you don't see that. It's just kind of like, man, you turn around and you can set your damn drink on that one.
Nah, this shit's crazy.
That's why I laugh when they keep you gay. I'm like,
Ella está from Guatemala. Ella está en Guatemala.
Anyway, let's get next, ladies. Oh, there are enough of y'all out here for the men. All right. Get my lights up, damn it.
Ella jefe. Nah, shorty from Guatemala. When we divorced, man, I was married for 10 years.
I'll stay dark. We'll shut this shit off. Get them up. We need over another 1,000 likes. Come on.
Chapina, sí, Chapina.
You need a nationwide logistics provider who can optimize your supply chain with critical data and donuts. That's easy care.
I'm good in you.
Dude, how old are you?
I'm 28.
Oh, cool. We're talking about keeping versus getting. Getting versus keeping.
Okay.
Let's do this. What do you got?
Well, I feel like in the black community, us black women, we definitely have a problem with being vulnerable and being submissive when the time is right for the guy. So it's hard to keep somebody when you're constantly bucking at them. You can't let a man be a man and you're trying to take that role as well. So I agree with that.
Were you raised with your mother, father, or just were you as a one parent like most of us?
In the beginning, for my first couple of years, it was my mom and my dad.
Mm-hmm.
And then they separated. So it was more of a co-parenting type thing.
And do you have any siblings?
Yeah, 2 older brothers and now 2 younger sisters.
Okay, so would you like to be married one day?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I only say it like that because, again, in today's day and age, it's very complicated. Not a lot of people are getting serious like that.
See, I am always, my bullshit detector goes off on high alert when I hear women say to this day and age.
Why?
Because you're evolutionary evolved to be what you are, regardless of the day and age. Can a female of the species survive without the group. No. Women need men.
I agree.
So is it that you don't want to be married? Or are you afraid?
I'm afraid to get married again because of.
That. So what are you afraid of?
I wouldn't say the trials and tribulations, but that is part of it. Because I've seen what my mom went through.
Okay.
And
now,
I've always based off like what as I was growing up, I wanted to do the opposite and become the opposite. And
do you now, without getting too personal, were your mother and father's situation money motivated? Were they like the most people, or was there like domestic violence, where there was really violence, or drugs or anything involved?
I could say it was a mixture of financial.
Sound like my buddy. Sound like one of my buddies, man. Yeah, man. Yo, listen. If a chick like you, she like you. She don't care what you got. I ain't gonna front, yo. I had the most down chicks when I was broke. I didn't have nothing. Cause those are the chicks that like you for real. And then once I started making good money, you had to weed them out. You know what I'm saying? You know who like you. The ones that like you, man, they'll pop up and be like, here's a t-shirt that I want you to wear. Here's some kicks that you ain't asked for. You know what I'm saying? It's like buying you stuff and you gotta tell them to stop. Like the ones that like you are gonna like you just because you're you. They don't give you a hard fucking time. You pretty much do whatever you want. I mean, to an extent, you know, you're supposed to be out here abusing them. And yeah, confidence does reign supreme. But even if you're confident, I mean, shorty gonna like you for who you are. You gotta show them who you are. You gotta be you. You know, people sniff through fake shit all the time. Like I can't be on here with Mr. T chains and shit acting tough because I ain't Mr. T, nigga. You know, I'm me, and I'm not gonna try to be nothing but me, unapologetically. And when you around the right one, you know, they'll either feed off that or you'll repel them away. And both are actually good. Cause you ain't supposed to be with the ones that don't want you. That's still what gets you used. And you ain't supposed to be one that you want and don't want you. Just that's for the chicks that want you, man. And that you want too. A lot of times you find, man, there's be plenty of chicks that like you that you don't like. You just gotta find the ones, you know. Down the run. They out there. The hard part is fucking apps, man. Like now my situation is so different because I'm always in this truck working, yo. And when I do come home, I might get my chick I might get a couple days out of me a month. That's it. And it's hard to date out here because a lot of chicks, they want a lot more time out of you, man. Like I thought I had a decent one, but I can't be bumping heads with a chick all the time either. And I need some reassurance every once in a while, like, yo, I ain't been out. You're supposed to be taking care of yourself. Call you up, you got a problem about nothing. I can't have that. I can't have that. I need some peace, man. Like, yo, I come home, I ain't see you in a minute, I'm trying to kick it with my shorty, yo. I'm trying to kick it and not have no issues. Like, I'm at the point where, like, I'd love to get married again, but honestly, to taking that time and to put that time into somebody and find out that they ain't shit is rough, bro. It's rough. You be like, oh my God. But that's the game, though. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be in it to win it. And it's rough, man. When you away, there's so many options for chick now. They be like, well, he ain't around, so. And then when you're around, they're like, oh, I like him, but he don't be there like that. And then they want the ones that make good money. The niggas that make good money ain't there every day. They're not there. They out making good money. Yo, this shit is crazy, man. I don't know.
Problems. And also infidelity.
Just trying to find a real one, man.
With respect, this is why I think women go wrong. I said it before. That's none of their child's place. How
It's
do you
really
know
not.
that? But how do you, but my thing is, unless you walked in on your mother or father with somebody, you wouldn't know they're cheating. If they're money problems, why do you know if they didn't share that with you?
And I was gonna say that unfortunately it was shared with me, and I did not ask for that information.
Which parent? Does your mother share with you?
My
Your father
dad.
did? Okay. And see, this is the burden of sharing this kind of stuff with kids. You said they were co-parents. Did your
Yeah.
mother remarry?
No, my dad married definitely.
Okay.
But
So-
my mom didn't.
So the person that had infidelity, was your father or your mother?
It was my dad.
Okay. But he remarried.
Yeah,
How did you find out about the infidelity? Who told you that?
my dad.
Okay. Did he tell you that is the reason that they're no longer married?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I'll give a little leeway. A parent has to give a reason why the kids are divorced. I wouldn't
Yeah, women
acknowledge
got it
that level
easier
of
than men,
detail,
man.
but your
That's
father
a fact.
remarried.
It's
Your
set up so
mother,
they
did
have
you
it
ever
easy.
see her
They
dating
honestly
anybody?
should have it easier.
Yeah, and
No or yes?
I did.
Just
I
because of the
definitely
fact
did, and
that
that was kind of the problem for me growing up. Was
We're built for
boyfriend?
more
what I seen,
damage, let's
it
say.
wasn't a great example.
Not necessarily
So
mentally, but
so
we
I
can
tried to
handle
just do
more.
the opposite of what I seen, and
Okay. Well,
or try to stay away from
one big problem is
But
people
women
in
are
this
taught-
generation, both kids and grown folks,
Well,
and they
women are
put
taught
you-
what to expect from men.
So this is
Men
where
are taught
therapy comes into it. But here's the reality.
to cater to a woman, which
Your
is
mother and
just fucked
father's
up.
problems don't sound like anything that you can't find in any neighborhood in this world.
exactly.
Or any time period in history. If you don't get married, 28, did you go to college?
Yes,
What's your degree?
business administration. I'm going for my bachelor's next.
Okay. So what are you planning on doing for a profession?
I want to work in a recording label, as in the marketing team. That's what I'm going for my bachelor's for marketing and.
Okay, so how much money? How much do you think you will earn annually at the height of your career?
At the height, I would hope. I would hope at least over 50,000 a year. I would hope.
Okay. I ran a simulation that if a woman was working a job making $50,000 a year.
That's right.
From 25
Yeah, as long as we
to
do what we're supposed to do, we just gotta
no
find a woman that
stops,
matches
no
that
breaks,
energy, man.
and received a cost of living raise, 3%.
There's plenty of good women out here.
25,
It's hard to find them.
and she retired at 65 and had a life expectancy to 85. That means she had to live 20 years.
You gotta go through a lot, you know? You gotta
That
go through a
woman
field to find the right one.
Would have a shortfall of almost $800,000 in her retirement. It's going to take $2.9 million to live from 65 to 85. What I'm saying, young lady, is you're going to college and doing all this work to get a middle income job. And if you don't marry, who's going to pay your bills and help you in your golden years if you don't have a husband, insurance, children? Because dogs can't do it, your girlfriends can't do it. So the fear of being married, I need you and I need women to help. If you are an average earner, marriage is not an option. It is a necessity. And it has been marketed to you as an option to be chosen to not do out of fear. Well, then what's the option after you're 45 and you're just making $50,000 a year? That ain't no money.
Yeah, no, it's not. So I completely agree. I believe in there needs to be a man in the house, and there needs to be gender roles, I believe in all of that. It's just
But if you're
scary.
I don't know what should be scary.
It's doing it alone.
No, what should be scary is trying to live from 65 to 85. You will need $2.9 million. I need you to understand how big of a number that is. Older women, older people cost more.
True.
Your insurance, your medications, all these things cost more.
That's a fact.
So what
That's a fact, man. You sound like a good dude, man.
I don't have a husband. Then what are you going to do? Go live with your girl?
Sound like a good dude. You just gotta find a good woman that's gonna appreciate you,
That's
man.
what's happening.
That's all we want.
Women are starting to end up
We don't want shit, but a woman that appreciates us and hold it down.
You're right. And I said that to my friend. I was saying a lot of nowadays, a lot of people just rather roommate, and it's
What kind of life you can live if you gave up, if you contributed half of your resources and found a woman that contributed a quarter of hers.
But almost 90% of
what type of real good life, a good life you can live? I mean, like
80% of divorces are by women.
Damn.
Women are not staying in relationships anywhere. When
but the entitlement is killing the game, yo.
And why are women filing? Because we've been told life is better single.
The underlying message of going to school and getting a good job is to live a good life. They want to go to school, get a good high-paying job like a man, but then not contribute nothing. But then go to work like a man and want to be taken care of like a man. Nah.
If that's the case, then what are you doing?
That shit can't ever fly. It's wild.
Negative programming.
Wild work.
Because you're 28 years old, man. You are firmly in the danger zone.
Yeah, I know.
You're going to hit the wall in 2 years.
I know.
And you don't. Time is starting to run out.
I know. I was just telling my friend that.
You're afraid, but I'm talking to you. I can't talk. So this is why I talk about the danger zone. This is when you ladies need to really get real crystal clear on what you want and do something about it. Because at 35,
man, I'm 42. I'm trying to find my son that's like 26, 27.
Yeah.
I mean,
done with college.
I've said this before.
Just trying to get locked down, like.
No.
Ain't out here partying. Ain't trying to find herself out here in the streets under
a different state.
A bunch of different men.
But,
when's the last time you had a relationship?
That's rough though. It's rough.
About 5 years ago.
That's not acceptable.
I know. That's why I didn't want to say it.
Relationship. So how old is the man out of state?
He's younger than me.
Then obviously it's not real. You're playing. And this is why I'm being very serious.
Yo, I used to clean the concrete out of concrete press machines overnight and set molds with a chisel all night long in a needle grinder. That shit was some rough ass work, man. I had a chick that was holding me down though at the time.
Because you ladies, you said you're gonna go to college.
But then it was like,
yeah, I'm going for my bachelor's.
To go make $50,000.
Then it was, you know, better came along. What she thought was better came along, and that was the end of that.
Look back at.
No, man.
Game is rough out here.
Marketing doesn't pay me. I couple.
Hit me up later in life, like,
marketing.
I think I chose wrong. I was like, you know, we all gotta live with our choices. It is what it is.
When black women don't know what to do, they run to school. School is the black woman's husband if the job ain't. That's what y'all run. You run to school like it's God, like it's Jesus. I'm gonna hide in school, go spend money to get a degree in communications and marketing, which is a worthless degree.
Is it?
Yeah, you know what? I would like a woman that knew how to do these things, but
science, engineering, technology, man.
I don't want her to have to do these things.
Business marketing.
You know what I'm saying? I like a strong woman. Like, if I met a chick and we was out camping and she started cutting, so what is like, oh shit, you must have both your parents, your dad must have been a woodsman. You know, something like that. But honestly,
but you gotta go into debt to do that.
I like strong, fit, smart women that are down to earth.
So I am more
that are like, yo, listen, if I have a hard time, she got my back. If she has a hard time, she know I got her back.
The most sense to go.
One that's gonna say
college debt.
A chick that will come to me and be like, listen, we're together now, so your problems are our problems. Not these chicks like out here like, your problems are your problems. That's what I need you to take care of my problems. But if you start having problems, I can't deal with that. I gotta go.
I'm gonna go to college so I can use college as a shield.
Gotta weed them out.
Away from it. And I am going to, and then I'll say I'm busy doing this so-called recording job, making $50,000 a year.
You're the wild ones are the good
50 years old.
Like a wild woman. I ain't gonna lie. I'm right there with you, my boy.
No, I now that you say it, it's.
But the fact that matters, I'm single.
I don't like no pushover women, man. I like
golden girls.
I ain't gonna say I like problems.
Okay, I never watched the show, but I got.
This is the. I'm gonna break this down.
I like
this is Black woman's future. Because there is absolutely no reason for. I'm gonna just say this, man. What you saw is, I can't tell you your pain. But
I have my best luck with professional women.
But to have
tell people what to do all day.
It's like black women have an anaphylactic shock. So
they ship until they figure out they can't tell me what to do.
Black men. Y'all have a hyper-allergic reaction to commitment with a black man. Anaphylactic shock is when you see something like get stung by a bee and they die.
Why are you running your brakes?
I saw something happen. Oh. Thank you for being honest with them. You can't avoid it. Well,
that's right.
You want to avoid it.
Those are the ones you keep. When you down, a woman that keep you up, that's the one to keep. It don't matter if she got kids or don't got kids. If she holds you down when you down, that's the one.
I hear you say that now, but I don't hear anything in your life before this. I hear college and just I watch YouTube videos. Now, if you're really trying to work, get it better, there'll be counseling, there'll be therapy, you'll be investing money and trying to get my mind right to understand why. I look around and I see my counterparts.
Like, God forbid if I got in an accident, I would never want a woman that gotta walk out.
They got little bitty rings on them, man.
I agree.
And not feed me some motherfucking pudding and bring me back to life.
Again, with the black community, I don't know why, but their kids look down upon. So when I
you're okay. Stop talking to your mom.
Definitely, because I know that's one of my problems. I know.
You're a grown damn woman. Stop talking to your mom. Stop looking for permission to get your shit together.
You're right.
Because your mama, due respect, is not the one you gotta remarry. Your father did. So whether he cheated or not or whatever, he's gone about his business. And unfortunately, the world likes y'all single, alone, and spending money. That's the world likes it that way. So if you're looking for, what did I say, single women keep women single, it's because the anaphylactic shock response to a marriage. So it's not the current state of men, it's the current state of women.
I agree.
Because by your own experience, your dad, you married, right?
Yes.
Your mom had the same opportunities out in the market.
Definitely did.
All right, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. You know, bye-bye. I'm gonna do a breakdown of the golden girl. See, to the caller before that, the lady before her, that's the kind of conversations we need to be having with younger women. Not this find your chakra and your heart mode, love yourself.
Well, you got a good blueprint on what not to do.
By what they saw and
what not to accept. You know what's up?
Women hold the power. You don't want the power.
Some of us had life lessons before we knew what life was.
Young women are
just gotta remember to hold on to
men because you're told by your mom, you're told by
and learn the lessons.
By women that demanded an issue. Your mothers have put fear into you. Don't get you a job. Love yourself, so on and so forth. Single women keep women single. That even gone on and got a relationship. That young girl wasn't that I'm nervous about the state of marriage. I can see it. I'm scared of marriage. I'm scared of relationships because all I've seen is relationships are bad. Yet at best, I'm going to be an average earning person, making average money. I don't expect to be working at NASA or Procter & Gamble or Google. I'm going to be doing average stuff. But average stuff cannot afford to live one person. Can't afford it. So we're going to do this Golden Girls breakdown tomorrow. Because this is going to be important because so many women think multiple streams of income and then,
that's going to happen whether you let it begin or not. You just got to choose to make a plan and deal with it.
that really bothers me.
Mold
They
like
tell all this stuff, multiple streams of income and all this. Instead of saying the multiple, you need a multiple, man. You need a man. You need a man.
You got to make a choice every single day to get up and do what needs to be done. And figure out a new way to get shit done that you need to get done to make the life the way you want it. Because that's what men do.
Men
Make it the way the fuck we want it.
The men are scared.
No matter where we came from or
none of
we'll use the resources we got to turn shit into what we want it to turn into.
Shout out to Jen London Esquire.
Learn what you need to learn to get where you want to be. You want different, do different.
I mean, I've been
You want more, do more.
Where's your wife? I'm telling you, from a person
get
who's
your ass in
failed
shape.
this stuff. But
You hungry, get something to eat.
You do better is because you're willing to admit your failures and then
That's all
go
it
do the
is.
work. My relationship.
It ain't easy, but it's simple.
Y'all see the kind of shit I'm going through. I'm not going to subject nobody in my life to this thing. But obviously, it's helping.
Be too proud to take some help and some criticism.
I couldn't figure it out.
And apply it to what you need to apply it to.
Everything. But then, okay, you gotta
Get
start
around some
getting
people
the
that
next day.
are where you want to be,
but obviously
doing what you want to do, and get to it.
Intermission. Let's get this money up. Get these likes up.
I'm not a trucker, I just drive a truck. I ain't never one thing. This happens to be very lucrative at the time for me.
About to open the call line. Let's see what we got going on. Oh man, we don't even have the likes up over 1,000. Oh man, we gotta get the likes way up. Oh, let me help this chick out. Bye. Moderators, time out any of these crazy people talking about the best of anything else. None of that time, no time for that. Come on. Again, it's only a problem. It's only a problem if you're outspoken. He shouldn't be saying these kind of things. We've got right reason to be angry and unhappy. It ain't our fault. Cool, ain't nobody said it was. Nobody gonna put up with it though. Especially not me who's had to work to get to the next level. I'm doing that. Because what can't work is we all do whatever we want to. That can't work. There has to be order. There has to be structure. And coming from the
What's a mod? Moderator?
Hierarchy and structure is what that is built for. You don't just make a battle plan and say, hey, just get a gun, go out there and capture shit.
Good conversation there,
There has
man.
to
Hit
be
me
a
up
plan.
sometime.
So if
Talk
marriage
shit.
doesn't work, cool. What does work to get the kind of outcome?
The place where I'm at right now, or even where my mindset is, I'm not really looking for, I'm not really interested in that relationship. relationship only because I know that how can I put this? Let's just say I can't be or offer what the typical man would want.
Okay.
So I don't really feel like with what, I don't want to say today's age because I ain't met all men. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to like put a bias or like a whole general statement about it. But from what I've experienced, it's just not something that's interesting.
Okay. So, now, Barry Carlton, you said you want a couple kids. But you're not necessarily wanting marriage. How would you see your life being if it wasn't married with your children? How does that structure look? Well, if you have kids, for the outcome you said you want, by 50, you want to have kids. So, what would that structure look like? Will you live in the same house?
Not ideally. Or maybe a house, like, if when I thought about it, when I sat down and I thought about it for myself, I felt like maybe a house was very because I've always found it bizarre to, like, completely single and then have this one person. It's just weird.
So you live in the same house, but you're separate?
Not all the time. But, you know, like, because I'm a very, I'm a person who likes to be alone. So there's going to be times where I definitely want to be around you. You know what I'm saying? And it's not personal, and it has nothing to do with that. But yeah.
Okay, so are you talking about having one residence or multiple?
Multiple, ideally.
Okay, and this is going to come down to money. I mean, it always comes down to money. We have all these because what I hear more often than with women is, I can't be around a man, the structure, it's like, if you listen to most women, you're the freest you've ever been, but you sound like you're the most depressed. You can do whatever the hell you want to. The world is free, you can walk down the street, you're relatively safe. But, you gotta understand that you want the children, you said 2 kids, if you want to have an upper class kid, let me give you these numbers. Middle class children, the raise a child from 0 to adulthood is $284,000 a year per child. So you want $500,000 to $350,000 worth of kids. That's 3 kids. The kids you're talking about having $500,000 each. So you want $1 million worth of kids. 2 kids is $1 million. Then you're talking about multiple residences. Where's all this money gonna come from? That's all I'm ultimately saying for everybody. Where is this money going to come from? Or would it be better to learn how to get the fuck along with one another, like everybody else has done for the last 10,000 years? Because you can't have it all. I can't have it all. You can't. Nobody can. Unless you are rich, unless you are going to be making big money, you cannot have living apart together. There's a term. Where's the money going to come? When you think about relationships, do you think about it in those terms? On where the money comes? Huh?
It's definitely part of the something. You're saying we think about
Yeah, when you think about relationship with it, when you think about, when you're dealing with somebody. Because like as a single woman, and from what I recall, you think about what you don't want to be responsible for. And whether you can articulate the way I do or not, you know how you feel you want a man to come. You know you want him to provide to where you can kind of... Right. Okay, all right. And what I want you ladies to understand is just as nuanced as you all have been, the men you want, all of that, all want something too. And just like you feel sovereign in your right to think it's okay for you to be able to get what you want, men feel the same way. Okay with marriage. Marriage isn't a problem. You guys are all under 30. So you've grown up in an area of immediacy. A lot of options. You've grown up in an era where it feels like you have more choice than you really have and more freedom than you do. There's a lot of structure. And at the end of the day, what you're going to find is, especially for women, you have the way nature works, you have to get the bigger parts of your life figured out sooner if you want children. Because life makes choices for women before they make choices for men. You said you didn't feel like you should have to tailor your needs around the man you need.
I want there to be mutual ground and good compromise if I'm in a relationship, which I want to be. But if I'm in a relationship, I do want there to be good compromise. However, I want to be able to fully support myself with my goals and what I want to do with my career, to where I'm in a position to where I don't need another person.
Okay.
It would be nice having another person is all like a love and like a good thing. You know, having ice cream after you just ate dinner. That's what I want to be like. Not necessarily.
Okay. So what do you by age 50, what's your profession at NASA?
I want to be an producer for
like One Punch.
Yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
I illustrate, so I want animation.
Yeah. At the height of your career, what do you anticipate you'll be earning annually?
The height of my career, what I can do?
What do you anticipate? Not probability, not probability. Not possibility. Probability.
Okay, I don't know about annual, but I know that that I'm anticipating my network to be at least $80 million.
80 million.
My favorite
80 million.
My favorite artist, Manga Lonely, with the Tavashi, she's worth $80 million. That's my goal.
Okay. 80 million. And what is the average?
The average at 30 million.
No, the average annual salary?
No, never. That's what I said. I don't
Okay. Well, the thing is, you have before you get in there. Okay. We always we can look at the outliers. But what would your proper title be in your job? What would be your profession? Would you manga what?
Put that shit in perspective.
It's like someone who makes comic books and it's called manga.
Manga, anime, but there's a job title, anime producer. All right. So we can always point to Jeff Bezos and everybody else like that. Top earner, the average is 58,987. It's the average for a manga, for anime producer salary. It's the average. The 75th percentile is 61,000. The lowest 25% is 36,000. Top earners, you're talking about top 10% is 100,000. Big gap from 80 million net. That's ridiculously, infinitesimally small. It happens. But just like Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and all these people, what is the average? Because that's the only thing you can really plan on. Because I don't want to get into your personal, but is anybody here earning over 6 figures annually? Okay. So the likelihood of going from here to high 8 figures is negligible. It's possible, but it's also possible to get rich by hitting the lottery, the Powerball. And for you, in your particular case, not wanting to need anybody, it's going to become a matter of ultimate necessity. You have to live off of what you earn. What's the likelihood of you? And here's the thing: are you planning your life and living your life in a way to where you're going to be able to live comfortably off of your earnings that you're actually making, not anticipated? Okay.
I would like a small little house. It's a little house. Small little house. I don't think I live in all the mansion. What's all that room exists in the mountain?
But remember what I said, if you were making $50,000, you're almost perfect for what I said. 50,000, 58,000. You would still be short. You'd still have almost $500,000 shortfall, $600,000 shortfall. So on one hand, you're saying I don't need all this money. Then you talk about 80 million. And see, and here's the difference between how men and women think. We know we got to be a hell of a lot more practical about what it is because no one comes. We can't marry somebody who's going to pay our bills, not the average thing. If we miss or we make a misstep, the street's kind of out there waiting for us. So we understand that homelessness is a hell of a lot closer to most men than men and to women. And my thing is with today with women is many women today want to be free. Freedom comes at a cost. Can you pay that cost? What you're talking about doing puts you right in line with the average middle class American, being able to live roughly paycheck to paycheck. No real savings, having little to no cushion. But you can only invest what you earn. See, oftentimes when I talk to people, especially when I talk to women, I hear how they anticipate getting money with some sort of entrepreneurialism through real estate or stocks or crypto. And that's just more Jack and the Beanstalk. It requires input currency. You can't make money from investments without having the money to put into it. Where's the money going to come from? Here we go. Hello.
Hi, Kevin. Can you hear me?
I can.
Awesome. Oh my God. It's so nice to talk
How old
to
are
you. I'm 27.
Are there enough women for relationships today?
So I personally think so. I come with a child. I had a child really young, but my girlfriends who are beautiful. Wait, what is that? Is that me?
You said you came with a child. You come with a child. You had a child young.
I had a child. I'm 25 and my son is 13, so I had a child really, really young. But my girlfriends who are fun, fit, and friendly, feminine, they're single also. So yeah, absolutely. I just think there's the guys who are picking these women. I just feel like they're not picking the right type of woman, right? Hold on.
Are you the right kind of woman?
I'm not that type of woman. Let me tell you why. Because, well, in college I was. But after college, I went to therapy, and I am not the type of woman anymore. I am very, I'm fun, fit, and friendly as well.
I don't know what you're talking about. Are you wanting to be married?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so you're putting yourself in the category today as the right kind of woman that these men should pick you from.
Absolutely, yes.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'4".
Just 5?
I am a size 8, 6 to 8.
How much did you weigh the last time you weighed yourself?
About 150, 145, 150.
And are your friends your weight or more?
They're less. Most of them, yeah.
All right, and they're all roughly the same age?
Yes, we're all the same age.
And how many women are you talking about?
Probably about 5 women.
So, with you included?
Yes.
So 5 women included, and you're all white material that men just ain't choosing.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we do go out and we do get, guys that want to talk to us. But I guess for me specifically, guys don't, I don't know. I would say black guys don't try to date me. I haven't really dated a black man in a long time because I really.
What do you mean black men don't try to date you?
I'm saying like when I'm out in public, I don't get pursued by a black man often. So.
Where are you going? Hold on. I'm going to question this. I'm going to question all of it.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Because I'm not going to just let you just put the. All right. Who approaches you?
Like Indian guys, people like in my field, really.
Okay, are you going out with your friends?
Not a lot. My friends are like scattered all across the state.
Okay, so when you go out, you're saying men don't approach you, black men don't approach you. Where do you go?
I mean, I do travel. I travel alone sometimes. When I'm in Dallas. But I'm in Dallas, and so I.
What's that ethnicity?
Last guy I dated he was Indian.
How long did it last?
Not long. Probably about three months, I would say.
And what's the longest relationship you've had?
Probably college, honestly. I don't really give
How
people.
long was that?
And probably a good year and a half.
So, how are you going to say that black men don't approach you, and in the next breath you say you don't give people a chance?
What I'm saying is, the people that I do date, I don't want to be with a non-black man. So I don't really give them like the opportunity to like actually be with me. Like we date.
So why do you think black men don't? Okay, let's take the. I'll accept it. Why black men approach you?
I think it's because I have a child. I don't know. That's what one guy told me. This guy that I was dating. I was in Austin, and so this guy that I was out, just having fun with.
How do they know you have a child?
Yes, I mean,
Your kid ain't attached to your hip, so how would they know you have a child?
Right. Because when we are talking and we're getting to know each other,
but they have to approach you.
Yeah. So on my date, so I used to, yes, I got it. I used to be on dating apps, and so I do disclose that information, and so.
I don't worry about dating apps because that's not the real world.
Okay.
You said black men don't approach you.
Right.
And, I'm trying to understand where you go and what's happening. And what you're telling me is what black men don't do. And I'm asking where you go. I still haven't got a sense of it. I just know you live in Dallas. Where do you go where black men don't approach you and they can telepathically recognize you have a child?
I mean, I do go out, like I said, in uptown, downtown areas, restaurants, bars.
I'm gonna just be honest. Indian men aren't known to being step-toed Lotharios. So if black men aren't approaching you, and I ask you why you think they're not approaching you, you says because you have a kid. They can't know that.
Right.
You're a child's father. Are you guys on decent terms?
No. No.
All right. When was the last time you had a relationship with a black man?
In college.
And how long did that last? That was a year and a half?
Yeah, it was almost 2 years.
Why did it end?
So it ended because he wanted me to stay in the city that we went to college in, and so I wanted to move back to where I am from and where my son was.
He wanted you to move where or when? That doesn't make any sense. He just wanted you to move?
No, he wanted, I mean, of course. So he graduated first, and so after I graduated, he wanted me to move in with him. No.
Okay. So your son knew him?
No, he didn't.
For a year and a half, you dated somebody?
I dated someone. My son was actually in another city with his father and his family and my family. So, yeah.
You sound pretty complicated.
Okay.
I'm just what I'm gathering. I'm trying to understand. I mean, your son was gone somewhere. He wanted you to move. You didn't want to move. Okay. So instead, you decided to be a single woman with a child in Dallas. Yeah. And how long ago did you graduate?
Undergraduate 2016 December.
So 5 years.
Yeah.
And in the 5 years, you tell it black men don't approach you.
They don't.
But the last black man you had, you ended your relationship.
Yeah.
I lived in Dallas most of my adult career. I don't witness this phenomenon. Do you go to church?
I do.
Outside of kids, what is another reason you think black men don't approach you?
So I recently talked to like one of my past guys that in college. college, and so I asked him, because we're still in contact, and so I asked him, I was like, hey, why, because we are still in contact and because we know each other.
I got it.
I'm like, yeah, so why wouldn't you, like, pursue me? And so he was telling me, someone told me they see me on the, with you, but anyways, nevertheless. I asked him, like, hey, why wouldn't you, like, see me? And so he told me that, back in college, I was, I wasn't the nicest person.
I'm gonna say, ma'am, come on.
Yeah, but that's why. That's why.
So you were the nicest person, meaning you were, what, mean?
Yeah.
Because the bottom line is, what I'm gathering from you is people pick up on energy.
Okay.
And if you're saying black men don't approach you, what kind of energy are you giving to black men?
Right, and that's why, now I'm getting good, better energy because I've been to therapy and...
I'm out.
Yes, sir.
You're the very woman that said you believe that there are enough women for relationships today.
Yes, absolutely.
And listen, and you believe your friends are just like you, but right here we just shown that you have not been available for a relationship for a black man because you were giving out energy that needed therapy.
And the past.
Is that true or false?
That is true. In the last.
How long have you been in therapy?
Probably about 2 years.
Okay, and are you still in it?
Yeah, frequently. Yeah.
Well, the point I'm making is, you're the fourth woman that's come on and said, yeah, there are plenty of women, but if 65 to 70% of the men said, okay. And you can say that somebody from college who knows you and has no dog in the fight can say, he was kind of a witch. Do you not realize that, do you see my show? Do you see how some of the sisters talk about men? Men are human beings that can pick up on that. Yes. See, the message has been what you and a lot of other women have. Oh, there are plenty of us. Y'all ain't the problem. No, every one of y'all I done talked to, something's been wrong with you. No offense, but you're not ready for the things you say you want.
Okay.
Would you say any of the women that you speak to, have you watched the entire show?
Yes, sir.
Would you say any of the women that you see me speak to are really ready to be a wife today?
No, sir.
Thank you. So that's what the men are saying.
Okay.
And it is incumbent upon the women who want to be wives to be a wife. He who findeth a wife findeth a good thing and obtaineth favor with the Lord. If the presupposition is you're a wife who will found, a man has to be looking for a wife.
Okay.
So this even video, no screaming, no yelling, no pejoratives, and even bears the same thing out. You guys are walking through the world thinking one thing, and men are saying something different. And the men are responding to the very women who think everything's okay on their side. No, the problem is on y'all side.
Okay.
Can you understand that's what the men are saying?
Yes, sir. I totally understand.
Okay. Well, did you have something else you wanted to input?
No, I was good.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
All right. So, guys, it doesn't have to be a yell fest, but ladies, at the end of the day, think about what I'm saying. The message has been, we're all good, we're ready. All right. But the men are the ones that have to walk across, approach, and they have to pick up on it. They're getting whatever the woman is today. If you think that the men, the stats are wrong, whatever, then please, in the comment section, let us know, let the men know what city and state are all of these women who are ready for relationships. Because that number is only going to get more skewed. I don't know what just happened. But let's see. Here we go. Turn off questions. Let's get it done. I don't know what just happened. I went to hit the invite link, and it just went dark, so we have to restart again. Yeah, Instagram is still trying to figure this out, so whoever that woman was should come back. Joe, it's going to be the same thing all the time. This way you have to not get distracted. The sign language is meant to shut you up. The sign language is meant to deflect you. There are some women that are so angry that men are finally standing up and saying, back up. There are women that are so angry that men are finally stand up and saying, let's have a conversation about what you need to do better in this regard. Men always are being told. Men have always been told you got to do something. You have women who are so angry that you even have the nerve to ask the question. Think about it, that you even have the nerve to ask the question. Look at some of the responses. They want you to stay in your place. That's not going to work. Blind with Guam, I don't know you. So, let me see this real quick. So as we wait for people to join back in, as I was saying, that you want to end up having a situation to where, what I'm trying to talk to you about, the 80% of people who really want to try to have a better outcome. Not the people who had their mind made up. All right. We'll try it. Not the people who have their mind made up. The people who are really willing to sit down and have a conversation. Say,
good evening, Mr. Samuel. How are you?
I am well. Let me turn these comments off so they won't be scrolling in your face. How are you?
I'm doing amazingly well. Thanks so much for asking.
Good. How old are you, brother?
I'm 38.
All right. So we're talking about getting versus keeping. What do you got?
So I feel that it's a level of maturity when you get that mental, it's having substance. It's like, I feel like this generation, if I can be completely honest, we're getting worse. It's getting worse.
Okay.
When you finally get to a level of no longer wanting to be seen and being strategic behind that to understand how important your arrival is. I'm Spanish, Portuguese, and Black. So I went through that stage of my life of being in my teens, thinking I knew it all, using my body, using my entitlement, and to be where I am now, I'm glad that I took that time of that solitude. I think that young ladies are not understanding how important solitude and isolation is.
I want to ask you something about something you said there. And I've been thinking about it while you were talking. Getting to the point to where you don't need to be seen. What do you mean when you say that? Because I know what I think. What do you mean?
When I'm being seen, I think that for myself, that's when you're a product of your environment for so long, where you just feel that you're going to remain that until you actually take the time to get around individuals. It's kind of like going the extra mile because it's never crowded. Getting up earlier in the morning to be less frustrated with your maneuver throughout the day. Like there's ways that you can go about that. So as far as being seen, for myself, being raised, in LA, Inglewood, California, it was more so like, it was a product of my environment until I chose that I didn't want that anymore because I didn't like how I viewed myself. But to everybody else, I finessed my way and, had it all together.
I think what I was thinking is not wanting to be seen is go all over. You're 30, how old? 38?
38.
Okay, so this world existed before you did. A world before social media, where women had to live for their neighborhood or their community. Women they cared more about their appearance to men and women around them. And today it seems like women are doing a lot of stuff for the gram.
I have to say that I totally agree. I totally agree. But I've also been that lady I've also been that woman that has did it for the gram because you get.
Is that your career though?
I'm a trainer. I'm a personal trainer. So, but it was personal trainer coming from being broken, taking time to finally heal that brokenness. So I feel like I've always been that person too that's like, well, why I can't keep a man? Why am I'm praying for a good man, but am I a good woman? that's me now going into getting
Well,
older.
I think a big
because I chose that
big,
mentally.
I think a big portion would be if women really would, I don't deal with women who have access to social media. And if you're a personal trainer, I can see why social media would be a part of your life because people want to see the product. But personal trainers existed before social media. Do you have any
Absolutely.
children?
Yes, I do. 20 and 14.
You got started young. Are you seeing anyone seriously right now?
Absolutely not. Not this current time in my life. I think I needed that time to heal first.
Do you have daughters or sons?
My daughter is 20 and my son is 14, who is also autistic. So my level of thinking is completely different now.
So, did you raise your daughter? What do you say to your daughter about dating?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Mr. Samuel.
How are you discussing dating and relationships with your daughter at 20 years old?
I think that it's more being realistic and knowing that I can't watch her 24/7. So giving her the harsh reality of life. If you want to enjoy your life, you're going to need to grasp everything that you can as of this moment, like now.
Are you coaching your daughter to be single or what?
We're having like poor connection. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Everybody else can hear him just fine. Except for me.
Improves it. Hello? Testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2.
I can hear you, I believe it. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much.
All right, I don't know. Sometimes. So are you coaching your daughter to be a wife or a modern woman?
I want my daughter to understand the importance of trying to be somebody's wife in this day and age, in this era. It's very scary. So for me, it means being realistic that we do hold the power, and it's not just from, excuse my language, it's not from the pussy. It's not.
Okay, now I'm starting. Okay, you hold the power. Women?
Women, we do hold the power. We set the tone and the bar, like over our existence. And go ahead.
Women own the power of what?
Over our existence. So how we maneuver, we make choices within a 24-hour period.
Of course.
Everybody has the same choices. They're given the same choices within a 24-hour period across the globe. And what people choose to do with those 24 hours, it sets you up for what's next. So that's how I talk to my daughter.
Okay, so what I'm not hearing is you're giving your daughter any clear instructions on what to do regarding me.
Clear instructions, how one would
okay. Let's just talk like we're 4 years old. I got a 21-year-old daughter, and I very much have given her the instructions on not being a single woman for the rest of her life.
Absolutely, that's very important.
So she knows her father and my mindset, and I'm asking you as a mother, the way you move through life is your choices, whether it's her. Because I didn't ask about her dad, but I'm asking, are you coaching your wife? And I haven't heard one or the other. Just kind of.
I need her to love herself first before trying to go out there and trying to love or find love. You need to love yourself first.
Marriage ain't about love.
Marriage
is not about love.
It's a lot of things, Mr. Samuel. It's not just about love.
No, but it's not. But see, one of the things because I'm hearing modern woman, traditional woman, I'm hearing a lot of inner splicing, and this is part of the problem that women have. They don't talk directly to young women. That's why they come listen to me, because I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Young women are coming over here because women your generation aren't being clear. Go find a man, baby girl. You need a man in this world to live life with, because 90% of us are not going to be, 94% of us are not going to be over 6-figure earners. Most of us are going to be middle income earners, and you're not going to be able to get through life on one income. You're gonna need somebody to get through the end
You
of
need
life.
multiple streams of income. Absolutely.
It's called you need a husband. Not multiple streams, a husband.
No, that would be part of the goal.
No,
that
most
you would
women
know.
need a
Absolutely.
husband. A husband, not a stream of income.
So
And
we're
a
not
husband,
disagreeing with you.
What I'm saying, but the thing is, we're not telling women that they need a man. It's a stream of income. A man, not a stream of income.
You absolutely do. I am totally agreeing with you. But see, how one receives something versus how one delivery is, that seems, so that's why there's levels of perspectives from individuals. This is how we continue. This is how we heal, Mr. Samuel.
Okay, hold on.
This is how we heal. You have to allow people their brokenness.
Hold on. No, I don't have to allow anything. Your brokenness is your problem. It's like my brokenness is my problem.
Absolutely.
When we come out to this world, you need.
But when we're motivated and inspired, come on now.
You can overtalk me. You can overtalk me on my platform. I'm trying to be polite.
All due respect, Mr. Samuel.
No, all due respect. Please don't overtalk me. That's one thing I don't do. I'll let you go. I'll let you flow.
Okay.
And if you're gonna overtalk me, I will bid you a good night. I feel sorry for your daughter.
Facts.
I do. I mean, y'all try to listen, but this is what you get. All this psychobabble bullshit. Psychobabble bullshit. You need to do this, you need to do that. Are you teaching her to be a modern woman or a wife? I'm teaching her to be a wife. You're not teaching her to be a wife because you can't even cooperate with a man on this platform. I let that woman talk. Blah, 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 blah. What do you get? And I try to interject. No, I ain't got to keep shit. You keep that on your platform. That is why so many women today are by themselves. She talked about multiple streams of income as if modern women are going to have, it is hard enough to have one stream of income. This is what's wrong with our community. They are telling women to get out here and be fucking men. Young lady, I hope you realize that unless you're going into science, engineering, technology, and math, to some sort of profession, unless you're going to be some sort of high five-figure, low six-figure earner, you can replace two incomes. You will need a man to get from one point of life to another because you cannot get to the end of life on one income. And to try to do it by yourself is an overloading of a woman. That is why so many of our women today are masculine. So many of our women are hardened. So many of our women cannot even cooperate in a fucking conversation because they got their dick out all the time trying to act like a man. You're not a man. Yeah, that just doesn't work. That won't work. It will not work. And this is why young women are coming over to the men's platforms and men's side of content because they're getting confusing, gobbledygook messages from these women. Blah, 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 blah. Or what's the answer? Or what's this? What's the, well, you need to, so do I need to have a husband or not? Well, you need to know your mind and love yourself first. Do I need a husband or not? Well, you need to understand your chakra and heal your brokenness. Do I need a husband or not? Well, you need to understand that you need to have multiple streams of income. Fuck out of here. You need a husband. All right, so here's the thing. I try to keep the Instagrams a little short because I want to make sure that we're all on the same page, doing what we got to do. Let me see. What is this? Here's the thing, folks. Ladies, let me say this, okay? All jokes aside. To the first one, I would have been willing to have the conversation if you hadn't been over talking. I just will not accept that. That is outright disrespectful. If you were a man, see, men don't do that to one another. Gentlemen, back me up on this. You turn on the comment section. If a man is in a man's space, and we could vehemently disagree, but if I'm in your space, I have to respect the host. If a man is asking for basic respect and another man says, I'm going to overtalk you, there comes a point where all talking stops. We're going to have to go shoot the fairway. We're going to have to knuckle up. Men know that. That's why we self-regulate. Women, one of the biggest problems with women today is you have been removed from the violence line. You're allowed one-way aggression and one-way violence towards men. That was verbal violence. That was verbal aggression. If she was a man, she would have been challenging me to a fight. But she knows I couldn't do anything other than put her off or yell over her. And what my options? To shut up and let her have her way, that ain't gonna happen. To put her off or yell over her. All of those are things that she, and 2 of the 3 of them are bad options. So it cuts off communication. If that's how you handle yourself, that is why women like that are unfit for relationship. She could have been right. But being right doesn't mean you win. We are so oftentimes, women today, you want to be right over a man, you lose. There was a song by CC Winans and the CC Peniston back in the day. You win, I win, we lose. You win, I win, we lose, because there's nothing left to choose. You win, I win, we lose, because there's nothing left between me and you. That song was poignant because that was a woman saying that I win, you win, we lose. I need a love that meet me halfway, the kind of love that will stay together forever with you. Together we can make a change. All we gotta do is rearrange. Together, forever, my love. You win, I win, we lose. We don't make love songs anymore. We make fucking songs. We got more women who are worried about Brazilian butt lips and looking good and shaking your ass and twerking and what that dick do and what that throat like. We fuck well. We fuck well. We don't do relationship for the damn. When's the last time you sat write you a love letter? When's the last time you actually thought about a man in sense other than getting your back blown out? We don't like each other. That's why it's like you can't even get to the point where you can even sit down and talk to a man with any respect, because I'm an enemy to you. I'm an opponent or a utility. I refuse to have those. I am a man, and I will demand that you. And if you can't be, I will. That's why I said I'll let you go. Before I'ma cuss you and fuss you and da-da-da-da-da, I'll let it go. And I'll take it to make a greater point. We gain nothing by arguing. Ladies, black women, please stop approaching black men like we're your enemy. Learn how to be quiet. It doesn't make you weak, but you cannot challenge a man like that. It won't end well. And that's what it gets right down to. So, at the end of the day, people love to see come sneak look in and, because our dynamic is not like anyone else's dynamic. But we have to decide to get better first, because ain't nobody gonna come save us. And I've said it before, and I'm gonna say it again. Ladies, it is time to stop. I said it into 2020, the gender war is over. And the problem is, I don't think many women realize the gender war is over. Y'all lost. The gender war is over, ladies, you lost. The gender war is over. Go back to World War II. There was a point in time in World War II where Nazi Germany and Italy recognized they lost. The Japanese, on the other hand, they didn't understand. I'm not going to use the historical references, but ladies, the gender war is over. You lost. And there are so many women who are just now getting the word. The gender war is over. We ain't still fighting the 1980s war. We ain't still doing the wait and exhale. Some people all they know how to do is war. We still working on this time, and then other folks are peace. You're gonna see a bunch of these old warriors coming out of the battlefield. These old gender warrior women. Let's keep fighting. Nah, it's over. It's over. Y'all lost. Sign this treaty. And you're gonna run up. No, wait.
I am strong and dependable.
Gender war is over.
You're my womanly roar.
Gender war is over. What do you mean the gender war is over? What am I going? It's time we're negotiating the peace. So what's going to be responsible? What am I going to have to do if war is over? What am I going to have to do if the war is over?
You're not here making a sandwich.
What? What?
Did I not make myself clear?
What did I say? Make you a sandwich? I refused it. I'm a woman. Hear me roar.
Get your fucking shot box.
Security. He's a bad man. We'll be with the reality style life. Gender war's over. 911 don't work no more. 911, they got their own problem. They ain't trying to hear this shit. They getting that shit under control. But here we like all these old women still doing the same old shit. And what we tell them old broads like it's all wars.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Don't take so naughty. Yeah, I just tell myself to leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck you're saying, but I don't really care. I'm gonna get the fucking baddie on this shit.
That's right, we passed that gender war shit. I'm trying to talk to the 80% of people who are trying to get it done. Not the women who, we got the power, we got this. No, I'm trying to hear the women like Courtney, Michelle. Look, I was a home wrecker, I didn't even know what that was. I drank the Kool-Aid, he wasn't perfect either. All right, let's figure out how we get to the end of life on the second half. And then them golden girls, them anaphylactic shock chicks, we're going to figure something out for them. We're going to make money off the spinster economy. Shout out to Jen London Esquire. I am looking for CIA men and FBI women. We are going to get rich off the spinster economy. Because when men and women get together and couple up and family up and everything else, that's going to be an entire spinster economy. Cat villages, golden girl prefab communities, all kind of shit. They're gonna be all kind of, the Black Wall Street is gonna be made off the spinster economy. Yep. Anaphylactic shock. Anaphylactic shock. Anaphylactic shock. A severe allergic reaction. You may experience anaphylaxis. When this happens, your body is flooded with chemicals. That can lead to anaphylactic shock. When your body goes into anaphylactic shock, your blood pressure suddenly drops, your airways narrow, possibly blocking normal breathing. Yep. Think about how marriage, submission, anaphylactic shock. Cooperation with a man, anaphylactic shock. Relationship, anaphylactic shock. I gotta do what? What? You mean either I gotta buy a dog or die alone or get a man? Anaphylactic shock. Yeah, we got some shit for that. Somebody get some Benadryl, go get an EpiPen. We're gonna come up with all kind of shit. Benadryl. We're gonna just go start hitting spinsters with EpiPens and Benadryl, throwing it at their ass. Bombard the area with anaphylactic. Get aerosol, put Benadryl in the aerosol form and drop a bomb on their ass. All these old spinsters gonna come out. I feel bad at what happened, girl. I actually can sit down and have a meal with a man. Got my anaphylaxis under control and everything. Yeah. That's right. We got something for you guys. That's right. We're gonna cure your anaphylaxis of black men. God damn it. Your godfathers now.
It's been a long night and I'm gonna turn into a pumpkin. Wait, Belle, no, Cinderella. It's been a long night.
This is how to dance to fast music without missing a beat. Did she miss a beat? Did I miss a beat? This is the song on the background that moves with the dance move of this model. This is how to dance.
I believe this is going to change your life. Yeah, that simple circle is a cell. Look, I believe this in my heart because this is exactly...
The visceral fat discussion is absolutely different than the general fat loss discussion. And it's absolutely independent from the regular weight loss discussion. Calories in, calories out will make you lose weight. I'm not denying that. But there's very clear evidence that visceral fat does not operate on the same axis. People lose weight, but not lose visceral fat. On the contrary, they can not lose weight, but actually lose visceral fat. We're going to take a look at a brand new study that outlines the most optimal diet for reducing visceral fat. This study was published in BMC, and it was one of the more interesting studies because rather than looking at a control diet that was like a typical control diet where they look at the standard American diet. So a lot of times these diets will say, let's look at this sloppy standard American diet and compare it to this beautiful diet. Of course, there's going to be a difference. No denying that. But what this study did is it compared 3 diets. One was a pretty clean, what they considered healthy guideline diet, which was actually not bad. It was higher protein, it was decent veggies, fruit, things like that. It wasn't bad at all. They compared that to a standard Mediterranean diet. So that's like if you were to say, look up the Mediterranean diet and start doing it, or go to Europe and eat Mediterranean, right? Then they compared that to a third type of diet, which was what they called an optimized or polyphenol-rich Mediterranean diet. So this was a Mediterranean diet that had a little bit more fruit, it had a little bit more tea, had a little bit more polyphenols. It was pretty darn interesting. Now the reason they did this is the same research group that conducted this study we're talking about today had conducted a multitude of other studies, really finding solid links between polyphenols and metabolic health. So they're like, well, let's take a look at just various diets and see what does better for weight loss and visceral fat. Well, we do have to look at the correlation first. There was a study that was published in Nature Communications that looked at visceral fat specifically a few years back. 40,000 people, and it looked at their MRI scans, and it found that when it came down to the actual visceral fat, that was the only type of fat on the human body that was associated with cardiometabolic disease. Subcutaneous fat, regular fat on the body, was not associated with cardiometabolic dysfunction, only visceral fat. As a matter of fact, gluteal femoral fat around like the hips, things like that, was actually cardiometabolic protective. Now, I'm not saying go out and gain regular fat. That comes with its own set of problems. But visceral fat is the only one that is like clear. Okay, this is a problem. Now let's talk about the findings of the study, because this is where things get really, really interesting. And it kind of debunks some of the common nutrition stuff that's out there. Before we get into that, I put a link down below for you to check out after this video for a company called Fatty 15. When it comes down to metabolic health, this is extremely interesting stuff. Fatty 15 is a C15 fat. It's the only supplement of its kind. It was founded by the Navy. They were doing research on dolphins, and they ultimately found out that dolphins and humans have the same issue with metabolic dysfunction and insulin resistance that comes as a result of missing out on this particular fat that usually comes from high-fat dairy. It is extremely intriguing. I interviewed the founders and scientists that discovered this stuff, and they also gave me a discount link that I put down below, Thomas15. That code gets you 15% off of Fatty 15. Now, this stuff is more important than omega-3s, which says a lot. So omega-3s are critical, but Fatty 15, the C15 fat, is what gives cellular structure and protection to the membrane of our cell, protecting us from oxidation, making it so that the cell is sturdier and does not oxidize, thereby potentially kind of negating some of the aging effects. So it can potentially slow down the effects of an aging or oxidized cell. And you notice this stuff almost immediately, at least I did. So that link is in the top line of the description underneath this video. If you're trying to change your health, it's something that you should be looking into. Okay, so what they found is that the healthy diet guideline group, the group that just went on a healthy diet, they didn't lose any weight, okay, but they ended up losing 4.2% of their visceral fat. This is what's kind of interesting, is their weight didn't change at all, but they lost fat in the visceral fat region. That in and of itself is actually interesting. Just by adopting healthier lifestyle practices, they got better. Okay, the regular Mediterranean group, they saw pretty decent effects. They saw a 2.7% weight loss, and then in addition to that, they saw a 6% reduction in visceral fat. That's pretty darn awesome. Then the group that just had more green tea and what they called a duckweed shake. Duckweed is a very polyphenol-rich green, so they just added like a shake of duckweed and 2 to 4 cups. 18% reduction in visceral fat. It doesn't just have to do with the calories when it comes to visceral fat. Visceral fat is such a proxy for our metabolic health that things can influence visceral fat long before they influence even just our weight. So what can we take away from this? Because I have a full protocol that we can follow based upon this. But we need to first off look at polyphenols and where they came from specifically that seem to have the When it comes to dental implants, experience matters. There's no question. You want to go to a provider that does this procedure every day, if not multiple times a day. And that's so important because they've developed a system. They can manage any issues that might come up. And even though they're rare, things can happen. Just like anything else in life, you want somebody with enough experience to handle the problem, start to finish, and create a solution for you that seem to have the biggest impact. The 2 polyphenols were hippuric acid and urolithin A. Now, hippuric acid is interesting because this is usually found in forest berries. Now, forest berries, you can do a Google search on that. That's going to be things like blackberries, blackcurrant, maybe raspberries, maybe wild strawberries, chokeberries, things like that. So usually the darker berries, wild blueberries, any kind of forest berry is usually high in hippuric acid. Now, we found that hippuric acid, the levels that were higher of hippuric acid ended up associating with more visceral fat being lost. Now, the other food that is very, very rich in hippuric acid is green tea. How about that? They increased green tea consumption with these folks. What do you know? The next one was urolithin A, which you typically see in pomegranates, you see in some nuts, and you see in various forms of tea. Now, it's a little bit harder to metabolize this one, but there is still a direct.
And so you tell me, as a casual observer, watching them pose side by side, does Eric hold his own against one of the best
professional bodybuilders in the world? Coach Greg, and in today's video, people are saying Eric Janicki is a failure yet again. After all, he just recently came out of retirement to win his IFBB Pro card, but yet he couldn't pull off the win. And so you may remember that perhaps 5 or 6 months ago, he placed 5th in his last competition, failing to win his IFBB Pro card. And since that time, he had retired. The only one I know that came back quicker out of retirement than Eric Janicki is Chris Bumstead, who competed 3 weeks after his final Olympia. In his last competition, he ended up getting 2nd. And because of that, many people say, you blew it. You failed. You don't have the physique worthy of being an IFBB Pro. I mean, if you did, then why didn't you win? And Eric, he's not one to pull any punches. He doesn't blame anyone. He had great conditioning. He had the size. And so what was it? How is it possible that Eric Janicki could look that good and not come out on top? On Bodybuilders Without Borders, the caption reads, should Eric continue competing? Eric Janicki placed 2nd in the competitive super heavyweight class. Should he continue to pursue his pro card or back to be an Instagram bodybuilder? His words. Let's see what the comments say. What do the people think? Yes, tweaks to posing is all he really needs. There's plenty of ways to turn pro now. He's literally a hair away from his pro card. If he still loves competing and makes him happy, he should definitely give it another go. At least that way he can go out with pro status. I think if he worked with a high-level coach, he could get his pro card and be a competitive pro. He just hasn't come in with that pro-level conditioning yet, in my opinion. He's already got a pro-level physique, and if he was a bit sharper, he would have got it in that show. Looked great, very close call, and he can still improve a few simple things to look even better. Keep pushing. Here's the thing. I'm going to give it to you straight. Eric is competing in one of the hardest shows in the world in order to turn pro. It's the Arnold Classic, an international competition. It ain't the Canadian Nationals. It's not the United States National Championships. It's the best of the best from people around the world. And in this competition, there was a freak. He's taller than Eric, bigger than Eric, had a smaller waist, and looked amazing. The guy that beat Eric, already I see him as a threat as an IFBB Pro. Guys, all you can do is show up and compete at your best. You can't control anyone else. At almost any other competition, this physique, it would have been enough to earn an IFBB Pro card. And in case you're thinking, oh, you're just glazing him, because he's your friend. Coach Greg, he's talking out of his ass. He sucks up to the people that he likes. Let's see how he stacks up against, I don't know, a former Mr. Olympia champion, a guy that just got 4th place at the Arnold Classic, placed just behind Derek Lunsford, Samson Dota, and Andrew Jack. Brandon Curry posing with Eric Janicki, both having competed at the same weekend. Let's see. I mean, we're giving it to you straight. They're not out-angling each other. They're standing side by side. And so you tell me, as a casual observer, watching them pose side by side, does Eric hold his own against one of the best professional bodybuilders in the world? The most muscular. They look very close in size. Brandon Curry perhaps has better shape, smaller waist, wider shoulders, but Eric, he seems to have equally, if not better, arms and more detail in his chest. Next up, the side chest. Again, Brandon Curry, a little bit more width, but perhaps twisting a little bit more to the side. Eric Janicki standing a bit more side on, and Brandon Curry has a little bit of a twist, giving him more width. But if we're looking at arm size, delts, chest, it's very close. And in this pose, I would say Eric's waist looks even smaller. Next, the side tricep pose. Guys, are you seeing this? And if anything, I would say Brandon is slightly closer to the camera. Remember, if you're judging size, it's all about the angles. If you get closer to the camera, you're gonna look that much bigger. And so to the camera, you're going to look that much bigger. And so my honest opinion is that Eric looks just as good in this tie tricep pose. Eric's chest is thick, his obliques are tight, they're shredded, his abs look amazing, and he has excellent tricep development. Both men have strided delts, and so if you didn't know any better, and I was to show a random person off the street and say, look at these two guys, they both placed top 5 at the Arnold's, you'd think, wow, these guys look incredible, amazing looking pros. Would you immediately say, wow, the guy on the right, he's clearly a pro, the guy on the left, he'll never get a pro card, he clearly should hang up the trunks? What would you say? And remember, be perfectly honest. 4th place professional versus 2nd place amateur. Back double bicep, you can see Brandon Curry, he has a smaller waist. Eric Janicki, I do believe he has more detail, more grooves, more crevices than even Brandon Curry. Eric seems to have equally sized arms, but perhaps even a little bit leaner. If it were not for Eric Janicki having a slightly wider waist, I think I would give him this pose. Is it not somewhat close? If Eric is close, remember, just close to a guy who's a former Mr. Olympia champion, what does that tell you? If he's anywhere remotely close to that, means he could easily be an IFBB pro. Look again, look at the shoulders, the detail, the definition. Does it not look like Eric has leaner rear delts than Brandon Curry? Look right here. Check it out. I'm just saying what I'm seeing. I don't feel I'm biased. I don't think I'm glazing anyone. I'm giving you my honest 100% feedback. And in the rear lat spread, what I do believe is Eric's worst pose, his weakest pose, he's again holding his own. His worst pose is almost as good as Brandon Curry. Eric doesn't quite have as wide of a V. If he had his backs go wider to the top, smaller waist, he would have a much improved V, and he would in fact be beating Brandon Curry in this pose. And so are you not seeing what I'm seeing? Does this not prove my point? Next up, thigh and abdominals. And so my opinion, thigh and abdominals, very close pose. Eric has amazing abdominals. Great looking abs, obliques well formed, definition, and massive quads. Brandon Curry has slightly more width in the lats, gives him more of that V shape, but Eric definitely holding his own. Picture Eric looking like this, but with even more detail. Imagine if Eric were as detailed as, say, Logan Franklin. If he truly brought the shreds. Eric is lean, he's shredded, but there is another level which Logan Franklin was able to achieve. And so if he brought that kind of conditioning, it's lights out. Remember, Eric has plenty of size, 250 pounds. But if he were to diet for another 1 or even 2 weeks, imagine how much leaner he could get. And finishing this with the most muscular, look, it's Eric's most muscular. Striations in the delts, the chest, the biceps, abs showing. He's literally bigger than Brandon Curry in this pose. Eric also has massive quads, and I believe if he got even leaner, I can't imagine him not turning pro. What Brandon Curry has, which Eric does not have, is the minuscule looking waistline. Brandon Curry is blessed with better genetics than Eric in this, but it doesn't mean that Eric can't make up for this with increased size and definition. And guys, Eric clearly has much bigger legs than Brandon Curry, and so one person has strengths here, another strengths there. It's about maximizing or optimizing what your body can actually achieve. After seeing these two guys pose down, you now see that Eric is a lot closer to his dream of earning an IFBB Pro card. It just happened that on this day, a man who is even better than Eric, he decided to show up. Imagine you dieted for months, you show up and you realize that Chris Bumstead is competing against you. You end up in second. Does that mean you should give up, that you should throw in the towel because some guy who just happened to be better than you showed up on any given day? No, of course not. Just because you lose, it doesn't mean it's time to give up. The harder you had to work for it, the greater the feeling when you actually achieve it. Case in point, Coach Greg. I turned pro on my 50th competition. 5-0. Not 5, not 2 like Sam Sulik, 50. Imagine how bad you have to like and enjoy competing to compete that often year after year. And remember, the first 42 shows were 100% natural. And so I wanted it bad. And so Eric, he has plenty of time. I turned pro at 35. Eric, still younger than that. And so if you think that this is his absolute best, guys, I got to tell you, if Eric wants it, he can certainly get bigger. He can get leaner. The sky's the limit. George Word writes, better physique than me. If you were to line up every IFBB pro in the world and have him pose down with Eric Janicki, compete with Eric, Eric would beat the majority of them. And so just because he's not a pro right now doesn't mean he'll never become one. Guys, it was the Arnolds. He got second place to the overall champion who won his IFBB pro card. At North Americans, they give 2 pro cards in every weight class. And so you really think it's that difficult for Eric to turn pro? Pro looks like a pro, and he's not making any excuses. And having helped coach Eric Janicki along the way, I can tell you, his prep for this competition, night and day different than his last. Throughout the competition, I thought, are you really suffering? How do you have this much energy? You're in a pleasant mood, you have lots of energy, have no trouble getting in your cardio, your steps, and so on. This is amazing. In comparison to previous competition, he was struggling. And so if Eric is able to diet this effectively with ease, then why would he not continue? And of course, we all know Eric is taking GO2 Max and Turk Builder Max. How could he not? Eric gets it free. How could he not take it? As well as the recipes in Cookbook 3.1, many of which are absolutely amazing. I kid you not. I'm telling you, if you get the cookbook, it can make your life that much easier. And we all know and love the Kaiko bar. Everybody loves a Kaiko bar in the mouth. Interested in any of this? The Turkesterone T-Plug got you covered. Head to the website, code Greg, 15% off. Subscribe, click the bell button, comment the Moosey algorithm, like the video if you liked it. And don't forget, we've given away over 110,000.
Join the more than 7 million adults, like Chef Franklin, who've taken Ozempic.
I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes at 27. As a chef, this is exactly what it would do if I only had 3 weeks to get shredded, the step-by-step, no BS way, so you can go from losing this per week to losing this per week. You have a holiday coming up, a photo shoot, a wedding, or an important event. It may require you to be shirtless, but I have to say this. Warning, this is simple, but not easy, and it's not sustainable long-term. That's out the way. This is my in case of emergency break grass method. There are 5 simple steps to this method, but each step gets progressively harder than the next. Hi, my name is Dr. Michael Diamonds. I'm a medical doctor and a pro natural bodybuilder. I've done this myself prepping for shows, photo shoots, or a holiday. I even did this recently with a client of mine, Daniel Thrasher. He's an actor and a YouTube star. Take a look at what he had to say doing this.
Before I found Scope by Science, I was in London. I was in the middle of shooting Dinner with the Parents on Amazon, and I had gained like 5-10 pounds of just like chunky weight that I didn't necessarily want to see on the screen, you know? And I was told that I had to film a shirtless scene at the end of Christmas break. And so in a panic, and knowing that I had like, 2 or 3 weeks to like prepare my body, I reached out to Dr. Michael Diamonds and Scope by Science, and I said, hey, I need help. I'm on a show. I gotta slim down fast. I have a shirtless scene. Can you help me? And he did. And I was able to lose like 7 pounds in a healthy way. I was actually eating more food than I think I'd ever eaten before. But at some level of sorcery and science ingenuity, I was able to drop weight, and I felt really confident on the day that I shot that shirtless scene.
At the end of the video, you'll be able to do the same. Get shredded fast. Let's not waste time and dive straight in. And I'm actually going to start with the hardest step. Step number 1, I want you to do a 24-hour fast per week for the next 2 weeks. And I want you to not eat for 24 hours once a week, and I'll explain why with all the benefits. So basically, let's say you're starting my in case of emergency protocol. Every Monday for the next 3 weeks will be a fasting day. But this is the trick. I want you to have your last meal at 8 p.m. the previous day on Sunday, and that will start the clock. And then you can break your fast at 8 p.m. on Monday. This way, of the 24 hours you're fasting, 8 hours of the 24 you're already sleeping, making this much easier to do. And these are the benefits. We know to burn 1 pound of fat you need to be in a 3,500 caloric deficit. And we know we can achieve this through calories in versus calories out. Now, because we aren't eating anything for 24 hours, essentially our calories in is 0. So all you have to do on day 1 is burn 1 pound of fat, which is burning 3,500 calories through calories out, which I'm going to show you in the next steps. If you've ever done a 24-hour fast, let me know in the comments. And if you're watching this video, what was your experience? Did you notice fasting weight loss wasn't hard? And I know this is the hardest part, but this may inspire some people to try this. I do this myself at least once a month, but when I need an aggressive cut, I will do it once a week. But basically on day 1, you should have burned 1 pound of fat already, because you essentially eat 0 calories and burn 3,500 calories that day. Obviously, this isn't entirely precise, but the point I'm making is you're already putting yourself into a deficit to get shredded. And you can choose whichever day of the week that you want, whenever you want to fast. Maybe it's more convenient for you to do this on a Wednesday, once per week. But these are the benefits. And even my client Montino would do this every Sunday, and look at his photos, and he noticed that on a more practical level, he got so much more work done. After a 24-hour fast, he felt more mentally clear, very motivated. I have clients who also do this for their spiritual sense. He also liked how his body felt. It's so much easier following the diet the day after, because you essentially go from not eating anything to having a few meals at least. And when I do this, I feel mentally resilient. I'm cured of any cravings that I have. And it's an amazing start to the beginning of my transformation as a quick, big win. But these are the other benefits. Number 1, it will improve your insulin. We know that if your insulin is high, you won't lose any fat. Its main job, it's a storage hormone, primarily taking the glucose in the blood and transporting them to the correct cells that are needed, like your muscle in the form of glycogen, your brain, or your liver. But when you're fasted for 24 hours, your insulin levels will be low, putting you in the best position to lose fat. It also does improve your insulin sensitivity, meaning your body becomes more efficient at using food, specifically glucose, in the future, and decreasing the chance of that food being turned into fat. And I love doing this, especially with my clients who are pre-diabetic or type 2 diabetic, because it will dramatically improve all of your sugar markers, your fasting insulin levels, fasting sugar, HbA1c. It's amazing. Second reason, autophagy, which is basically the process of your body clearing out and repairing damaged cells. This is amazing for anti-aging and disease prevention by promoting cellular renewal and reducing the buildup of dysfunctional cellular parts. Third thing, there's a boost in growth hormone, which plays a massive role on your metabolism, your muscle maintenance, and will help you lose more fat. It will help you reduce inflammation. It improves factors such as your blood pressure, cholesterol levels, and your triglycerides, the amount of fat in your blood. It improves a thing called your BDNF, that stands for brain-derived neurotrophic factor. It's a protein that is linked to improved brain function and neuroplasticity, and so much more. It's amazing for your gut health. A 24-hour fast can contribute to a healthier gut by mechanisms like modulating your microbiota, the bacteria, the good and bad ones that are in your gut, basically flushing out all of the bad bacteria in the gut and promoting the growth of good microflora by fasting. It also does strengthen the gut's barrier. Again, by fasting for 24 hours, you're giving your gut a chance to repair and recover. However, because individual responses can vary, research right now is still in its early stages. Let's go into step 2, the hardest part, an aggressive caloric deficit. But this is the first thing I want to show you. So let's transition over to the computer. Number 1, I want you to track your food. You only have 3 weeks. We have no time to waste. Now, tracking your food is the surefire way we can measure your calories in part. And there's research done at Duke University, right, showing you that individuals who just tracked, they didn't know their calories or macros or anything, lost weight. Now, the person who lost the most weight obviously was tracking both weight, the weight of their body, their food, and their behavioral skills. But you can see here that the person who only tracked food on an app lost the most amount of weight in the first month. So tracking is extremely important. We don't want to make mistakes. But this is my advice to make it even more aggressive. And I do this with many of my clients. For the 3 weeks, I make them eat the exact same food. Why? We want to reduce all the variables. We don't want to figure out if your body responds poorly to rice, or if your body's responding poorly to potatoes, or if you prefer white bread versus brown. just using one particular diet can make things a lot more predictable and mentally can be much easier in terms of saving with the decision-making process. So on day 1 of the diet, track your meal and then eat the same food every day for the next 21 days. I don't change it. So for me, the first meal would be pumpkin, which is low GI, low glycemic index, high fiber, keep me full. The second meal will be the 4 wraps with reduced carb wraps. And then the third meal is a protein ice cream, and I'll eat that every single day for 21 days, and my weight flies off. It's also great because your mind is expecting the food. Your gut becomes more efficient at processing that food. There is no downside besides the idea of not being entertained by eating different foods. And the mental shift you need to make is you're not eating for enjoyment, you're eating for performance. And then finally, what I also want to say, another reason why I want to show you this is you may have not known this, right? But all the foods we eat have labels on them, right? Now, did you know that the FDA actually allows for calories to exceed or to be less by 20%. So the calories on a lot of the food labels you're eating, if it says 200 calories, it actually may be 240 calories or 160. And by eating the same food, you can decrease this level of variance. So just eating the same food can fix up all these mistakes, which takes me into the second part. And I talked about establishing a deep caloric deficit. Now I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. And step number 1, you can use an AI tool to be able to track this. In this case, we're going to use Alfred, right? And I'm just going to take Alfred, and you guys can take this info and just copy it, write your own, and you can paste this into AI. So I'm going to write, give me the maintenance calories for this individual, right? And I'm going to enter this. While that is thinking, that's one, right? You can use AI like ChatGPT to calculate your calories for your maintenance calories. I'm going to show you what you need to do for an aggressive deficit. On the other end, what I do want to show you is you can also use this website here. I'll link it in the description. I'm not affiliated or anything. So 32 years old, 5'8", 200 pounds. Anybody who trains about 5 times per week is active. Any less, I would consider you to be moderate but active individual. And it's the same information here, right? Basically that. 5 times per week is active. So also, if you see here in settings, the formula that all these calculators use is called the Mifflin-Drawer formula. And I'm going to hit calculate. Now, just to see, this gave us 2,840 calories, right? As his maintenance calories. 2,839 calories. Exactly the same thing with AI and this website. I also wanted to show you something cool. If you want to figure out someone's maintenance calories, the easy, simple, quick way, you can take your body in weight multiplied by 14, right? 2,800. Now it's slightly less. But what I'm going to do in this case, to make this video very simple, the calories I'm going to give the person is 2,800. Those are the calories for maintenance. But what we do want is to figure out the deficit. Now, usually, I'm sure you've heard, to lose a pound of fat per week, you need to be in a daily 500 calorie deficit, because 500 calories times 7 days in the week is equal to 3,500, which is equivalent to a pound. But this is an aggressive deficit. We only have 3 weeks. So instead of 500, I'm going to pull up the ante and actually do 750. 2,800 calories minus 750 is going to give me 2,050 calories. So those are going to be the calories that Alfred needs to eat. So what I'm recommending is establishing a 750 caloric deficit. Now, establishing a deep deficit like this is going to have side effects. In the first 3 days, you may feel weaker. You may feel hungrier. Your training performance may drop. The next steps,
house sign of the ink right. Two crib like a sleep twice. Niggas swear they feel, but got crust in their eyes and they look right.
Jake ain't loud like a Peterbilt. And no, I'm not in the Midwest tonight. I'm on the East Coast. I'll be in the Midwest tomorrow night. 65, and as soon as I speed up, try to match my speed. Holding up traffic for crazy. curious, why only one pig? Even if it's a good one. me some. guarantees with reciprocity. In exchange for than just a pretty face. Tell me about your graduate degree. Happy birthday, Lucas. How old are you? funny magnets, ain't you? Funny magnets. Create your own life. I create my own circumstances, baby. She okay? Tearing your mama's heels up. You know that wasn't no accident. Tearing your mama's heels up. Leave your mama alone. So is that where you're at now, the hospital? Oh shit. Take a moment of your brothers first. Pain didn't go away. You gotta wait for the pain to go away for her to be coherent enough to not yell at your ass. You are a terrible child. You know that? Mean as hell. Let's smell it. Let me inhale it. That chronic pain. Look at you sniffing out the problem. Bringing these meds to your door. Huh? Mind your business. That's because mind your business, bitch. That's what you're supposed to tell them. Baby after the dog. God damn. My guy ended up getting ready for school. What's up, Sam? Yeah, it's time for shower, food. Yep, it's time to wind down, get ready for bed. It's because daylight savings time. Yeah, we lost an hour today. Soon. Yep. Alright, get my guy going. Love you, Hilkiah. Later. Raven strong? Energy flows? Here we come? Alright, go let that boom boom out. Stinker. appreciate a lover of knowledge. to talk to you on the phone, but not tonight. I want this to settle. And see if you still feel the same tomorrow. I'll wait your response. To retrieve my number. You called me 3 times within the last hour. You've been in 3 different places wearing 3 different things. Is that a picture of Donald Trump on your wall? Is that a picture of Donald Trump on your wall? The one to the left. Right behind your head. Yeah, that one right there. Oh, okay. I was like, you better die. But he's looking for it too. You know, pictures of. Them legs working. Get them legs working. Move it, move it. So did you get to sort out the things? Huh? Oh, you got it? That's not what was happening. So you figured it all out? So when is the signing going to commence? It's only year 3, that's all. It's only 3 years. What's another year to wait? I hope so. I haven't received anything from anybody. Right now, no one knows I exist. They all think I haven't been working. All 3? It has to be under the business, so all the taxes I got. That's the only way you can file. You're going in right now. That's right. Yeah. Oh my goodness. An hour left. Ain't no naps around here. They hit your ass. old-fashioned way and get mine done. Let everybody else wait. It's been long. And let everybody else wait for you to work out the kinks. It's been a long, long time. And I am running a business here. I need some resolve, like ASAP. Listen about you, Wayne. It's about me. It's been about you for 3 years. You understand? I need you to get this thing filed.
thought the skit was funny. You know, black people will tell you. You just think it's like this skit keeps getting worse and worse, and white dudes just right there, just. You know, once you see one clip, you're like, man, that was crazy, but it keeps going and going and going. I was like, man, yeah, check this video out.
Check this out, yo.
Hi, I'm Tom Michaels. I want to invite you to Whites Only Laundry. We specialize in only washing in white laundry, so linens, socks, and undershirts will look fresher than ever. By focusing just on white laundry, our prices are 25% lower than the other guys. Plus, get an extra 10% discount by singing our slogan at the register. Hope to see you soon.
Hope to see you.
Yeah, you just crazy. Hi. It's Tom again.
He's not hype no more.
In the news. I really want to apologize. I definitely should have realized that the name Whites Only Laundry sounds racist, is racist, and that was not my intention at all. But we've changed the name and fixed the problem. Whites Only Laundry is now no colored laundry. It still gets across that we can't wash our clothes without any of the racial connotations of whites only. Plus, to make up for our terrible mistake, come on in before Friday and you'll get yourself a free t-shirt. Just don't wash it here because it has all these colors on it. It's Tom again. I'm so sorry. I feel terrible. Obviously, changing the name only made things worse. Neither one of those are appropriate names for a laundromat or any business or anything. But I'm gonna make things right. First, the music. African American community, I've installed a special side entrance. So you're definitely welcome at my laundromat. Also, I've set aside separate but equally powerful washing machines exclusively for your use in the back of the laundromat.
In the back of the laundromat.
Although they still only wash white clothes. Separate but equal. This time, to ensure I don't upset or disrespect anyone, I'm naming it after myself. And since my sister just had a baby, everybody come on down to Uncle Tom's laundry. Whites only, no colors, and blacks entered through a special sign.
Yo,
dude, crazy.
He just kept going.
Kept going.
It get worse. He like, I'm back. I'm gonna make it better. And it's like, it just got worse.
And it draws you in. You know, you keep us with, man, this is crazy. That's funny though, man. You can't do comedy like that anymore.
The music, it was like ding-a, 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 ding-a.
What's the name?
Chipper music.
Yo, he said the colors.
You can't do comedy like that anymore.
Nah, man.
Hey, you found it on IG?
Yeah.
What's the comments like?
Yo, right.
Man, pull up the comments.
Yo, he said, just for the African American community, I got a side door for you.
Yeah, and they said I gave you separate, but equal. So you gonna have everybody wash your clothes. You gonna have all the black people back
in the back
coming to a side in.
He said, remember, no colors.
My dude from the office.
What they saying?
It was laughing faces. Color approved.
Color approved.
This is the real Peter Griffin right here.
Yo, even the black people laughing though, like, oh my god.
Yeah, back in the laundromat. Is there a special room in the go back up? Oh, look at that black face right there. It says, is there a special room in the back for my money?
I don't get that.
Yeah, he gotta be black. No, he's a white dude. That didn't make no sense. Look at that.
Look at his lips, yo.
Is this a skit?
Right.
Do they also get sheets? Tom is still a great man.
Oh, wow.
I guess that was it. I don't know.
That's it?
Yeah, I ain't seen no more.
Oh, damn. Uncle Tom.
So who is that guy? Is he a comedian?
The hot, crispy filet o fish. You either love it or you haven't tried it yet.
Enjoy a filet of fish or 10-piece McNuggets. Get any two for $6 and add $1.39.
Welcome back to Jack Builds It, and welcome back to my Toyota Mark IV Supra build. This thing
looks absolutely amazing. If you've been following along, we have done a ton of work to this car. We have changed out the upper and lower core support. We pulled the rail straight on this side. We replaced the whole apron and upper and lower rail assembly on that side, causing us to also have to repair the firewall. Now that all of this is done, the interior of the car is painted, everything looks great, it's time to go back together. But there's one problem. I don't have an interior, and if you remember what the car looked like when it got to me, it looked like this. And there's pretty much nothing on the inside of this car, so I need to source an interior. I've been looking online, and I've been going all over the place to try to find the parts for a fair price. Now, if you've pieced out parts for the interior on one of these cars, you know that that's big money. And the fact that we don't have door panels, we have a dash, but we're missing some pieces. We have no center console. We're missing a lot more than just the center console. We have carpet, but the carpet is ruined, and we also have the rear trim panels, but just the uppers. We don't have the rear body panel. We're missing probably, I'd say, 10 to 15 different just trim pieces on the inside of the car. Now, I am in luck because you guys have been helping me so much. Actually located some, and guess what? We're gonna go on another trip. We're gonna fly somewhere to get the part. The Supra is one of those rare cars where you can't just go on eBay and find parts, but it's been really fun locating them and finding them all over the United States and all over the world. So we got all the parts we need, and I am super stoked, guys. Look at the back of this car. It is totally full, but I have all the parts, and now I have an interior for the Supra. I have seat belts, I have a back seat, I have the spare tire cover, I have the spare tire cloth, I have the spare tire, I have all the foam. So now on over to Michael's, where we are going to do some drifting. I just got to Birmingham, Alabama, and now I'm gonna get some parts. But before I do that, I want you guys to meet my friend, Michael. Michael, thank you so much for having me over here, dude. I have a serious question for you. I just got some super rare Supra parts, and I want to see if, yeah, exactly. This is the Supra Whisperer. Guys, if you haven't seen his channel yet, go check it out. I flew 2 days after finding these parts, and yeah. I think you're gonna like it.
I would never do such a thing.
Nah.
He's like a pirate finding treasure.
Easy. Links online. Or what the market value of all these would be if you were to sell these online today. And I mean, they're minty. Like, there's no scratches. There's like one big scratch on a panel, but everything else is good. Dude,
the privacy cover?
Or for real?
Really?
Nobody has these.
Oh my gosh, so this is the privacy cover that goes in the hatch, and there's retractable cords, which your car does have the cords in it. So
I saw that.
Oh my god. I was like reluctant because I'm like, he's never going to be able to use these cords because he'll never find this cover. And literally, here you are with the cover immediately. Caps, we got the caps.
Yep, there's a few caps missing on some of the parts, but I think I can source some of those.
I got you. Rear body panel.
In good condition. One little crack, but I'm not worried about that because I probably will recover this interior completely like I did with the Eva. There, got the foams. Seat belts and bolts.
Let's start right here. You found, this is the OE spare.
And it's good condition.
It's the correct color.
It doesn't look like it's had any cracking. Like, it looks like it's been stored, like, you know, where it's... I could probably go 60 miles an hour on this, wouldn't you?
I immediately found the date stamp.
Where is it at?
Right here. This says FA 516. So I'm assuming this is a 2016 tire, which is
wow.
Like, so that's, in the grand scheme of Space Saver spare tires, that's not that bad.
So I could drive on that. It's only...
I've seen the way you drive. Okay, so these are the seat belts. You'll see it has the trim on it. They're very finicky. You have to have them totally leveled because if you don't, like the car thinks it's upside down, it'll lock your seatbelt. Yep. So they're not seized. They're supposed to do that. These are the rear seatbelt, the lowers, and I have had a problem where some belts don't clip in with the Supras and JDM cars. Okay. Because there's a safety thing with Australian cars where I guess they made them change out the seatbelts to the Kaplan brand. Ran into huge issues selling seatbelts to people, and they wouldn't clip in, so I'd have to send buckles and all that. So it's kind of a nightmare.
Here's the check.
You're good.
Dude,
you're good. Okay.
Golden. So I have all the seat belts. So you know, it's because it's a family car. It's got 4 seats.
Yes.
How?
No! God, stop it!
Just put your Birmingham tower dynamic, bro.
Are you kidding me? This is Raj.
Extra lazy one. Yeah.
How about you get your calculator out and you calculate all the prices on these parts and you tell me what you think I got this for? Because I think you're going to be surprised.
Because this was definitely OE, I'm just going to say 150 bucks.
Okay.
Spare with the hold down. Front seat belts and rear seat belts with the buckles. Typically the fronts are $350. The rears are roughly $250. Then you have the buckles. So we'll just say $550 for all of the seat belts. I don't know how to put a price on this because I've never had one to sell. I'm going to put a conservative $300 price tag on this because I know it would immediately sell for that. I'm going to put a price tag of $200 on this. Okay. Easily sell for $200 like the day you posted it. Speaker grills, I sell these all day every day for 150 bucks for the pair.
$150 for speaker grills.
They'll sell immediately. These two trim pieces, I've sold these for $250 before. We have the rear body interior panel, easily $300 on that.
Awesome.
This foam alone, you're looking at $250 easily. This lower trim, I sell these, and others sell them for $450 without the speaker grill. So just this panel. This is separate from the upper. These uppers, $250. These in this condition, those I would ask $500 for. But
a piece or the same for both?
These rear seats, $900. All day, these no tears, no nothing. This easily $550. All right, grand total, $4,800.
$4,800. Dude, and that was with all conservative pricing.
If I didn't know you and I said, look, this is this much, if you come pick them up, I'll hook you up. $3,500.
$3,500. Okay.
And we'll shake on it.
Deal, right?
I feel like, and that's the deal for you because it's a bulk thing. It's good for me because, you know, whatever. That's what I would ask for to anyone that is a respectful, normal Supra fan. Like, I'd hook them up $3,500.
Dude, that's a steal still too because
yeah, that's a steal for these are mint. Like these are very good condition.
So I paid. Guess. Take a guess. It's less than that.
$3,000.
Keep going.
25.
Keep going. $2,000 for all of this, including the seatbelts and everything.
Freaking way,
dude. No. $2,000, bro. I know you have something else. I need a few extra parts, so we're on a mission. Let's go find some.
You want to come see my honey hole?
Clarify this.
Parts. There's more stuff to pick through. As you know, I'm moving into a shop. So it's chaos here, and I just was throwing everything I could find into the truck when I took the car to Jack and Freddie. So now let's see if we find anything he personally wants, because I found a few things already that I know he's gonna need, and let's see what he wants.
Yeah, let's do this.
All right, let's go.
I just want to give a big thanks to my friend Michael Elsey. This guy is such a great guy, and 3 years ago when we met at Drift University, little did we all know that we would be all making YouTube videos building really cool cars together. So if you haven't checked out Elsey's World, go over there and subscribe right now. Okay, so I have been looking everywhere for Supra parts, especially interior parts, and I found them, but they all cost a ton of money. I've been looking on sketchy websites, forums, everything you could possibly think of to try to find these parts because they're like unobtainium, and because my car is not native to the US, it's native to another country, I'm going on websites that are built in other countries that have no authentication and no way to know that I'm protected from these things. But thanks to today's sponsor, NordVPN, I can protect myself while finding these amazing parts. NordVPN is my go-to for staying safe online. It hides my IP address, encrypts my internet traffic like a bulletproof shield against hackers and traffickers. Whether I'm on sketchy Wi-Fi at Parts Swap, or just digging through some forums at home, it keeps my internet provider, advertisers, and shady parts hustlers from snooping in my data. With servers in over 110 countries, I can even tap into a global marketplace with super fast speeds and security thanks to NordLink Protocol. Use my link in the description, get a 2-year plan plus 4 extra months free, and it's risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. NordVPN's Web Protection Pro has fake shop detection feature. You know how you're online shopping for some parts, and one click and you're on a scam site looking for a cheap bumper or some unobtainium parts that's just too good to be true. Those fakes grab your cash and vanish, and normal VPNs don't catch that. I've been using NordVPN to keep my online sales safe when I'm buying parts for this car, and you guys can do the same by going to NordVPN/JackBuildsIt, and you can save and add 4 months extra to a 2-year plan for free and get 30-day guaranteed money back if you don't enjoy this. Guys, seriously, protect yourself online when making purchases. Now, let's get back to buying some more Supra parts so we can finish this car. And welcome to my nightmare. So I do not like wiring, but I think this is something that we can figure out here. So by we, I mean me, because I'm by myself, and I remember taking this out, and I remember finding a lot of bad wiring, as I'll put up here on the screen. There was open exposed wires hitting bare metal. This thing was a fire hazard waiting to happen. Now, I am going to inspect everything on this wiring harness and try to find any problem that might be on it. I am going to cut off the old loom, clean the harness, put the harness back together, make it as clean as possible, and then re-loom the entire harness. I'm tired just thinking about that, but let's take a look at what's going on with this wiring harness. I am really hoping that it's not that bad. I feel like I've said this before. Now over here, we have the antenna that definitely wasn't for the car. And if you remember, when we were taking this out, we couldn't even get it out because they had a box that was cut into the lower floor section for this piece to fit into. Now, not really sure why they did that. I mean, I would have just deleted it anyway. It's not like anybody listens to the radio anymore anyway. So we have a ton of excess antenna wire here, and that plug that looks like it has been re-plugged into the factory plug here. Let me find it. That one right there, and that leads all the way up to the front, going into the factory harness for the receiver for the radio. I'm sure that probably plugged into the back of the radio. I think these right here were for the other antenna, and these were the parts that sent power to the antenna when the car came on and told the antenna to come out of the quarter panel. Now they have some push connectors here that look like they're a little bit worn out. Not too bad, but I've tracked these down, and they're at the front of the harness here. Let's go take a look at that. Now back to the front of the harness, like I said, we have 2 wires leading out of here. Now these were not the same wires, and that is because they've extended the wires and spliced them in right here. But if you can see, that has the exact same markings and is the same colors. So I don't know what that went to. I'm not absolutely positive, but what I do know is there is these plugs right here. So if anybody knows what this plug is for right here, I would love to know, because I have no idea what they have done here. This is definitely hodgepodge together. But we have 2 wires that match the wires that are on this piece here that are supposed to go into this plug right here. So now what I'm assuming is this is the plug that fed the power that gets the message from the ECU to extend the antenna. So hopefully that should be okay. I don't think there is any issues with that we're going to run into later on. But what I will do is I will basically remove these pins, remove these wires, and then we should have a clean harness.
Good evening.
But remember, we're not going to be running a regular radio.
Mr. Bishop!
And then we have...
What's going on?
Get in on our epic saving.
Long time no talk to, man. Isn't it your birthday coming up? Or is yours the 23rd? I can't remember. It's been a while. Can't go no faster until the speed limit changes, which will be soon. 65 it is at the moment. Mr. Bishop. how I go.
This event at Firestone Complete Auto Care, happening now.
Have a clean harness. Because remember, we're not going to be running a regular radio on this car. And then we have a shielded wire here that was running out the side of the car, and this is the boot that it comes out of. And I assume this was for the O2 sensor that goes to the exhaust. And of course we have the sub harness for the fuel pump, which is right here. Now, I'm not worried about any of this. I think this is all very easily fixable. The problem is I need to track all of this down and make sure there's no other cut wires or anything that is exposed. Because if we have something where another wire rubs, all of this hard work goes
March
for nothing
1st.
because it's going to burn to the ground.
73, man. Happy late birthday.
So, what I'm going to do now is I am going to disassemble all of the crap that's on this thing, reloom this, and then I'm going to put it back in the car. Here is the wire in question. Look at that. All of the sheeting on this wire has gotten melted because this wire got way too hot. Now, over here, this wire basically tracks back into several places, but not only does it track back into several places, you can see, for whatever they've done here, they've let it hit other wires. So we have an exposed wire right here. This white with a black stripe is exposed. A few more where the sheeting has gotten heated up pretty good and melted. So now what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to figure out where these were supposed to go. Ooh, yeah, look at that. There's your sheathing right there. So something happened, something grounded out. It was either caused by them or this was caused by just something over time rubbing. But
I've been doing good, man. I've been working hard and
because it melted
going to see my son,
in
staying out the way.
locations. You can see they
everything's been all right. Things been going my way lately, man. It's just been good.
I don't know if that's necessary. It might have been, but this is definitely something that was caused by improper wiring, or I'm gonna guess improper wiring because we've seen so many things different on this car. Not all these wires are salvageable, but some of them, all I needed to do.
Yeah, out to Idaho and then back. And I'm gonna take a couple days off and kick it with my son. It's his birthday on Thursday, but I'm not gonna be back until probably
right now. The other stuff sucks.
Next Wednesday or Tuesday.
Absolutely awesome. With all the wires repaired, everything traced back to where the damage was, I wrapped the entire harness in some tape so that I'm able to keep this thing nice and clean as well as safe from any scratches or scrapes. Now we are finished with the dash harness, and there was a lot of shenanigans going on in here, and you can see this. I don't know if it's going to focus, but this here is a melted wire. This wire got exposed somehow and caught almost on fire basically and melted down around all the other wires. So I had to trace it back, and I actually found another exposed wire that was right next to this, and it looked like it was a section that could have gotten nicked while this dashboard was coming out, while it was going back in. I can tell you one thing, this car is no virgin, as you guys already know, and that dash probably came out several times.
Oh, I just drove out of the snow when I was coming from Maine.
Not only that, we have
back in PA, there ain't no snow over here.
Together stuff right here. Take a look at that.
But I can't call it from Wyoming or
solder on it, and it's good.
Or Utah.
You got a wire nut right there.
Find out soon enough.
Wire nut right there, connecting another 4 wires right there. I think that would be 4, right? Maybe it's 5 technically right there. So 2, 1, yeah, 5 wires in that section. Again, we have another soldered wire. This time they at least attempted to cover it up with some electrical tape. And you got a green wire here, and it's turning blue on this end, which tells me that because of these connections and all the stuff going on here, this wire probably was starting to get hot or something happened to it, causing this thing to change colors. And the funny part is if you look at it, look where the color change starts. It's right where they spliced in here. Now that means there was a lot of amperage being drawn from there, and it was causing this thing to overheat. So all of that is done. We have replaced pins. We have replaced all these other things. I mean, there you go. There's another one. There's so many of these that are really, really bad. But now, take a look at the harness. It looks nice and clean, very smooth. We should be good with that. There was only 2 wires on this that I'm not exactly sure where these went. Now, I traced back everything into the harness, and I did not find anything that was suspect or anything that I could find that would indicate these wires went to something else. So I don't know if they clipped these wires and then pulled a plug off of them. I even pulled this all the way back to over here and did not find any wires where this would splice into or lead into another one. So because of that, now I feel very confident that even if this doesn't work, we will still be able to figure out what is going to this plug right here. There is no more exposed wires. We've gone all the way to the very end of this. This should be, for all intents and purposes, good. We're gonna call it good. I hope it's good, because I wrapped it all the way up, and if I didn't find those wires, we could have another fire on our hands. Either way, it's wrapped up, it's good. It's good, it's gonna be fine. Now, I wanna go over there and dissect all of the stuff that they've added on to the body harness and repair some of that there, because the exact same thing is going on there, where they have tapped into several wires, causing more issues. As you can see here, I don't know if you guys are gonna be able to see this. I'm gonna have to fix this too. I just caught this now. This wire right here. Actually, no, that's actually, it's okay. That wire's okay, but that was burnt on sheathing from the wire that got very, very hot. Sweet.
Your car may be down, but Wheelsy's here to lift you up. With just a few clicks, we'll save the day and deliver cash for your car. No hassle, no wait.
Nature-made magnesium, made to care for your heart, bones, and muscles. Magnesium from Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
The first thing I'm going to do, and I want to make sure that I do this right now, is remove this gigantic, ugly, unnecessary antenna, because it's not going back on the car. We even shaved the hole for that, so it is not going to be on there. So all of that is out of the way. That goes under here. Through here. Basically runs all the way up here. I'm not going to be using any of that, so now it's done. In the bin. While a bit tedious, this is one of the most important steps. I do not want to have any issues later on with this car shorting out and having possible fires. So I took my time to make sure that these wires were done absolutely to the best of my ability. So after many sore fingers and a lot of wrapping and replacing old glue, we now have a completed, rewrapped, and cleaned up wiring harness. I've taken off some of the clips because I'm going to be replacing the new ones because the other ones were broken when we took this thing apart. Now that this is finished, I can actually start laying this out in the car.
Oh, you got stuck in the snow on a Greyhound? Oh, that's rough.
A lot of work still, but
that is a rough one.
I want this thing.
I got stuck in Cheyenne, Wyoming for 3 days in the truck.
Completed. Have some
going over 80 with the
satisfaction.
When the snowstorm hit me too.
Not fun.
It was sketchy, super sketchy. And every time they open the road back up,
of massive builds like this,
it closed down like 20 minutes to a half hour later because someone slid off.
From one car and
it was a mess. That was last year.
Completely taken apart
last
this car.
Right around this time.
Revamped every single piece on this car. If I haven't replaced it with something that needed to be repaired, I've repaired what I've had and I've made it work. This has been the journey of all journeys when building a car. The Evo wasn't even half as hard when it came to locating parts. Well, major progress has been made with the wiring harness, and as you can see all through this area, everything has been put into place. We have the clips in place, the wires are going through. I do need to put in the little pieces that go right here that keep the wires from chafing, but everything is laid out very nicely. It goes in all right here, comes up under there, and then goes all the way through here. We do need to find another horn plug, not a big deal, that's something we can take care of, no problem. And there is a horn here, and then there's a horn mounted right here. So those plugs will be taken care of. You'll have this plug here for the horn, the ambient temperature sensor. I need to figure out where that goes to so that I can either zip tie this to something or if I
Maine just had a big one. I just drove through it.
But as far as this piece here, everything
2 days
lines
ago
up
they
very
had a big
nicely. It goes
snowstorm,
in. I do
and I
need to
just
get
missed
some
it.
more of these because they're a little worn out, and I probably want to just replace them just so they look a lot better. So we have the wiper motor wire going into the cowl.
See how it is out.
Everything is lining up very nicely. The next thing that I need to do is basically get all of the interior harness done. But before I can do that, I need to get the sound deadening laid down on all of the floor. So right now, what I'm going to do is we're going to take our newly acquired interior. We're going to get that down to South Florida over to E3 Customs, where we will visit Matt. We're going to choose a color. We're going to do a bunch of different things down there. I'm really excited. We're going to do something very different on the Supra. Something that's probably, I don't want to say never been done, but it's definitely going to be something that's very unique to this car. And if it has been done, maybe like 1 or 2 other Supras out there. So let's get down to Matt. Okay, so you can see that it's really dark outside. I am at E3 Customs right now here with the owners, Matt, and we are going to take a look at some materials to put on the Supra because now you've seen the color, you know how beautiful that looks. We need to complement that with an amazing interior. And that's because this guy right here is really good. So I'm using a phone, guys. The lighting might not be great for my phone because I'm a cheapskate. I need a good camera. So I've brought you a lot of gifts here.
Yeah, there's a full interior.
Yeah,
everything.
So
in awesome shape. And
yeah, it's not too bad, right? Like this is
the body dust is free, right?
Yeah, that actually I'm gonna have to charge you for that because Mondo ain't cheap now.
Yeah, and it's expensive, right? Supra.
Yeah, it's Supra. Look at this.
Yep.
Yeah, the snow plow's a lifesaver.
Yeah.
Get rid of it, so you're helping me right now.
It's okay to go slow sometimes.
So basically, what I'm buying here is a full interior for the Supra. Some parts are good, some parts are bad. We have a brand new dashboard because on the way over here, I actually got a hold of this guy, and his name is Super Steve.
As soon as I see them available, I try to grab as many as I can. I mean, am I in debt? Absolutely. Do I have 23 Supras? Yes.
So you can see these things are pretty worn out. They're not great looking, but we have some. Yeah, we got a seatbelt hole right there. That wasn't me, I swear. I promise.
Yeah, sure.
Over here, though, is the dashboard that I had with the car, and you can see.
This is the one on your car, right?
Yes. Yeah. So it's like, it's separating up here. How bad is this dash on a scale of 1 to 10? And like, what would it take to make this look good?
So this one's actually not that bad. Like normally they work really bad up here. It's got a little bit on this area, but you can see you can still get it to kind of pull back down. This up here is a little bit more of a problem where it's lifting because it's separating from the plastic underneath there.
Okay, so like this right here.
Yeah, the film is separating underneath there.
Oh, yeah.
So like if you glue it,
it'll hold down for a little bit. Probably.
Not really. So what it does is it glues the bottom layer of the foam down, awesome, and then the next part above it rips, and then you just keep going until, whatever.
So you're essentially just stacking stuff and showing, like, until it finally holds, hopefully.
Maybe. And even then it'll get all wavy and bumpy. So what you do is you just ignore that, and then wrap down into that and pull it as tight as you can, maybe staple it on the other side to hold it down. But yeah, fixing this is a little bit interesting because you're just chasing the same problem over and over again.
So technically, I mean, this is like a 30-something-year-old dash, so 32 years old. I have one over here. Not exactly sure what the age of it is, but
this one's in better shape.
This one's in way better shape. So funny because last night I was basically talking to Michael Elson. I was like, hey dude, I need a dash, and he made a couple phone calls, and of course, Michael is the Supra whisperer. I mean, dude, he found a Supra behind a trailer in the woods where a guy, I think the guy got in trouble because he walked out of his yard, shot a gun off the air, and then he called him and was like, okay, I'm ready to sell. This is so much, really coming apart here too much. There's a little bit of something right there.
It's a same spot. It always starts right here for some reason, and then it goes across the front.
All the way. Okay.
That's just like, I guess, the weakest link. But the best part is up here.
Yeah.
It's worked a little bit, but it's not that bad.
Nothing like compared to what that other one is.
No.
It does go down right there. It is up a little bit right here, but nothing compared to that.
It had a Fast and Furious, tack bolted right there.
Why is that? But like every JDM car that comes from Japan is got a tack. Like they have to put a tachometer right there. It's like,
yeah, Freddy's car had like a giant pod all the way down the side of it. It was all sorts of messed up. That dash was actually worse than both of these.
Okay, well then
you saw the outcome of that one.
That one looks really good. Like it still looks really good too, because it's been there for at least 2-3 years now. But this right here, see, this is
see, I couldn't we couldn't get this on that car. What was it, Rex's car?
Yeah, Rex's car.
So I made this piece basically to mirror that, almost like it had an airbag there, but there was nothing underneath of it because he couldn't find one of these at the time.
Dude.
And only the JDM cars have this, and since it's right-hand drive, the left-hand drive airbag cover whatever doesn't fit.
Dude, it was impossible to find that. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's a good
hours
score.
online with that. And then not only that, the vents and stuff like that too. So
yeah, the little guy up there.
We've got some samples here, and I kind of want to take a look at like what we're gonna do with these samples and the colors and the choices that we've got. So I brought the gas lid door with me here. We are going to kind of put.
At Amica Insurance, we know it's more than just a house. It's your home, the place that's filled with memories. The early days of figuring it out, to the later years of still figuring it out. For the place you've put down roots, trust Amica Home Insurance. Amica, empathy is our best policy.
Put it up against some colors. I really like I'm going to put the picture of it right now, the picture of the Porsche that you sent me that had the green and tan. It looks really, really good. So now we have the gas lid door here. Let's go through some of the colors. What would you suggest for that type of color?
So everybody already knows what I'm going to say, and that's just because forest greens in general just look good with tans, whether or not be brown or tan or something like that. But I mean, that one's a little ugly. It's like
a little light. It looks really mustardy on camera too. That one's not bad.
That looks like 1996 Honda Accord green.
That really does look like something that would be in a Honda.
Each now that's getting like Ferrari, but not quite.
Yeah,
ooh, that one's not bad. That one's horrible.
Yeah, that
and it's like straight peach.
That looks terrible.
And then that one's actually pretty good.
That's not bad, dude. I actually really like the way that looks.
And see that? Porsche. So I guess we're just gonna have to keep this theme going. Porsche paint, Porsche interior. Yeah.
Amazing paint that you didn't think was gonna look good.
I didn't think it was.
What do you think of it now?
I stand corrected. I will definitely admit that I was wrong because this color is actually gorgeous.
Dude.
And he knows how I am with Supras because I have one. And I was super against painting in anything other than the actual JDM green.
So it's funny because you're not the only one, man. Like everybody kind of looked at me like I was crazy.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like I really like looking at the shapes of cars and kind of figuring out what is going to be the overall look of the car. And I kind of compared it to the 911, which has very big quarter panels as well as very big fenders, and it looks looks really good. Like it's very similar to that, like that line.
The rounded edges, that actually gives you the flop. So like you get to see all the different colors of the paint just because of the way the car is shaped. It's nice and rounded and all of that. So like I said, I'll admit I was wrong. That color actually looks a lot better than I thought it was going to.
Okay.
I cannot wait to see it all together because it's going to be gorgeous.
Dude, it's going to be amazing. So I want to come down. Today we're going to be picking all these materials and figuring this out. But I want to come down and help you out with that because I think there's some sanding involved, and I know that's the most fun part of the build.
Yeah, we get to watch Jack sand some more. I'll be super excied to see that.
I want to run a stitch, dude. I want to learn how to run a stitch. I want to do the stuff that you do on a daily basis. I definitely can never do it as good as you, but I want to help and kind of just be involved in that process. So that'll be something we do later on.
Yes,
But
I did have to chain up in Reno. Reno, Nevada. I chained up to go over the mountain.
Just against the green.
Yeah, that does look really good.
But we didn't really tell
That's
them
right, I'm
how
still
we're
getting
gonna do
after
the
it.
interior.
Almost done,
And
about
I
like
think that
20 minutes
this
out
Supra
from where I'm gonna stop for the night.
100% everywhere. No plastic, no Alcantara.
Still
no
within
nothing.
my time
All
constraints.
as much as we can put in there.
But yeah, I'll be putting in full days.
I love
Full
that.
days.
That's gonna be insane.
Yeah, to watch you can wrap some of the stuff, but leather can be difficult to work with. Like, I'm pretty sure you can handle this part of the dash, so I'll let you do this part.
This tiny little section.
This section right here, you got no problem.
I'm gonna look at it every time and be like, damn it, I messed that.
No, if it's closest to your knee, you should be able to do that.
I just won't look in that direction while driving.
I'll do the entire thing, all beautiful, and then I'll leave this part for you to do, because this one's not that bad. And the leather that we're going to use, it's going to be split, so it'll be a little bit more stretchy. I wouldn't say quite, vinyl wrap. If we had full thickness.
So you got something else in your hand there too. What is this?
Yeah, so we picked this up, and this is from Seatbelt Planet, and I think we're going to re-web your seatbelts in the dark forest green.
I think that would look really good. Against this, it looks...
It's okay. It looks
not
pretty
bad.
good, but I think mixed with the brown.
Yeah, the brown really sets it off.
Across it, and then the separation between the pink and the interior, that green just going across, it might actually end up even looking black.
I think it's going to be a really nice accent to it, because we've already talked about putting gold on this car. I want to put wheels as well as gold emblems. We got something really special planned for the emblems. But let's discuss a little bit about the actual customization. There is something that we're going to do that has never been done on the Supra, to at least to my knowledge.
Yeah.
And it's not new, right? It's not a new technology, is it?
No, it's not new. It's just become a little trendy, but it hasn't really trickled its way into the JDM world as much as it should. It's partially because, not but the material itself is actually kind of expensive because there's a person who makes it.
Okay.
By
so it's
hand.
handmade.
Yeah. Well, it's handmade in a machine, so it's almost like a loom. And might as well just talk about it because I have some right here, and it's just a basket weave. So
that looks really cool.
This is mixed Alcantara with leather, and like you can see, they're all individual strips of leather woven really in between each piece.
Man, that looks so good. And you can do like different sizes. You can do
different sizes of the square.
I appreciate that, Mr. Bishop.
Not do different
bringing you the
colors.
goods and services.
The same
one color.
Yeah, like all of it in this brown.
I think that would be absolutely epic. All of it in that brown. I think that would be probably the best look. I don't know, maybe something in between it. Maybe something with like an Alcantara that's the same color or something.
Sounds intriguing.
I don't know, maybe.
Well, that's going to be up to you because, we have that Ferrari over there, we're looking at it, and
let's take a look at that really quick and kind of compare.
That has no Alcantara in it whatsoever. So, if you're going for that crazy high-end look,
oh yeah,
it is just straight leather. Don't look at the roof because that's actually why it's here.
That is awesome.
But I mean, they don't use Alcantara at all. Sometimes they do on headliner only, or maybe, if it's like their sportier version, they'll put Alcantara on the dash or whatever. But the real luxury cars, they're just straight leather.
Dude, that thing smells amazing.
Yeah, it does.
That's pretty epic.
Yeah.
So, one of the things I wanted to talk about was the condition of these parts. So when I got these parts over in the middle of America, I actually was able to find some really good parts. I mean, tell me the last time you found a Supra panel. Obviously, it's really dirty, but it's not scratched up. It's not been hodgepodge together. There's not.
It's not broken or cracked.
They're always broken, like right here,
it
right
splits
there.
right there too, because people have a hard time getting around that. And this is was this a target top car?
No, this was a hard top car.
Oh, okay, because these always get broken around the little target top mechanism.
Yep.
Can't figure out how to put it on, just break it.
There's actually a hidden screw, and you always think you're like, oh, it's fine, it's ready to come off, and then you go pull on it, and it's like break,
snap, yeah, and then you're like, great, and you try and find one of these, but a lot of people would add speakers and whatnot. Once again, I can send you pictures of what the worst Supra, that Freddie had. it had a hole here, a giant one right there.
Oh my gosh.
And a big speaker, but look, it's like curved. So I mean, the speaker was just kind of floating across it. Yeah. So I had to fill that because, you know, I guess couldn't find the panels. Right-hand drive stuff is a little bit. It's not a little bit harder to get, but you know, good panels.
They're starting to become more available. So I've noticed like there's a lot of Americans that are bringing in right-hand drive cars.
Yeah, they're very popular right now. Like the right-hand drive ones, you know, they just seem to be like more readily available than left-hand drive. I've always, since I had one, I always liked the left-hand drive cars better, not hating on your right-hand drive. But to me, it always felt, you know, a little bit more special because it was the car that came to the United States.
Everybody's been telling me to make it left-hand drive, but I didn't because I don't care. I actually like right-hand drive cars. I'm weird like that. I know that it's like a thing, like where it's like, hey, like
nah, it's not time for sleep. It's time for the gym.
But guess what? I'm not gonna do that. It's too
You gotta hit the gym, then go to sleep.
It ruins the structural integrity of the car. And I mean, I did put a frame rail on the car.
I slept good last night.
Exactly how they would have done it.
It's a structural, yeah, you cut that car up 30 ways on there. But you weld it all back together. Same.
One of the things I wanted to ask you was I could not find another headliner. And this headliner is pretty roach. It's not good. And
it's actually fine.
Really? Like to me, because there's a big break, like right in this section here. Like it's got like a big chunk that's broken right there. It's got broken spots in the front over there. It's got some cracks over here, and it's really pretty gross. I mean, yeah, it does.
It's not bad, actually. I know that you think it's worse than it is.
How would you fix something like that?
So this is actually a pretty important part, like that. I'm surprised it's still there. Most of them aren't. But this is the only spot besides the front and the visors that it's held in place.
Yeah.
So like it clips in on the hardtop.
Well, this one actually mounting location.
Custom mounting.
Yeah, check this out. So you see.
All they needed was a little bit of Velcro, which I can get you. You know, it's hard snap Velcro, but it's not that big of a deal.
You know what they did? They screwed that into the drip rail molding. Okay, so now basically I've got all of these parts over here, Matt. We're going to get the material order. I'm going to get a bunch of other little things taken care of. Also, we're going to do something really special. That's right. So Matt just pointed something out to me that I totally forgot about. I want to make this car like the gentleman's GT car. I know it's a sports car, and some of my
road work and burpees. Yeah, I ran a marathon a couple.
But there is something
the end of
I want to do to the
end of 23, November 2023. I ran a marathon. I haven't had the urge to run since. I've been on that Stairmaster.
That actually, no, it's fine.
Burpees, I love burpees. I used to do 1,000 burpees a day. That was my calisthenic.
Full replacement was the thing that stinks about the full replacement when you're putting it together, because like the shifter part in front of it, the way it clips down in there, it actually has to move a little bit. Yeah. So the full carbon ones, they're cool. They look really nice and everything, but I think you'd be better off doing real carbon overlay of this whole thing. And then we get to pick how you want to do it.
Yes.
So, you know, you had talked about
that's crazy. 110 degrees
or whatever.
Yeah.
And that allows you to have unlimited options when we go to do this. If we have someone,
I had a Volvo.
I really like the dryer, like
the air conditioning went in when I was in Las Vegas,
in this car,
like 4 years ago.
Really nice interior work. And then you have this
I had to get a new truck that day.
Carbon, which is basically
it was like 114. It was
the interior
awful.
Section.
Yeah, I think that was.
And I had to wait a whole day too. I was sitting there asleep.
Like,
I was trying to sleep. I couldn't sleep. I had all the windows down, and I had a cooler full of ice with 1 foot in it and hanging off my bed with 1 foot in this cooler.
It takes the car down a notch.
It does.
And
it was a mess.
And your idea for the car, like,
it was so hot.
With it, I think doing the whole like GT, you know, taking inspiration from Aztec or all of that, and throwing it into a JDM car is a brilliant idea. So like, why not make it super high end?
Yeah, nice, Mr. Bishop be checking up on me.
A satin weave, like carbon fiber looks a lot better than the glossy one. Don't get me wrong, I love glossy carbon fiber, but satin mixed with
We've been conversating for months now.
Yeah.
Is just super classy.
That's gonna set it off.
It's gonna be so classy, like it's just gonna make the car in general just feel richer.
Yes.
You know, I mean it's a Supra, but still, like it's gonna make it just that much better.
I think it would be, to me, that would make this, it would finish the look that I want for the car. It would give it that, like, it's not
Yeah,
like
it definitely helps the time go by.
European vibe. Yeah. So I know it is a JDM car, and it still keeps all the JDM noises.
Porsche paint.
Yeah.
Porsche leather.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, I keep
I
keep a way out. You gotta keep a couple of extra dollars on you.
What's the harm in
Make sure you get a hold of some ice, some cooler, a big towel so you can wet it.
So many people are gonna hate me for that, but it's okay.
I know what to do.
What I like. Yeah, I want to have
keep
a car
clothes,
that is gonna be something really
clothes
special.
for the winter time, extra thermals, those them crack and heat pads.
The interior idea I gave.
The ones you put in your gloves, I put them in my shoes, back pockets, whatever you need. I keep.
And I said, you know, here's the interior.
I keep some
Here's the
supplies.
manual, roll with it. The only thing I want is, you know, it's gonna be blue, so the car's blue. And Matt basically found all of the interior stuff that he found. The material, which is still inside there over there. He just showed it to me like a few hours ago. I didn't even recognize it. But it was like, yeah, so the interior was something that I wanted to be.
I'm just happy I didn't have my dog with me at the time.
But at the same time,
my dog would have died.
You knocked that out of the park, and you actually wanted.
I had a French Mastiff,
check that out really quick.
and it was home with the family when that happened. Thank goodness.
What I was gonna say about the Evo though, like the Evo was a little bit different than the Supra. Like Evos are nice cars. They're very, very. I mean, this has a lot of plastic in it too, but the Evo is even more plastic.
Yeah.
And that car kind of suited the Alcantara a little bit better, I think.
Yeah.
Because the way you were doing the builds, the wheels, like everything just felt more like street race car.
Yes.
Than super elegant. So even though we picked really nice materials and all of that, that Alcantara had a better place in that car than say this.
That's
Supra,
a fact.
Because I really do think that having it be full leather is going to make it feel like that.
Yes, and
I didn't have that. Wouldn't that be funny? You know, you sit there, the famous Fast and Furious Club, right? I mean, it is true. You already put it in there, but now you're going to have, you know, Porsche, not a nicer interior than Supra than say this car.
Dude, and the thing is, I don't have $500,000 or over that for one of these cars, and I think bringing that experience to the JDM market and the cars, I think it's just needed, because these are special cars, and guys our age now are buying these cars up and building them the way they would want them as a you know, a distinguished gentleman now.
Well,
so I'm distinguished if you didn't know.
Exactly. We had that conversation. You know, our generation is moving into.
All right, Mr. Bishop, thanks for checking in, man. Talk to you later.
Camaros, all of that. And for us, it was JDM cars for most.
I had a French Mastiff, Dog Bordeaux.
Really into tuning in the 90s, 2000s. But now you have a little bit more money, and you
We used to ride all over the country with me. I miss that dog.
18 or 20 or whatever. And doing it this way is better than owning it when it was, you know, 1995 or 1993.
Exactly.
It's going to be, and modern technology, like you were talking about with your head and stuff that I won't say, is pretty sweet. Yeah. So, I mean, it is cool, and I think it comes full circle, and I you know, Porsche really helped with their older 911s and companies like Gunther Works and Singer and all of them, you know, showing people that it was worth spending money on some of these other cars.
Exactly.
The Supra is definitely one of them. Whether you think it's worth what it is, they're a great car. I love that car in this line. I kind of wish I would have kept it.
You gotta send me some pictures and I'll drop some B-roll of what yours looked like. It was ahead of its time.
I was. I got it. You know what? I took a lot of the hate for the interior because mine was so out of the normal for the time frame, because mine was like tan. You'll probably recognize it. It looks very similar to Rex's car. Almost identical. But
Labradoodle.
That I do.
Those are cute dogs.
But yeah, like I did the whole
They're
thing
playful.
in I think it was a Bentley color too back then, and nobody liked it. Everybody thought it was too weird. I had diamonds in it, and I understand, like it kind of didn't fit the car because it wasn't the timing was wrong.
Yeah.
But now, like what you're doing with all of this, I think it's beautifully done, mostly, you know, leather and high-end materials on the seats too. You didn't even show the seats.
Yeah.
It's gonna be.
That's right. We gotta show them the seats.
Yeah, we got you some special seats that fit the Supra pretty well and are hyper comfortable and bottom brand new to rip them apart. Yeah, so
my favorite thing to do. Like, give me a Sawzall, I will cut anything up. Just saying.
Me is a razor blade.
Yeah, there you go. And we chose this guy right here. So this is the Recaro Sportsters.
Recaro Sportster GT.
GT. So the GT basically means it comes with
just this
type of material here. It looks like blue jeans.
Well, this, yeah, it's like a tweed material.
It's
but
pretty cool actually though.
Well, we did it this way because we're ripping it up.
You don't want to spend...
Yeah, why buy the leather ones if we're just going to destroy them?
We can just spend more money to get leather, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
I'll even put the little tag back on and everything.
So basically, you did this though. The reason why we chose this material is also because the leather is harder to make templates of.
Well, to a degree. Like if the leather's really old, it's shrunk a little bit, or it's just hard. It's hard to work with. The cloth actually isn't the best, you know, way to make patterns. If we had got these in vinyl, that would have been better than this.
That would be the best material.
But it was more money and there was no reason to do it. And it's not that much harder for me to do, but the difference with cloth is it's stretchy. So like the patterns may be a little bit different based off of the way they sewed it. Okay. That doesn't matter because
you're gonna fit it.
Yeah, we're gonna fit it and resew it. So, but what we are gonna do is because the original Recaro Sportster CSs don't have this, you know, V design down the middle of it. I'm not a huge fan of that.
Nah, it looks weird.
But I just wanted the seat and the foam. And this part I don't care about, so we're going to smooth all this out. And that was what we were thinking about with the last build. You know, using this whole center section, coming up to there, maybe this panel too. What about